Won't let me do my audio. Avatar. I tried a different one. Fuck this. I'm not doing camera. Cam. Thank God. Okay. Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. And JP's is first in the chat. And what's going on today, JP's? Yes, I was trying to see how to get the damn thing off, which is why I just grabbed my blanket, throw it over my head. I'm not going to be like some people would just come on live stream without a shirt on. That's all I'm going to say. Well, yes, JP's, it was something different. But I thought, what the hell? I was trying to figure out how to get the camera off. And I thought, well, I got to go live. So I'll just grab the blanket and I'll figure it out as I go. So, what's going on today, JP's? You doing okay this morning? Let me go ahead and share this out a couple places. Because, number one, I have not shared to my one group. Oh. It would be nice to get somebody else on here. Let's see here. Got that one. And good morning, Fender Fire. How are you this morning? Let's see here. Go ahead and get back to that. Go to, let's see here. Go to my group. There we go. Paste. There we go. I should have taken out the one part of the message because we're already live. Yeah, that was another mistake. And JP's, at least I got it figured out fairly early. Let's see here. Got that taken care of. Now, I have my first cup of coffee at hand. And good morning, Aberjam. And I hope, well, I'll be damned. Good morning, JP's.
Oh, well, I'll be a monkey's uncle, riding Lockheed.
What?
My picture.
A
Sasquatch riding Loch Ness.
Well, let's see here.
And Sasquatch has a beer in his head.
Well, damn well better. I hope it's German lager. Just
No,
why not?
because Sasquatch is Canadian.
Sasquatch is Canadian. Okay. Then what does he like to drink?
And he's in Canadian.
You know, it was funny. I
And it's a
that it reminds me that there's somebody I used to know who was talking about the country north of the United States, and he says, Canada. I'm like, I just had to bust out laughing.
Well, I usually refer to it as Canuckistan.
Oh,
It's only that way when the Liberals are in charge. Though.
well, uh, who knows? We all know that Canadian politics are different than U.S. politics. Uh, thank God. I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I know the U.S. politics suck. That's all I know. And that's all I'm going into politics on this damn stream. But,
Yeah.
And I did Aberjam. Just look in the chat, or I'll send you a DM. If my brain works correctly, which is not always a guarantee at this time in the morning. Let's see. I could really tick somebody off. I could send Kronos a link.
He's
I
probably
would be like, why are you sending me a damn link?
he's sleeping under his bridge.
Okay, I am going to change that. Yeah, okay. I'm right now I am not happy with Professor Brady Specs
Why?
because on Discord he has changed his name to Professor Idiot Illogical Specs. I'm writing a message to him. Change your fucking name back. Now. And I know I got somebody backstage, so I'll. And it's Aber something.
Abracadabra.
And
as if by magic he appears.
All I know is the word bra is in his name.
Now, that's the important bit, right?
Yep.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. And what's going on this morning over there in the UK?
I mean, when I've lived enough of today to experience something, I'm still just starting my day. I don't know what's going on with me at the moment. Body clocks everywhere. I've only been up an hour. I've been watching Netflix and YouTube.
Cool.
Yeah.
I just signed up for Netflix again.
Cool.
After like 3 or 4 year hiatus.
You need to binge watch Cobra Kai, my friend.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No.
Yeah.
I don't like it. Don't like it.
It's freaking awesome. Do you like the Karate Kid?
Liked it. I don't like what they do in Cobra Kai.
How much of it have you actually watched?
What?
How much of it have you actually watched?
The first season.
Okay, so you watched plenty enough to give it a go.
Okay, that's reasonable.
Yeah.
I don't like what they did to the characters. They basically made them flip around.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say they flipped them around. Maybe the first 2 episodes they kind of like to give you that impression. But as the season goes on, really, all they've done is they've just made them both kind of in the grey areas, rather than just kind of like polar opposites. Made them more nuanced. That's how I would describe it. But to each their own.
Of course.
We're not these screaming lefty SJWs who tear each other to shreds just because we have differing opinions.
Except for when it comes to Discovery.
Well, I think we're pretty much.
And I won't get into that with Chuck here, because I know you'll freak.
I think that's one good thing about Discovery is it's unified us all, right? We all hate it with passion.
No.
Oh, are you the exception to the rule?
Yep.
Well, I'm glad someone's getting enjoyment out of it.
Absolutely. Go eat a replicated apple.
Central New York's after you.
That whole replicating crap thing, they stole that directly out of Red Dwarf.
Yeah.
Back in the 80s in Red Dwarf, they were drinking recycled urine, or urine recyc, as they call it.
Is this my pee or is this your pee?
I said to somebody, I won't be surprised if in season 4 of Discovery they start drinking dog's milk.
Oh, come on.
That's another one they did in Red Dwarf. Why dog's milk? Well, the good thing about dogs, it's full of vitamins, full of protein, full of marrowbone jelly. And the best thing about dog's milk is it tastes the same when it goes off as when it's fresh.
Oh.
I miss that show. God.
Red Dwarf is awesome, man. Well, they did do some more seasons recently. They're up to about season 12 or 13 now, I think.
It's not the same as it was, though.
It's not the same, but it's not far off. It's better than that stuff they did in the in-between times, what was it, Back to Earth? Something like that. That wasn't really but the recent season, the only thing for me with the recent seasons is they kind of feel a bit...
Damn it.
Yep.
Only 15 minutes in. We should be having you on longer because your signal's already going wonky.
Oh,
Aberjam?
Son of a bitch!
So, you got anything going on today, Aberjam? Before we lose you completely?
Like that? Oh, God.
Okay.
He mustn't have been sticking his tongue out the right way.
And, good morning, Yosef. What's going on today? Our resident pervert in the chat. Not that we all aren't, but he's just more vocal about it.
I'm hungry.
And what are you hungry for?
I gotta go get me an apple fritter and some milk.
Then go get it.
I gotta go to the fridge.
Okay. That means you gotta leave the computer and go to the fridge.
It's too far away, though.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You're not going on a goddamn,
Safari.
whatever. No, I was going to say walkabout. Or, you're not having to get on your snow things. Whatever the hell those things are called that look like tennis rackets on your
Boots.
feet.
They're called boots.
Okay, snow boots. And make a.
I'm in the kitchen already, so.
See, you're bitching about it. Well, I gotta go to the kitchen. Yeah, and you're already there now.
And it's like just, what, 6 feet away from my computer, so.
Yep. So I can still hear you. That's fine.
If it wasn't for the carpet, I would roll all the way here.
Well, if you owned the place, I would say find a way to take it out and replace it with something else. But I don't know if you own or rent. So
No, I don't.
Okay. And good morning, Dave G Sound. Okay, after wife, what? Finishes leaving, taking the bath, eating. I could go further and I won't.
What?
Nothing. Dave was saying, good morning, folks. I'll be on in a bit after wife, ...
Oh, okay. I could go. Yeah.
Hold on. I'll say it in private chat. I'll say it in private chat.
Big frosty apple fritter.
Look backstage, please. That would be the completed portion.
Yep.
I figured.
I was thinking.
That's what I thought.
Tell me.
And let's see. Abracadabra, whatever.
Abracadabra.
Is this any better?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So far, the processes are working. Good advice, Joseph.
Goes to work like every morning. Well, oh, see, when you put the ... you know, you're in a room full of perverts, particularly when Yosef is in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, like when he talks about his porn life.
Apparently, he likes Bigfoot porn. What I can tell from his thumbnail.
A shock from the pot. On the
Some
stove.
kinky Bigfoot Loch Ness action.
Yeah.
And what are the dots for? Yes, I was.
Speechless.
Yes, I was thinking something bad. I won't say it on here yet. At least she's running the water fast enough that it doesn't sound like she's taking a pee. That's a good part.
Well, she's in the kitchen now, so.
The kitchen.
I know.
Mine do.
But I love when some people turn the water on slowly, just to kind of sneak in the water or think they are, and all it does is sound like they're taking a pee.
You'll never hear me peeing. I sit on a plastic sheet.
And it's like, just turn the water on full. At least that way people actually know you're at the damn sink and not taking a pee with a computer or phone or tablet, whatever. And yes, I'm sure there are people that are. I don't. necessarily want to know their habits.
You making something?
I've already made it and put it in a bowl.
Okay. Because I can smell something.
It's called chicken noodle soup for breakfast.
Oh, okay.
Hopefully the chicken will leave me sleepy.
I've got a bit of an urge for chicken noodle soup now.
Waiting for it.
Oh,
I love all
dot. For you to ponder, yeah. Yosef, yes, you can still do that. You're correct, but what
Only
is-
if you market rate.
Ricky Gervais tells the story of how when he and his girlfriend used to live in his cramped little single room apartment, and the sink was like literally right at the foot of the bed, and because he was too lazy to go to the toilet, which was a shared one down the hallway, he would just go at the end of the bed and pee in the sink. And his girlfriend would shout at him and say, "Please take the dishes out first."
Let's see here. Well, try. Now, I'm going to give you a warning right now, live at the Love Shack. Who is coming in is somebody totally different. Behave or be removed.
Yeah, I don't think that's him.
That's not a name I'm familiar with.
Love Shack,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Behaving.
Good. How are you today?
Tired.
Have you slept or
Surviving a flu.
then get your ass back to bed if you're sick?
I almost not sick. I
Okay, yeah,
recovered.
that's him.
Let's see here. Oh, Lord Yosef. It's called pre-soaking.
Oh, okay.
God.
I'm not even sure I want to know
I
how.
have no I have no idea about what pre-soaking is.
You're lucky. You are very lucky.
Thank you.
Is that just another fancy way of saying foreplay?
Yes, it is. No,
Okay.
but
Water sports.
that would be it.
Oh,
Oh no. We get
Yeah.
enough gold. We get enough golden showers from the Geloda in Kuroga.
That is true.
That's when the geology machine breaks down and goes into reverse.
Oh, you got to feel bad for Bird if that ever happens.
And greetings, 27 Yorktown.
Sorry, it's gonna get really loud.
What the hell is that, by the way?
47.
That's the wrapper for my apple fritter.
Ah,
Well, at least it sounded like you were peeing.
I can do that next.
thank you, no. Let's not have a sharing time of that.
Just make sure you take the dishes out first, yeah?
Be lucky I don't have a Bluetooth headset.
Yes,
the
we are.
bathroom-
I've been taking
Yeah.
you guys go for poops too.
No.
Oh,
The bathroom's off limits
Correct.
for
Correct. It
panels.
is off limits. That is correct.
Please, Love Shack, you get excited when you say that.
Oy.
Of course.
You're making Love Shack look reasonable and responsible. JPs.
And lots
That's
of other
not-
words ending in ibble.
That's because I'm partially sick.
That's because he's sick. That's true. So he doesn't have the energy to do the other.
It's get up and go, got up and went.
Correct. Let's see here. Getting back to the chat. And good morning. Just another red shirt, or son of a red shirt. I'm so used to saying the other one. So let's see here.
There is another son of the red shirt.
See, there's son of a red shirt, and then there's just another red shirt.
And then there's
So-
son of a bitch.
Oh yes, but we're not calling Brother Prey 5 here quite yet.
Don't invoke the bird.
So let's
Makes
see
me
here.
wonder what happens with Bird of Prey 4, 3, and 2, and 1.
They were all failed experiments.
We've said his name 3 times now. That's it. He's gonna come.
I have a wireless and a headset. Not going into details, however. Thank you, Yosef. Thank you, Yosef. I do appreciate that. And I hope that you're not on panels when you're in other places.
I just have a yogurt pot and a piece of string. My
I mean,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
you sound horrible, by the way.
It was worse.
Sounds like you got the coof.
No, I didn't got the COVID. I'm fucking immune to COVID. COVID cannot hit me.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
Well, of course.
When you go out and about for 300 days, contacting a wide variety of people, and don't get them thing, you consider yourself immune.
That would be no. You
Oh, that
consider
would be
yourself fucking lucky.
Yeah.
I'm scheduled to get a vaccine shot sooner or later. So when I get the damn vaccine, I will be able to go to my landlord and say, "Screw you! I will not wear a mask anymore. I am immune now, officially."
Actually, no. It takes about 2 weeks.
I don't care.
morning, Maddie.
So I would
My
at
view-
least wait a week before you do that.
My building, my rules.
Your building.
Yeah.
So your building has a landlord that isn't you, but it's
I don't know the correct word for his position.
right.
How do you say? Okay, I will. Give me a minute.
Do you own the building, or does he?
I don't own the building. I just own my apartment.
So you're the tenant.
Correct.
I own my apartment.
Does,
But-
does he own the building?
Wait. It doesn't matter. The ownership doesn't matter because it's not a public building.
True.
Yeah.
It's a private building.
Yeah.
They're trying to pull that shit on me too here. It's like if you're in the hallways or anything, you gotta wear your mask. I'm like, it's a private building. There's
Yeah.
security guards downstairs controlling the doorway, and you gotta have a key to get in.
Correct.
That's a private building.
Okay.
That is private.
Okay.
And good morning, Maddie. How are you this
Very-
morning?
Apparently, the word for syndico is the same in English as the syndic. That makes sense.
Syndicate?
The manager.
Okay, manager. Yes.
Yeah, I can. In a few weeks, I will be able to go to my manager and say, "Up your ass with these masks."
Oh, they aren't doing much good up there.
Like I'll wear it at work. I'll wear it at grocery shopping when I'm out with everybody else.
Well, uh,
Yes.
well, I may be forced to wear in a grocery store or in or a shopping mall and other places, but on the sidewalk, on this building, on my apartment, I don't wear anymore. The moment I get a vaccine shot, I will get my certificates and say, okay, people, I am vaccinated, I am immune, fuck off. Here's my here's my passport. Here's my license to kill. Okay? COVID immunity, license to kill.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yes. Okay. We're talking about them. Okay.
I'm in no hurry.
Only.
Give me a break. I'm here recovering for a simple flu.
Oh yes, I understand. Let's see here. I am going to. There's a mute button there. Um,
Sorry.
no problem. I am going to try to get a few people messaged out this morning because
Try Joseph.
I will. He's
Call
on my.
Joseph. Joseph, please come up.
Oh, fuck. Come away.
So, JPs, you said that you're keen on Discovery and that you don't like Cobra Kai. Are there any other sort of films or series of late that you seem to be in the minority opinion of them? I think maybe seen Last Jedi. What are your thoughts on Last Jedi?
I watched it. I enjoyed it.
Okay, cool.
It's.
God.
I take like the movies for what they are. They're entertainment. Even if it's bad, I still enjoy it.
I commend you for that. However, I
Mm.
prefer something I actually like versus, well, watching a cinematic piece of shit.
I always try to get some enjoyment out of what I'm watching, but there are some movies and some shows that it's pretty hard to find those nuggets of gold. Like The Force Awakens. I still love Force Awakens. I know it's kind of a cheap knockoff of Star Wars, but I know I'm not being ignorant. It's Star Wars, not A New Hope.
Thank you.
It's I think it's a really good movie. I think it's a great setup for a trilogy.
Yosef has the link, and he better get his. What I'm trying to think now. I can tell I haven't had enough coffee yet. Whatever. I can't think. Where's he from? It better get a Slavic ass in
Slovakia.
here.
He's from Slovakia. Give him a break. It's almost.
You better get his
It's almost
Sriracha up here.
It's almost midday there.
I know that.
Yeah, he could be working.
He's probably still not quite awake.
Oh yeah,
Still
he
in
probably is working, but
And
still.
he has one of those gorgeous Eastern Europeans' wives.
Let's see
He needs
here.
wife. He doesn't have
Wife.
one.
He has one wife. That's correct.
that we know of.
He
The
has
other
too many
three
cats.
didn't
Do you
care.
honestly think that he would? No, no.
He may have more wives in the
What?
basement. We don't know.
I think not.
Or he could
No.
have turned the previous
That's
wives into cats.
Yeah, all the cats are his previous wives that he didn't get along with. Abracadabra.
Abracadabra. Now we've made
He just
we've
keeps
made
them
him a
around to torment
magician.
them.
That's why he tells her he found them,
I believe
or they
that's
found
more.
him.
I believe that's probably more an Austrian trend or a German trend than a Slovakian or Czech or even Polish trends. Keeping wives in the basement.
I have no idea, or do I want to know?
Because remember who wrote Bluebeard?
I don't know.
See,
Bluebeard. I'm not familiar with Bluebeard.
I don't know if that's the correct name of the fairy tale. The guy who
You can
marries he
go ahead.
marries he gets married with a young woman. 30 days later, he takes the women to the basement and kills them. 30 days later, he's married again, and the
That's not
cycle
a fairy tale.
continues.
Yeah.
That's not, unfortunately. It has
Not
a.
where I come from.
That's not a fairy tale.
Well, it could be a
I
Grimm.
may be cut. I may be cutting a few parts and going straight to the point, but yes, it's a fairy tale. Because a mystery, the girl doesn't know she married a psychopath until the end.
Because the thing is,
That's not a fairy tale exactly.
well, we're used to seeing all these Disney-fied fairy tales now, right? But
Well,
if you
Well,
go
no.
back and look at the
Remember-
original European fairy tales, they are pretty dark. a lot.
remember,
Well, yes, but
remember Ethel and Gretel?
I know
Hansel and
the
Gretel.
original
That's pretty
Hansel and Gretel. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, they were eaten.
Or
I know.
no, they're not. Well, it's depending on the version. Sometimes they kill the witch. Sometimes they get eaten.
And we lost. What's his face?
Oh,
Our Canadian
JP.
friend, JP's, and he's
Oh.
back.
God damn it.
Hit the wrong
Yeah.
button.
Yeah,
well, that's the usual thing.
forgot
That's
to
the
open
usual
a
thing.
different tab.
That's the usual thing when you try to ride a Loch Ness monster. Sometimes you crash.
He fell through a glitch in the Matrix. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Where is
No, I was
Where-
just trying to open a new window to go to the big bad toy store.
By the way, where is what's his name? Godzilla in that photo. You should have worked him in.
Godzilla doesn't exist.
Well, Godzilla got a little oversized in the past few years. Not
Yeah,
supposed to be
Godzilla's-
that big,
Godzilla's
now-
not cryptid.
but now King Kong is oversized too, so they can fight against each other.
See, those two are
Go
fairy
figure.
tales. King Kong and Godzilla. These two are not.
And what, Sasquatch and the Loch Ness monster?
Yep.
They're cryptids. They're creatures that may possibly exist.
They cease to be fairy tales the moment you find some bones, some evidence. No evidence. Sorry, you're in the realm of fairy tales. Find me at least a hair with DNA for the Sasquatch.
Whoa. No. That is inaccurate. Without evidence is not a fairy tale. It's just an accusation. There's a
It's just
difference.
I've got proof
just a
right here.
theory.
Well,
Picture.
if you can profit from it, it becomes a fairy tale. Because let's face it, we never find any evidence for a house in the middle of the forest made with gingerbread and chocolates.
We're still finding native tribes that we never knew existed. We found
Yeah, but
another one. We found
none of them
another.
take but none of them take the time to make bread and use bread as bricks for the house.
Not sure how that's relevant. But, you know,
Well, yeah. Let's see here.
the point is that the world is a very large place. Even though we think we've seen all there is to see, there is still so much we haven't found. Like I say, they found a native tribe in, I think, South America just recently, about 7 years ago, that they never knew existed. So there's still stuff hiding out in the forests that we just don't know about.
And they probably all spoke German too.
And then there'll be that's the point. They should have set up a barrier around the people and said, "Hey, we want to keep people away from you."
Well, there is one island. I think it's in the Philippines. I could be wrong, but there's one island
India.
that's got a native tribe on it, and scientists have periodically gone there to try and talk to them. Every time they go close, these native folks just start throwing spears at the helicopter and stuff.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, that's in India.
in India, there you go.
It's nearby India.
So nobody knows who they are, what their history is, what their lifestyle is. Nobody knows because they just won't have it. They won't let anyone near.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them.
No, me neither.
Yeah. Well, by the way things are nearby that region, sooner or later a 747 will
Oh,
crash
no,
on the island.
no! We're not going
What-
into an episode or
what's-
new series of Lost. No,
What's
Never watched.
no. No.
what I'm trying to say? It's maybe some accident happens and everybody in the island die.
No.
I'm
Oh,
not
God.
saying I'm not saying they will survive.
God. Okay, I've sent out a few invitations. I wish somebody would take me up on it, please.
I tell you, you are really sensitive.
I really need some more. And yes, Dave, I need to send you a private message as well. Sensitive. I want another cup of coffee. The only panelist, well, I trust JP's, but he's Canadian.
From Canada.
Correct.
No, get it right. It's Kanakistan.
And Aberjam, though I trust him, could lose signal at any moment. So, yeah.
And
If
that's
I-
the truth.
If I leave my computer, you're going in the back room because I don't trust you, Blowshack.
What?
I don't trust you. I do not
Why?
trust you. You will run your mouth and say something stupid and get my stream pulled or get my channel struck.
That never happened.
No.
That never
And
happened
it will
before.
never happen.
Never happened yet.
You crash many times. People were left alone in the panel, and nothing happens. The algorithm doesn't
Have not
care.
been. Thank God.
YouTube didn't care. I made a short stream a few days ago, sing along 2 songs. YouTube didn't care. There was no copyright claims. There was nothing.
I have not heard them, so I cannot comment on the content.
Okay, let's make a deal. I go out now, start my own stream, go through the YouTube library, start to sing a few songs, and see how long I will stay on.
I
God's sake.
That sounds like a wonderful idea if you
Sorry,
want to do
no,
that.
it's not to you. I'm trying not to.
I mean, honestly, if that's what you want to do, go for it. Hell, I don't care.
Because I have a theory that says the YouTube doesn't care if you sing or not. Just don't use original material.
Don't use original
no,
material. Okay.
No instrumentals, no recorded songs. You can sing yourself any song. YouTube don't bother. YouTube will never mind.
YouTube doesn't actually care. You're right. It listens for what's the word I'm looking for? Dave could tell me, but he's not able to come on the panel right now. But there are little parts of songs that it looks for something that is similar to other songs.
Yeah,
like what?
Like what they call a hook, like the main refrain song. That bit that everybody recognizes.
Your mic's broken.
God damn it!
Your mic's breaking.
That's the internet. There, we lost it for a little bit.
It was good while it lasted.
Maybe you can try again a little bit, but huh? And good morning, geeks. Enjoying your erotica.
Oh,
God.
No, I'm just Captain Trek. You don't need to address me as God or any other, being. But Captain Trek will do.
Who are you talking to?
Love Shack.
Oh.
Yes.
Because he said, "Oh God," so I wanted to correct him on how to address me.
I didn't address you as God. I never did that. Usually people say something on the panel, and I say, "Oh God, oh Jesus," or whatever. So like, "Oh my God, that's awful." I never address you as God. I'm not. You can't accuse me to be delusional, but I'm not delusional, pal. You're not God.
Thank God I'm not. I would not want that responsibility. Of course, then I could just say, "I smite thee." And son of a red shirt, good morning. Day is going. Who knows what's going on? LDG.
big trees. See.
Okay, I'm going to do something. Can you ask her to get a little closer to the mic? It's hard to understand what she's complaining about. She hates
Across the
something.
room.
She hates something. She hates something. She hates something.
Yeah, she's playing a game and getting her ass kicked.
Okay. So it's a game she hates. Okay, thank you.
I have too many.
It's not that bad right now because you don't hear a bunch of swearing.
I'm not swearing right now.
No. Well, we know you're not Instant Ricky.
Oh, trust me, when she's dealing with idiot noobs, that's all I hear is swearing.
Well, then she definitely would not want to play against me.
Oh, now we have some god complex on the panel.
No, because I'm a noob.
Okay,
She was saying she hates
Oh,
playing noobs. I said then she would hate playing against me. I am a
well, that's
noob.
that's what usually we would said if we're really good on something.
No, no.
Because
I
she would hate to
that
play
is
against me because I am that good.
lost.
if I'd had the brains to have been able to have gotten some, you know, to figure out how to get a better computer,
Eh,
then yeah, I would be able to. But this computer that I have is not able to run games. It's just
uh,
that simple.
Oh, I could
yeah,
probably run solitaire.
I not.
Oh, I mean, it would do, simple things. Hell,
Yeah, simple.
I can even run what was it? Let me minimize this for a minute. Uh
Solitaire.
of that I don't mean that. I'm talking an actual online game. Pay,
Minefield.
Payday 2. I played that with somebody online.
Yeah.
Never heard about. Hey, Captain, I noticed something.
Okay.
Did you
What did
lost?
you notice?
Did you lost your wings?
I picked another avatar quickly because all I could
Uh,
do was I literally had the blanket over my head because I couldn't figure out how to get the goddamn camera off. Now,
oh, I see.
here I'm going to give you a warning. So if you don't like the sound, let's see here. Where's it at? Here we go.
Uh,
It's going to play now. Everybody,
mm-hmm.
cool. I figured it out.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
Yeah,
Now
the
I
wings
can.
could. You could spread the wings a little more.
Uh, that was not my doing, and there it is. The wings are back.
Oh,
You're the one who commented on it.
yeah, because now
Oh,
you look at before you look at naked without them.
oh.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
And how are you this morning?
I am doing Trek-tastic. That's how good I am. Much better than yesterday. My
Oh,
darn internet. I woke up in the morning, and I tell you, it was. I didn't read the news, and I didn't know it was Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday. And on the TV, I fell asleep the night before watching Turner Classic Movies. When I turned the TV on, they were playing Sidney Poitier. Just finishing up an old movie. I hadn't seen it before. Then they played one he did with John Cassavetes, and I'm watching that. It's like 4 in the morning. I'm watching this, and then another Sidney Poitier movie comes on. I'm like, oh my God, did Sidney Poitier die? So I try to go on the internet. I didn't have any internet until quarter after 9 o'clock this morning. Sorry, yesterday morning. So frustrating. They've been having internet problems in my building. So that's my day. How are you doing, Captain? I just saw you got a brand new logo treatment there. What was going on? just as I came on in the back room, I saw like the screen went black, and I thought, "Oh no, I've done something." And then all of a sudden, the Captain Trek logo comes out screaming at me. It was amazing. Very cool.
Yeah.
That is a intro I have, and I added the extra time to the front because at the which is why I need a drink. Beginning of a live stream, when you start it, there's a few seconds delay.
Right.
So that's why it's just
Gives
now.
me
Good morning,
seconds.
Eastland Burkholder. Let's see here. If he likes the waiting room, wings look good. Okay. He loves old movies, likes Turner classic movies. That's cool. Let's see here. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to say it. I am not going
Why
to say
not? Say it on
Because-
private chat.
it. Fine. I'll say it in private chat.
What?
Thank God, Dave Jig Sound. Good
Hello,
morning, Dave.
hello. How goes the
Hello.
day?
It goes well. How about you?
Excellent, excellent. It's one of the
New
roughest
avatar?
nights I've worked in a long time.
Very cool.
That's a different picture.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
is.
You look younger.
Yeah, I was. I was younger.
Almost French.
I was French too.
No, I mean, I almost like we don't know, a French from Henry V.
Yep. Ask me.
All right, Dave. I am going to leave you in charge. I need to get a drink. Just to
Oh
ensure
yeah, don't we all? I need one too. I think I'll join you right here.
just to ensure the conversation keeps going.
Okay, well let's see what's
Not
going
Love
on.
Shack.
There's I see Love Shack's here. I see Son of a Red Shirt and JP's.
Yeah.
And Love Shack. Oh, and who's that? Oh, that's me. Never mind. That's boring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Jeez. So, what else has been going on this morning? Anything fun for all y'all?
Nope. Haven't gone to bed yet.
Oh, yeah.
I am,
Well, neither have I.
I am recovering from a flu.
Yeah, I heard that you said you had a flu, man. I hope it's not the virus.
No,
But-
it's not the damn virus, because the damn virus had 300 days to catch me and never hit me.
Yeah, that's cool.
No
All right.
matter how hard I try.
Okay, well, since you're sure it's not, but that's good.
Love Shack, I gotta tell you, buddy, I've been listening to you for a few minutes now, and it doesn't sound to me like you have your mask on. Is that true? Are you unmasked?
I am inside my own apartment. Why I would wear a mask?
You have to wear a mask when you're alone. Don't you know that?
As long
That's
as I don't hear
ridiculous.
anybody going,
You have to protect yourself from yourself, man.
Okay, try protect yourself from this.
Yeah, didn't it was somebody quite famous that said, "Check yourself before you wreck yourself." So I don't think they were really talking about medical procedures, but it stands true, right?
did they actually say check
Look.
yourself before you wreck yourself, or did they actually say you gotta chickadee check yourself before you wiggity whack yourself?
Oh well, I think they said both. I think they said, especially toward the end, yeah. You know the song.
Is there a difference? Really?
Well, it's an aesthetic, if anything. JP's Tabernacle, good morning. Heard from you,
Hello.
buddy. How's the world treating you out in your part?
Okay.
Are you riding the Loch Ness Monster in your avatar there?
Yeah, I'm a Sasquatch.
I love it. Very cool.
That's pretty cool. I need to turn on the chat so I can see if there's anybody in there seeing what they're saying.
Attention on
Well,
deck, Captain's
thank
back.
you. I am back. Yes.
Got him on the bridge.
What's? Let me see here. I've been away for a minute, so that's
And
what I
nothing
learned about
happens.
Eastland Burkholder. She keeps the conversation going in the chat. So,
And nothing happens.
oh, be quiet. What are you talking? Oh, shit. Really?
Yeah.
What? Can
I
you
just
hear
saying
me?
the truth.
I
Yeah.
can hear you. Phil.
you. I just saying the truth and playing nice, and doing some and making some coffee for myself. Because
Okay, now I can see.
apparently Dave Sound's conversation has more healing properties than yours.
What?
I have no clue.
Healing.
Jibble
Oh.
jab.
Healing
Yeah.
poppers?
Properties.
Properties.
Yeah. You know, like medicine.
Now I understand what you mean. But the other.
Yeah, sometimes my English.
Property, medicine property, like a hospital.
Sometimes my English fails me. Sorry.
Actually, you're
Oh,
pretty good. You're better at English than I am at what do you Spanish or Portuguese? I don't know either one. So, kudos to you.
Well, I would expect your French may sound better than my French.
I didn't know that.
Because that's
I have to check this.
because that's
Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. I appreciate that.
I'm watching.
Yeah, I watch comparing how well you speak French. We got a guy in the chat named Tabernac. I'm sure he knows a word or two.
Oh yes, JP's absolutely knows
I
some
have to
French.
wait
And
for
he has to. He is from Canada.
stuttering.
Ah,
he's
Canuck
from
is there.
Canada or wait a minute,
Or
wait a minute, wait a minute.
Canada.
He's from Canada or he's from Quebecia.
It doesn't
Okay,
matter.
Quebecois.
Either
Located-
one.
Oh my.
Either
He's a
one.
Quebecois. He's a
Either one.
Quebecois.
You must know French. So it
Wait a
doesn't
second.
matter.
I
Oh my.
gotta mute you guys because there's a trailer for the new Hellraiser
Oh
movie.
my God.
Okay.
Oh God.
Sounds like life happening.
Fortunately, he did mute. That way, this channel is not going bye bye.
yeah, because we were all wow, I did a new Hellraiser movie. I didn't realize there was such a demand. I thought we were all living it pretty well.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, yeah, you know what? Not scared. Yeah. People get ripped apart. Yep. Great. Yeah. No, not scary. Yeah. Yep. Tortured for eternity. Not scary. Just try it for a year. Jeez. Oh, what? The dog needs food. You need food, sweetie? Come here. Rawr. Let's see if I can. This might be fun. If I can get her to do her spin dance, maybe I'll try and put it on live. She gets excited. Except when I hold up the phone, she doesn't do it.
Oh, trust me, Eastland. Trust me, Love Shack is not Yosef. Yosef understands what he's saying. He just intentionally makes it sound perverted. Love Shack, on the other hand,
What?
is a pervert.
What?
I had to mute because I got to taunt.
I don't know how
Go for it.
I should feel I don't know how I should feel about that.
Feel honored
Yum,
that
yum.
people are talking about you.
What's scary is not knowing what is real. Well, you're right. That is a scary part. Unfortunately, and I wish I could show this trailer, but feel free at some point to check it out for yourself. Thank you, JPs, for including a link.
Hmm. So I am officially the resident pervert.
Well, no, you're not.
You say
You're not.
yourself. Joseph just pretends to be pervert. I am the real deal.
Yes, you're the real deal, but you're not the supreme pervert. So
Well, that's strange.
that still falls on Yosef.
That always a judgment.
But he's a pretender.
Yes, but he does it very well. Very well indeed.
Meh.
Talk to you.
Just because the exact moment when I start to say something pervert, you will kick me out.
That
Yeah.
would be true.
So anybody else watch Batwoman?
Uh,
I heard some pretty
That's
scathing
something.
reviews, but I didn't see it.
That's something really perverted. You kick. Oh, in this case, she get out of herself, and instead of replace your white actress with another white actress, no, let's create a completely new character and somehow find a way to get her on the character. Oh, by the way, make her black. Oh, come on, that's so insulting.
To be completely fair to the makers of Batwoman, though, I think the actress Ruby Rose pissed everybody off so much that they were happy to go in another direction, and they couldn't cast a man in the role of Batwoman, so they went with the next obvious choice.
Hey, watch your
Did-
pronouns. You never know now.
Did you ever had the chance to read the original comic book for Batwoman?
What? Batwoman? The original comic book from the 50s?
Yeah. No, not from the 50s. The most recent.
No, I can honestly say I haven't. I know Batman quite well.
They did the TV series so insulting, so insulting. You read the comic book with this Barbara Kane, the one that was kicked out from the army, was trained by her father. There's no way to not get pissed off by what they made on CW.
Right.
CW make the worst, all the worst possible decisions. And they killed the character.
I just have to point out that technically you're incorrect. That there is a way that it didn't piss me off. I didn't watch it.
that's true. That's
I am
true.
completely not pissed off whatsoever about it.
Look,
There's a lot of other
try.
shit going on in the world.
I try not to watch, but
Well, if you're interested in it, you
As-
definitely should watch it.
I agree.
I am interested. Let me say that I am interested in any woman dressed in black from head to toe. But oh god, no.
Big fan
You'll be
of
happy
no,
with your
no.
funeral director then.
Absolutely.
Even I have my limits. No,
As a fan,
doesn't
I
work.
can understand if Hollywood gets your character wrong, or if there's some guy you like. If you like Spider-Man and they butch Spider-Man, you're going to get a hell of a lot of people in an uproar. Batwoman may not be as high profile, but if you really dig the character, I can understand why that's frustrating for you.
Let's see here. Eastman Burkholder. I saw a video that said they lost 80% of the audience from season 1 to season 2, and
Yeah.
include those numbers. The upward what? Upward
Range,
bump?
I guess.
Range.
maybe.
Okay, thank you. Upward bump from curiosity about the actress.
Or surge, maybe. I don't know.
That's what I'm going. Yeah,
Age, surge, range, purge.
See,
And now
range
and
range makes sense because the R and the GE that would
Well, it could be surge
true.
or urge,
No,
and now they
purge.
and now they go for the black lesbian
Purge.
gay audience. No, it's not gonna work.
I'm not emotional about one of the more interesting things in this world. CW is boring. Quite honestly, I would say that most network television is either boring or trying to piss people off.
Yeah.
Yeah, network television is dying.
Yeah, this will get a rise out of them. But it's just, hey, you know what? I know it doesn't work quite the same, but if people are talking about how bad something is, it means they must have seen it or that they're interested in it.
Back in the day,
It's not necessarily great for advertisers, who are paying the bill, but
Now the television networks dying, and now theaters are dying.
Tablet touch screen messing up should breed bump. Okay, that makes sense. Oh yes. I am well aware of auto stupid on tablets and phones.
auto stupid, gubernatorial. Yeah.
I do not use the term autocorrect. I call it auto stupid because it always fills in the wrong fucking words.
Yeah, when you actually need it to work, when you're barely awake or you're inebriated, it just types totally the wrong thing.
Oh, I've had times I was trying to use it and it's like I'm spelling something. It's like, no, that's not it's an autocomplete. No, that's not the word I want to use. Stop it. Go away.
I hate it when you know the word and you just haven't typed it in a long time and you have one vowel wrong and it will not give you the autocorrect for the word that you want.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You can totally spell it out and it's like very obvious that's what it is, but it's like, no, you're trying to type the word information. No, I'm not. No, I am not.
And now presenting.
Oh.
Hello, world. It's Birdo Bray 5. Kapla.
Kapla.
Kapla, bird.
Kapla.
Kapla, the uncrushable.
And now for someone who needs no introduction, introducing Bird of Prey 5!
Good one. Man.
You never
How you
hear
doing,
anybody
Bird?
say, and now someone who needs no introduction, they just talk on stage.
Well, the funny thing is, there are people that do that. Someone who needs no introductions, then why the fuck are you introducing them?
That's what I've said for years, and people are like, that's a moot comment. And I'm like, well, have you ever thought about it? This is what you think about? Well, yeah. When I have a spare moment, yeah, I think about shit like that.
I mean,
You've never thought about it?
What
the hell?
Now, if you're talking about it on TV, you're wanting to get people's attention, and now someone who needs no introduction. Okay, now you're going to watch TV because you might have been doing something else. I guess that sounds better than stop what you're doing, stupid, and watch the TV. Here's somebody that actually is worth watching, or not.
Well, maybe
Depending on
they
the-
say people need. Maybe they say people need no introduction because they have more nefarious reasons to say they need no introduction.
Well, Loshak, you need no introduction.
No, thank you, because that's not the
Because
kind
you're
of introduction
nefarious.
I was thinking about when I say introduction.
What's going on, Bird?
I heard you guys talking about autocorrect,
Yeah.
but there's something even
Got it.
more insidious than autocorrect,
Okay, what's
and
it?
that's
Autopilots?
auto suggest. That's where they just assume what you want to reply, and you just get to pick from like 1, 2, or 3 replies. YouTube is using it. Gmail has had it for a while.
Mhm.
Cell phones have it on text
Yeah.
messages, depending on the program. So it's going to get to the point you're not really going to ever have to think of anything to say. You're just going to, they're going to say, oh, well, every time at 7 a.m. or 7 p.m., you text message your friend and say ready. And you're just going to click on your friend and it's going to already have ready filled in. And you're just
Yeah.
going to click it. And they're going to have their option that's going to say yes or give me 5 minutes. And, people aren't even going to be typing anything. They're just going to be clicking buttons because the routine is already going to be so understood by the algorithms. And then once you stop writing, you're going to forget how to think.
Yep.
I mean, already people are forgetting how to think, but it's going to get even worse.
Well, kids today are not learning handwriting.
No.
They're not learning to. They're
Will
not
not
learning how to think either.
Well, let me tell
be
you,
required.
if you don't teach kids how to do script, then you can't worry about signatures on voting cards.
They're not going
in
to
18
anymore.
years.
They're not going to.
Because I can't write my signature to save the same way twice to save my life, because when we were learning script cursive, I had rheumatic fever and I couldn't move.
Right.
I had like terrible pains everywhere in all my joints. So my handwriting today is atrocious. I can print fairly decently,
Right.
but script and my signature, it's just squiggly lines.
Well, that's what's interesting about a signature, isn't it? I remember when I got my first credit card, and they were like, "All right, now sign it in permanent ink on the back," and I meticulously wrote my name out the way that they teach you in cursive.
Right.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. That's not the way I sign my name.
No,
I sign my name. It starts out with a D, and then it just goes.
Blah 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 blah. Yeah,
But it looks the same. But it looks the same every time I do that. But if I actually spell it out, it looks nothing like it.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah,
I mean, it's kind of like almost.
Huh? I hope there's something common between my signatures, but I can look at my signature. It's on my driver's license that I must have signed for New York back when I was like 17, and compare it to a signature I write out today. And granted, I've been through a coma and, had severe muscle damage and all that time. I don't see any resemblance. I wonder.
Technically, it's legally binding once you put the pen to the paper, as long as it is a document that's legally. If you're accepting receipt of something, for example, because I remember people wouldn't even bother with a credit card receipt or something like that. When I worked at the hardware store, they literally just put a squiggly line. It didn't even look like any letter. They were just like, once the pen's to the paper,
legally sign with just an X.
Correct.
Yeah. As soon as you put the pen to the paper, and you can say, "Well, that's not my name." It's like, no, it's your signature. It's different. It's your mark.
Be a mark. Your signature.
I
could draw Sassy as a signature.
Yeah, make your mark.
I could draw her every time.
What they would say.
I'm like, okay.
65 years old, and the only way he could cash his checks from work was by putting an X, because he couldn't read or write.
Well, I believe that's
I would love it.
information about I believe that latest information about birds explains a lot about his landing procedures.
Yeah, that's true. It's medical. It's medical. I can't sign my name. I can't land quick, easy.
Yeah, so
Well,
Dr. Danisau is definitely not the one that certified you for flight.
but
He's the flight surgeon here.
ah, shit. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh well.
That's rule 148 on Doom's rules. Oh shit, I forgot.
Hail, Kuroga. Hello, Eastland Burkholder.
That's right. Hail, Eastland Burkholder. Hail on Kuroga.
Oh, I could just imagine when somebody's, I have to sign something, because you have to sign everything when you're, like, a nurse comes to visit, or a doc, well, maybe not my doctor, but when you get nurses after leaving the hospital, they have to come and they give you like 5 things to sign, and then every checkup you have to sign. So I could just imagine, like, since anything could be my signature, they hand me a piece of paper, or now they just hand you a tablet. And like, okay, I'm like, okay, this will take me about a half hour. And like, my signature is just like a small Mona Lisa or something every
Well,
time.
I wonder what the procedure is, Bird, if, like, okay, say you're totally on your own and you used to work on a bomb squad and your hands were blown off.
I probably would sign
here,
with my mouth.
sign here, sign here, sign
Either
here.
I wouldn't be completely alone, or I'd be signing with my mouth or my foot or something.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, despite all the advances in technology, do you remember where they still use cursive and sign with pen and paper in the past in TV shows? On Star Trek, do you remember how Captain Sisko gets the Captain's Kirk signature on Trials and Tribulations?
Yes.
Just pen and paper.
Well, actually,
well, no, that was a Galaxy Note. We still do that.
I think that was still pen and paper.
It's a stylus.
Correct. Damn it, I heard a ping backstage, and then by the time I was able to scroll down, nobody was there.
I remember that old tablet I used to write on in TOS was one of those. Did you guys have this as a kid? That wax tablet you could draw on? Just a black wax tablet with a sheet of paper over it. You could like draw your picture, lift the sheet up. You know what I mean.
It was, what was that thing called? Where you'd write on it and you'd pull it up and it'd disappear.
Exactly. You were just writing on a piece of plastic. It would stick to the wax in the back, so it would show up black. But you could just clean it off every time.
I can't think of the name of it.
I haven't seen one of those in years.
No, I haven't either. I kind of like those.
Joseph says, was on the phone. I see we have the ruler, not the 12-inch one on the panel. Oh, I get it. I thought he was
the ruler
making a joke about something.
Well, he was, but yeah.
I thought he was making a joke about something else.
I have a miniature spirograph set right here.
Spirograph. Oh, I love those.
Yeah.
Those were fun.
This one's like a miniature one, but it's still cool as heck. It looks like a whole bunch of gears, just to it's pretty cool, man. It's a little miniature one.
Frustrating when those Etch-a-Sketches.
A genius toy to give untalented children.
Yeah, do you remember the Etch-a-Sketches that had the round screen?
Never had.
No.
Okay, well, they had basically it was the same technology. You'd shake it up to like basically dirty up the thing, and the interior stylus would make a design. So it had a joystick and like a round screen, and you had all these templates you could put on where the joystick worked. So you could start with something that looks like a clover, and then put triangles on it and do all kinds of cool stuff like that. I mean, it was just It was basically a variation on the Etch-a-Sketch.
I remember far too many times bashing myself in the head with the Etch-a-Sketch. Because you get excited, you're shaking, and you fucking just cram right in that forehead.
Yeah, I've actually done that a couple of times. That's when I started doing it away from myself.
Or you do something really incredible on the Etch-a-Sketch, and it's like absolutely beautiful, and you sneeze, and it shakes, and it's all fucked up.
I never had that happen because I was never that good at the Etch-a-Sketch.
Good morning, just another red shirt.
Good morning, Captain. Good morning.
Hello. We have son of a red shirt and just another red shirt.
That's correct.
Yes. Oh.
Awesome.
That's a lot of head shirts.
A lot of red shirts here. Feeling pretty safe.
Did somebody just mention the spirograph?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm looking for. I found a web page that lets you draw spirograph drawings.
Really?
By choosing the gears and the rings and placing them, and then a pen and color, and then it just does it, and it never misses. It's great.
Now you guys got me curious because I think I have my original one right here behind this music closet. I'm gonna look. I still have a few old games in stores. I know Candyland's up in there.
I had the Etch-a-Sketch Animator, which was the electronic Etch-a-Sketch.
Right.
And you could save frames and animate them, which was pretty cool. It was like an early GIF maker.
This one's called Spyro-Tot, made by Kenner. It's not the Spirograph. So,
the Spirograph was made by Kenner, I think.
Yeah, this one is obviously for younger. Man, the kids on the cover look so happy.
Did you find the website?
Come on, man.
Yes, I put it in the private chat.
Okay.
Oh, come on, man. Don't be shy. Show us on camera.
Okay.
Pickle B, 1956.
Oh, great. I'm going to be doing this for hours now. Thank you.
You should be a mod. Say something in the chat, please.
Something?
Nah. I'm sorry, I'm talking to just another red shirt.
What's that?
I said say something in chat, please.
Yeah, I have a wrench.
By say he means
Go
right.
Go ahead and put that in the public chat. Why not?
What, the Spirograph?
Yeah.
You're gonna waste everybody's day.
Oh yeah.
Let's see.
Oh my God! So much for productivity today. I'm done.
I shared.
Today?
I've got
Tuesday?
it shared.
Bed
Thank you.
stream,
Check it out.
bed life.
Captain.
No, today's the members stream. Oh well.
Whoa! Oh my
The
God!
members enjoy me just making patterns.
Oh man! Hey, who
Captain.
set this link?
Yes.
I've got it shared on in the background. I think you need to bring it forward.
I put
sent-
the
oh, who
link
sent
in.
this
I
link?
put the link
I mean, I
in
dropped
in the public chat, but
I did that.
Yeah.
just another red shirt's the one who unleashed this upon us.
Okay,
Yes.
screw you, man. This is like, oh, dude,
I was just going to show
Man,
you
this
one.
this is too cool.
Okay. Let me go ahead and get the.
Oh, there's other gears. Holy
Yeah, I know.
Yes, add to home screen. Done. That right there is cool, man. Oh boy.
Oh my God! These are making like, wow, 4 pointers.
And then you go.
Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. No. There it is.
So you can.
Oh my God! It's almost a perfect square. I'm making a perfect square using Spirograph.
I haven't used this in a while, so I'm trying to figure out what I have to do. Okay.
I see
Oh.
it's not mobile friendly yet.
And background.
Now just going back and back and back. Let me just remove it. Go ahead and just go to the. You're on a mobile device.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Well, it says it's not mobile friendly yet.
Yeah, I'm on my computer. I just can't figure out how to get it to move.
Okay.
You move the mouse around.
Yeah. If I can
It
click
follows
there.
your mouse pointer.
There it goes. There it goes.
You people and your computers.
If you can share this up, Captain.
Yeah, it's up, but it's
okay.
going back. Get back.
Okay, I see it. Yep, I see it now. See, it just keep going around, holding. You got to hold the button down, and you keep going, and it goes.
Pen.
Oh, you can change the background color.
Yep. Almost there. A couple more passes.
Here, I'll show you.
And there. So that's that. And then you can pick up and move. I have to find that, but you've got the basic idea with that right there. And you can just change rings. You can change gears. I don't know if rings. You can change. Yeah, there's a ring. Yeah, there's 2 rings.
Or whatever.
Change
There's
everything.
one down there. But yeah, you've got all the different sizes, and you can do different colors. And much
So for
easier to get it.
reference, here's a lighter. Here's the little one that I have. That it's just a little tiny, but it has all the little gears and pens and stuff. But that's not an official Spirograph. It's a knockoff, but it's cool because it's that small. You know?
Wow.
Travel.
I like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty neat.
I made a flower.
So that's a time waster.
Oh no, that's the technology that will save the Koroga Air Force. People will finally be able to land. No more joysticks. From now on, they're using only mouses.
It's funny using. I guess I don't remember what programming language it was. It must have been Logo back in the day. A buddy of mine who actually ended up working in computers, created a random line generator, and it was just like that scene from The Office where you're looking for the screensaver on the monitor to hit the perfect corner, and it never does, and you just watch it. I mean, I guess other things were involved too, but you just watch this vector just go and go and go, and it's like, when's it going to hit a corner? Oh, no. But yeah,
And for those of you who are using mobile and interested in using that in an app form, it's not available yet, but you can go to this website and sign up to be notified when it is available.
Yep.
So now, not only can you waste time on your computer, soon you'll be able to waste time on your phone.
And you can waste time waiting for it to be available.
True. Oh, yes.
It's still cool.
Eastland Burkholder says, I like the Pike screensaver. I did too, actually. Of course.
You know that the old flying through space one was just flying toasters they had, but they had the one that looked like just flying through space. Come on, that was just awesome for what it was back when it was.
Yosef, you need to post that to your work website.
You need to have the MCP have it called up on every terminal when everybody logs on.
Oh, yes.
Salk. Hello, PJ.
And let's see here. Good morning, Orville Nation. What's going on? if you want to waste your time, we have a. In fact, I'll put it back in the chat because what the hell.
It's actually a lot of fun. I mean, that's really neat.
Oh, yes.
Okay, enough of that now.
Got it. There we go. And first of all, in fact, I'm going to do so much as to, let's see here where to go. First of all, let me send out the link. Oh, no. First of all, I'm going to put it. Oh, it's already backstage. I don't have to worry about that. Copy the link. I'll put the link in the chat. Yosef has, okay, Eastwood Burkholder says Yosef has videos on his YouTube, or am I misremembering? Yes, you are misremembering because Yosef has no offensive content because he has zero content. Now, what he should be doing is using his cell phone and recording his cats or dogs.
Yeah, you're right. Cat and dog videos always do well. And while Joseph has no offensive content, I think it should be acknowledged he does have offensive intent. And that's, hard to
that is quite agreed.
And knowing is half the battle. Yo, Joe.
Yeah, Joe.
And yes, Orville Nation, people can waste hours on that spirograph.
Although, I think I have to take issue with Yosef claiming he has no offensive content. I think he does now.
Why?
Just his avatar is offensive.
How is it offensive?
I'm offended.
By what?
By him having a hot wife, and I don't.
Okay.
That's your problem, not his.
I take offense in
That's what the whole point of offensive. It's the problem of the person who's offended. It's not the problem of the person doing the offending. There's nothing different about that.
Well, Bird of Prey, you can resolve that problem. Hot wife.
I'm offended. So Joseph can no longer say he has no offensive content.
There is an old Klingon tradition. It's not called that much these days, but it's called rape and plunder.
Jesus Christ!
You can't get a wife that way.
Oh my God! Okay.
No, that doesn't make them your wife.
Let me go back here and okay. You have earned yourself a timeout. And I got tired.
Gone.
And I got tired of hearing the wind blowing anyhow. Oh, okay.
Pretty sure that was the wind going through his ears.
I didn't say where the wind was blowing from. I said I got tired of hearing the wind blowing.
I like it when the wind cries Mary. No Hendrix fans?
What?
It also screams Mary too.
What?
Honestly, I have no idea.
I'm glad I'm not
the Jimi Hendrix song.
What about
Mary? That was the reference. But
I know. Not exactly a Jimi Hendrix fan. It's
okay.
Nothing wrong with it. And, let's see here. Let me go ahead and update the description to that.
I don't know that song. I know other songs from him.
And let's see here. Let's go with this. And no, I don't want to do that. I want to edit that, please. There we go. Over.
I got a question for anybody who's interested. Captain Trek's show is called Morning Brew.
Correct.
brew as in coffee for most people. But what is your fuel of choice? What is your drink in the morning to get you going, guys? Is it like just a coffee? And if so, what is it? What kind of coffee?
Yeah.
Well,
But there's beer in the photo.
That's right.
And rum.
So, like I
Beer,
said,
there's
any
rum,
fuel gets you
there's
going.
tea,
Tea.
there's also Coke.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Because
Nerd Coke.
Yes.
We have a new Mexican restaurant that just opened a couple of days ago in my town, which is
New
now
Mexican?
Pardon?
What type of food do they serve in New Mexico?
Oh, no. A new Mexican restaurant. It used to be a cafe.
I'm sorry, I understood what you meant. So
all right.
He was just being a smartass. Yes.
Too early in the morning. I haven't finished a cup of coffee yet. So we got this restaurant, and obviously they still need some work. They got it open to try and start getting some income, and They have very good food. But one of the beverages they offer on their menu, I mean, aside from sweet or non-sweet tea, which of course in Texas is ubiquitous, is Mexican Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And
because it's made with
that's
sugar.
even a thing here in New York. We have Mexican
It's actually
Coke on
made with
menus.
sugar instead of like corn
syrup.
Corn syrup.
Oh,
yeah.
And I had a sip off of my wife's Coke, and I thought, that is what I'm having with any meal there from now on. I can get iced tea anywhere.
Yep.
But
we sell it. We sell it at the store too. It's actually does taste different, doesn't it?
Yes, it took me right back to my childhood on a boardwalk at Virginia Beach or in the Jersey Shore, and getting a Coca-Cola in a glass bottle and with a 5-cent deposit, and that just was like, yeah, this is why I liked Coca-Cola as a kid, and why I haven't drunk it as an adult for years.
I gotta admit, I got hooked on that Coke Zero. I drank Coke like water. I was notorious for it. When I drink coffee, it was black with 2 sugars. My friends used to joke that's his hot Coke. Like I'd have Coke with breakfast, lunch, dinner. I love Coca-Cola, but it was killing me. All this bloody sugar. I didn't want to become diabetic. I was getting fat. I cut sugar out, and I dropped 40 pounds in a summer.
Yeah,
it was the best thing I've ever done. Now I'm saying this right now, sitting here with a coffee that has 2 10% creams and maybe 2.5 sugars in.
Yeah, I when I started drinking coffee back in college, it was black, no sugar, because I knew if I started putting sugar in my coffee, I would never be able to control my weight. And I've gotten very fond of Sumatra dark roast, which is
you like the Sumatra? Do you grind it yourself, or do you buy it ground?
I buy it ground in K-cups for the convenience. But when we had a coffee maker that had a grinder on it, and that company finally stopped making the swing over basket, and they all now have the grinder and the reservoir of beans sitting directly above the coffee pot. The problem is the steam from making the coffee goes into the chute that feeds the basket and gums up the ground coffee that wasn't dispensed. So you have to basically take them apart and clean them once a week. So I switched to the K-cups because of that.
Yeah, I was given a Tassimo machine. I don't know if that's popular in the States or not. I think it's German, in spite of the name, because it's by Bosch, the tool makers.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's a good little machine, reliable. I never had one for 40 years, and then this was given to me, and now it's my go-to. I never thought I'd rely on little plastic cups to make my coffee, but funny, where I am.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they work. I still, when I come home in the morning, I race home so I can say goodbye to the wife. Well, she's about to go to work, but I always make her coffee, but we just use the drip filter.
Right.
I mean, we have other devices to make coffee. I mean, she's got one of those little pressure, the little ones that look like a miniature blender that's silver.
Right.
Like the high pressure, and we don't bother
French
with it.
press?
You know, yeah, well, we do have that. We have a couple of those. But I just use the drip and it works fine and it tastes good. The trick of it is because she swore that I make it better than she does, and the trick is you don't just dump the water in it. You have to pour it in slowly and make sure it gets on all the grounds, and do it a little by little. If you just pour water over it, yeah, that's mostly what you're gonna get.
Yeah.
And yeah, I know how to make the coffee. One thing I can do. She makes the food, makes a 4-course dinner. I make a cup of coffee as compensation. That's fair.
Eastland Burkholder says, I love the old Mr. Coffees. Some of the modern coffee makers do not get very hot. Yeah, there are Keurigs where you can dial in the brewing temperature, which I love.
Oh, wow.
The one we have now does not do that, but it has a side station to make whipped milk for cappuccino, which my wife loves. So we compromised to get that. And I'm not sure it is hot enough. I would rather it be about 4 degrees hotter.
Is it a steamer or a whipper? Because I've seen the steamers, but I've never seen one that whips milk.
It works like in a chem lab when you drop a magnet inside a beaker, and there's a spinning magnet underneath the heating plate, and it spins the magnet inside the container of liquid and stirs it. So it froths the milk that way by agitating it. It's like a little blender.
Huh.
So it spins it up and agitates it, and then you just have to make sure you don't dump the magnet into your coffee.
Do you know what I do for the same, or not the same, but a similar effect is we get half and half in those. It's not a half gallon, I guess it's a quart. And if you shake the heck out of that and to pour that on top of a coffee, it has the same effect as being a nice froth.
Yep.
True. And I do want to address something. Love Shack, you say you're tired of censorship. The only reason I stop you from talking is you go off topic. Now, if we're changing topics and you want to suggest a topic, that's fine. Make it a reasonable one. I will accommodate. But when you interrupt a conversation and start inserting these weird things, yeah, my channel, my rules. So, yeah. Just like YouTube itself, there is censorship. Now, as soon as you start paying me to be able to talk how you say, that's fine. I'll give you my PayPal. I am not going to say that I'm not for sale. I can be bought. The price is high, but I can be bought.
Oh yeah. Oh, I mean, no, I get letters all the time saying we're interested in buying your house. I'm like, fine, give me $3 million, it's yours. Done. No problem at all.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, we weren't thinking 3 million. We were no, I said 3 million. Conversation's over.
Yep.
You said you were interested. That's what it costs. You know, in a couple of decades, who knows? It might be worth 3 million. The property, at least, not the house, obviously. So, consider it an investment.
Once you seed the backyard with gold.
There was somebody that have only one physical defect, Captain, in order to be bought. You're not a woman.
Okay, goodbye, Love Shack.
Goodbye.
I'm sorry, but no, you're not adding to the conversation today. I'm sorry. I like him. Don't get me wrong. I do, but there are days it's just not worth it.
But damn, Captain, he had a point.
That I'm not a woman? Yes, that's correct.
That's about the only one that he's made, but
He is correct. I am not a woman. That is.
I didn't think that we were having a quandary about that.
Never once did I suspect otherwise. But
I don't think any of us did. But
No.
he confirmed what we all believed. So there's that.
There's an animation of you, Captain, on your channel, I believe it is.
Yes.
That was drawn. Who is the same person that did?
Yetzel Lemons did that as well.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
The eagle thing. Everything else, I have a couple of intros. Those were done using a whatever program, but except for the intro to my live streams. Now that was again Yetzel Lemons. So
Yetzel does some cool artwork.
Is that the animation you showed earlier?
Yes.
Right.
He's been doing that with his artwork lately. Where he'll show the progress of what was created. He'll do shots of it along the way, and it absolutely looks wonderful.
Doesn't he use a tablet to do this art?
I don't know exactly. I believe so.
I think he does because because he has like one of these tablets that is really precise with the different styluses. I think that
like
because Rosetta, I've seen her just draw physically, just regular. But yeah, I think he uses a tablet. I think I remember seeing him doing, as you were saying, Captain, about like showing it, like bit by bit.
Yeah, I watch
cool
a couple
stuff.
of YouTubers that are artists, and they some of these guys have those like professional drawing tablets, which they can lay on their lap, sort of thing. They're like 3 times the size of a regular tablet, and incredible, like how they can just enlarge a picture and work the detail in and stuff. Where they're saying, this would take hours before, but now it's so much easier. It's incredible what they can do. Gifted people, talented people like that can do.
Yeah. Offered on for my dogs less than the value of the spare parts. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing when you're doing it as like my truck, the spare parts, my old truck would have been worth in spare parts several $1,000s, but I got $500 for it as a whole because it wasn't running. And I knew that they were just going to put it on a flatbed and take it and strip it down and sell all the parts. No problem. I don't care. I didn't work. And for the cost to me to repair it was going to be like $2,000. So
sounds like
I donated it. Well, I donated it for a tax break that I didn't get because it came up at $499.99, and I would get a tax break at over $500.
Really?
So,
like you went through a charitable organization for that, and they didn't know that?
No, they knew it. I'm sure they knew it. I don't know if they cared, but you know what? Bottom line is, it didn't cost me any money to have it shipped out of here.
True.
So
yeah.
And I got the eyesore and the pain in the fear of, oh my God, how am I going to deal with this broken vehicle is gone. So that was fine.
Okay, I want to address something that Love Shack said, and I want both the panel and the chat's opinion. He seems to be of the impression, and I'm going to read it exactly as he says. Captain Trek would show improvement. It would improve viewership and subscription rates by a lot if he was a hot, centerfold playmate on camera. It's just the human way. Well, yeah, but I'm not.
Actually, I disagree.
Could hire somebody, maybe.
But I disagree.
It's like
there's a ton of channels that do that now. Half of the video game and anime reviewers, do that now. And I don't watch them. I come here because
but other people watch them.
Well, other people, hooray for other people. But other people often, that's what they want to do is, oh, wow, boobies. How interesting. Really?
With respect, if I think you're ignoring the underlying question in the unspoken question in his thing, and that is, Captain Trek, would you be willing to learn to become a hot centerfold playmate model?
Hell no.
No?
Hell no.
Do bikini try-ons or stuff like that for us?
First of all, I would need several operations, and no. No.
Well, they do make...
Just the waxing alone is a deterrent, I'm afraid.
What about those?
There's always a chance that when you go into your operation. Sorry.
Oh my God, Bird!
Just saying, there's always a chance.
Always
I get the paperwork mistaken for the wrong person that day, and
I think the elephant in the room is that you could make that change, Captain, or at least put a different icon up. But you might get a larger audience. But I think what's not being recognized is it would be a substantially different character of audience.
This is true.
Yeah, precisely.
I'm okay. There are a few people I know who have a female icon who are male, and no, thank you. That's not me. I could probably use one of those. Go ahead.
I don't use privilege very often.
I could probably go to one of those websites and have whatever they do that makes it look like it changed from a male to female. I'm just afraid to look even uglier than I am male.
Well, you've also got a brand to keep in mind. Right now,
what the hell is that?
Sounds like a bicycle brake.
Hurting a
my chair.
Sounds like a small animal being tortured.
I was thinking it was like, somebody turning a, using a wrench on something.
Oh, it's my chair. The wheels are dusty.
Oh.
Okay. Here's what you do. You take it outside. You put a little WD-40 on there. You let it sit for a little bit.
No. It's plastic.
Can't take it outside. We're on the 12th floor of an apartment.
They do have... Specifically, they do have like a WD-40 or that type of substance for plastic.
WD-40 won't do anything wrong with plastic.
No. Transmission fluid is great too. Just a couple of drops, you'd be amazed how long it
I've got a stupid cat.
Actually, Tri-Flow is my favorite when it comes to things. I mean, WD-40 works great, but Tri-Flow is great as a lubricant. The WD stands for water displacement, which is what it's designed to do.
Yeah,
which
correct.
Helps it lubricate.
Well, that's great.
But it is not liquid. It is not liquid wrench, which is something people confuse it with. You can't just spray WD-40 on a rusted bolt and expect it to work. Liquid wrench is a penetrant.
Penetrants don't work.
The 3-in-1 household oil that comes in a little squeeze can with a narrow tip. You can use that on door hinges and almost anything. I wouldn't put it in a car lock. You need graphite for that.
Yes. Oh, and you don't want to mix the two. If you're using dry graphite, you definitely want to make sure you have never used WD-40 or anything else. And you tell everybody that might do it too. That includes that stuff to unfreeze your lock.
Yeah, that's alcohol.
You don't want to spray
usually.
Yeah, but you don't. Yeah, but you don't want to spray anything into powdered graphite.
Yeah, because
it'll just become a soup.
Well, when you mix an oil and a solid gritty material, you get what's called polishing compound.
Yep.
A lapping compound.
Right.
Which also works really well if you have foggy headlights.
Yep. They'll polish them up very nicely.
Yep.
T-Space works better.
JP, I've noticed you changed your avatar like 6 times in the last 15 minutes. I'm wondering why you've chosen a constipated-looking Thomas the Tank Engine, or is he pissed off?
That's like the best expression he's got on his face at the.
He's upset.
Constipation.
The little engine that might.
Trying to push those engineers out of them at the back.
Exactly. Hey, toss me your lighter. Mine's dead.
Can you catch it? Here.
If that means we're not going to roll your chair, then
Exactly.
That would be Eastern Barkholder brings up an interesting point. Excuse me.
Go away, cat.
That there could be trans people in future Trek. Modern medicine would make that obsolete. I would think that there would not be an issue if they can turn shit into anything. Why would having a simple operation like that be?
Trans people, females in disguise.
Oh, God.
Dude looks like a lady.
It had to be mentioned,
Hey, sure. This
God.
dude looks 80.
Yeah, well, this stream's gonna have to be private.
Sorry, Cap.
Yes, otherwise there are gonna be people that are marking it for hate speech or something.
Oh, I'm sure.
No, no, man. That was out of just pure love, man.
Oh, I know. I just. Oh God, there are people that are just so dumb.
That's all right. I'm sure I made somebody's list before.
Well, there's people...
Oh, I don't honestly care. I'll fight it if it does, and then I'll make it private. It's like, yeah, screw y'all. I'll get some watch time out of it that way, at least. If I could,
Stupid cat.
What you got there? Red shirt, son of a red shirt.
Is that just
thing? They only let me see 2 avatars.
I don't. No, I'm not going to delete your comment, Eastman Workholder. I like your comment, by the way. I don't, as I said, it was not done in a hateful, spiteful, mean way. And if anybody's offended by it, well, I'll be blunt. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
First of all, this channel is not marked for people under 18. So, yeah. So kids should not be listening. Number 2, it's my channel. If you don't like my content, don't watch it. So yeah, there are going to be things that are offensive on here. I'm not necessarily trying to be offensive. It's just that's life. People get offended by the dumbest shit possible nowadays.
Well, that's what Bird mentioned that the perceived offense is by the offendee.
Yes.
The person being offended.
Correct.
Now, even if you might not agree, and many of us don't, with offensive statements, it's the receiver of the statement that's being offended, saying that's offensive. I'm offended by many things, and I acknowledge that that's because of my own personal values. And whoever is saying such things might have different values, might be perfectly normal the way they were brought up, just not the way that I'm used to it. And I find it maybe more culturally offensive for on a mass scale. More people
Right.
might find that offensive, and maybe I fall into that category. But I'm not saying I'm to blame for being offended, but that's what offense is. It's the person hearing it. It's not if somebody's being personal, like that one person said that thing about me that
Right.
offended me personally. But
See,
that was a
that-
personal attack. That's
Right.
different.
I was going to say that's to me there's a difference. If somebody is saying something knowing they're going to offend you, that's wrong.
Well, I don't think they knew that was going to offend me as
Well,
much as it
no.
did.
Right. But obviously from the sounds of it, they knew it would trigger you somehow, or they might not have said it. But
I think they were just pissed off, and I was the last one to make a comment, and
you got the
my name. Yeah, but that was still grossly offensive.
And
let's not rehash it anymore. I'm done with it. It's cool. I remember it. Don't long memory when it comes to that, but I don't have to go over it. It's all good.
But see here, the thing okay, how do I say this? If I go ahead and I say something, personal, if I, say something to you personally, blah, blah, blah. Okay, that's one thing. If I'm making a comment in a live stream that somebody is not a part of and they're offended by it, it's not intentional. And, okay, fine. Don't watch. It's not that difficult. Or make a comment about it. It can be.
Oh, I made a comment about it. I mean, it was on your screen. You were there, man. I went off. That was
yeah.
Nah.
That one, and that one has been resolved and will not happen again.
Yeah.
But let's see here. We have.
And for anybody listening, it wasn't that interesting, so don't worry about it.
No, it wasn't interesting at all. Well, at the moment, it was kind of interesting, and then it just.
Hey, CCTV can take my spot.
Mr. CCTV, what's going on? What do you mean?
Guten Morgen, mein Herr.
CCTV. How goes
your day, everybody
doing?
Huh?
Good.
On a lovely Tuesday morning.
Yeah, I'm going to bed.
Go to bed, JPs. Have a good night.
So.
Good night, man.
Night, JPs.
Sleep well.
Sleep well.
I will. And for everybody else.
Oh,
thank you. I do love that sound.
Tinnitus.
Yay. JPs.
I'll fix it later.
And that's meant to be offensive, JPs. Go fuck yourself.
If I could, I'd never leave the apartment.
Oh my God. Okay. Oh. Oh my God, I hate that chair.
I'm doing hash browns today, everybody.
Awesome. And
you inspired me, CCDV. I actually thought of doing a cooking video thing because there's something that I was planning on cooking today for lunch that is quite easy that anybody can make. It's called, it's called, all right. It was from a restaurant.
A ham sandwich?
No. They called it chicken Alamo, but I call it bacon Alamo because instead of chicken, I use bacon.
Okay.
So what it is it's spaghetti, just al dente spaghetti, a spice called Arizona Dreamin', which is unique in itself. It's it's kind of a seasonal, but it has a distinct flavor. So that, a bunch of mozzarella or cheese, maybe some provolone as well. And so you put the spaghetti, the cheese, you mix it all together with this spice, and you bake it. So the cheese melts real nice. Pour some, and with bacon or chicken or whatever you want on. You can do salmon, but I would add the salmon after you bake it. And then you put ranch dressing on it. I know it sounds funny, but it's awesome. It's like, how white pizza is. It's like white spaghetti almost. Tastes great. It's really something else. And I'll find it. I have a photo of another one.
So bacon and ranch spaghetti noodles.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. Well, but with fresh chopped tomatoes, obviously after it's out of the oven.
Obviously.
Unless you like stewed tomato. But
that would really change the texture and taste of that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But so something like that with a piece of garlic bread, or if you garlic knots. I don't know if you buy the frozen crap or not. I usually just take a piece of bread and add garlic, salt, and butter to it, and make garlic bread, and usually melt a piece of provolone on it. Garlic bread with cheese.
Let's see here. Let's add another.
But it's a fun meal. It's not hard to make. You do end up with a few dishes, after the not too many. It's not that bad.
Well, no, that could be done as a one-pot meal.
Well, you boil the spaghetti, and the rest of it is on a plate. I mean, as long as your plate's oven safe, like your typical IKEA plate should be fine. That's what I use, and I just put a pan on it in case anything drips. But just bake it in the oven for a little while until it browns on the top. But you don't want those noodles to get too hard. And then, yum. But if you do make the dish, have a cot nearby. Because that's that.
Cot?
This is a cot. Yes. This is not something you eat and then go to work. This is something you eat and then just pass out. It's brilliant. It's brilliant, awesome, like comfort food.
I think you might be eating too many noodles there, brother.
No. I know how to measure. I know how to measure the noodles. But no, it's just so heavy because it's like, especially if you're adding any kind of meat. But you've got your pasta loaded with cheese. Got to have a lot of cheese. That's the thing. A lot of cheese, and then you're
naturally
adding ranch, and then bacon, of course. Bacon, ranch, but bacon, and we make our own ranch. We don't make it. We use packets.
You use the packet and the mayonnaise. Yeah.
But what we don't do, we actually found a recipe for Italian dressing. So we don't buy packets anymore. We make it. Never mind. I thought she wrote down what spices were in it. 2 tablespoons of this, 1/4 cup of vinegar, 2/3 oil. So it's basically the same thing that goes in the it's not called a decanter, whatever it's called, the salad dressing thing that has the measurements on it. You buy them at a grocery store. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of their measurements, but she did research and we found our own spice mix, and it tastes just like the packets. And it costs nothing. When you have the spices in bulk, because you use them to cook anyway, it's free.
Correct. Well, you should use them to cook. Yes.
Well, yeah. Well, you know what I mean. But we have a whole drawer of spices, and in our little cabinet, we have even more. And then there's the spice cabinet on its own. Lots of different shit. I don't know what half of it is. And when she says, "Get me the, such and such," I'm like, "All right, what if coriander? What does it look like?" She says, "Well, it says it's in a bag that says coriander on it." I'm like, "All right, where?" In the spice drawer. Okay, is it in the bottom, the top, left, the right? Is it in the spice drawer? Is it in the pantry, or is it in the spice cabinet? A lot of spices.
Now, what were you starting to say, Mr. CCDV?
Oh, I have no idea. What was I going to say?
You were talking about a spice. You started to say mar something.
Oh, marjoram. Yeah, it's an
Yes.
Italian spice, or what people consider an Italian spice.
Right.
It's just a leafy green.
Right. Not to be confused with margarine, which is a fake butter.
That's what I thought you said.
Yeah, margarine is hydrolyzed oil. You don't want that.
That's garbage.
No.
That's garbage. And that's one of the things I am snooty about. It's got to be butter, real butter, not the garbage that they sell. You might as well be eating a replicated apple.
Butter.
Butter.
Arcade.
Seriously, if I want, Paquet. Actually, margarine used to taste better than it does now.
This is true. This is true.
However, at the same time, if I wanted to cook with oil, I just use oil. Thank you very much.
Yes. I would personally rather use oil, not the hydrogenated version of it.
Correct. Yeah. I know it looks like butter. It spreads easier than butter, but it's not butter.
It's not butter.
No.
It's just oil that's been aerated with hydrogen. You don't want that.
No.
Well, we got this thing it's basically a little knife, like a butter knife, but it has little holes cut in it and a little blade at the top, so you can shave. Basically, you can take butter that's rock hard out of the fridge, even if it's next to the cooling element, and still get nice, like thin, melty bits that absorb really easily. Instead of, I mean, I know you can, do it Goodfellas style with a razor blade and cut it, so where you can see through it, or you can just
garlic will find the pan.
No, I don't want. No, I mean, okay. Let me put it to you this way: if I were in a restaurant that was very expensive, then yes, I would want the razor thin. Obviously, a razor being used. At home, I don't give a flying flip about it. I'm not doing it for presentation.
The thing going back to using butter versus margarine, it's like when you're cooking at home, what you're not getting in a lot of is the process, the preservatives and things like that. If you're sourcing your own stuff, you're looking at when you go to a restaurant. It seems to me the last several times I've been out to, not out, but gotten carry out. And okay, not counting the Americanized Chinese food, because that's just a butter bomb. I mean, a salt bomb. That's a salt lick waiting to happen. But like KFC, we had a salt hangover. We had a one piece meal.
Yeah.
Just comes with a biscuit, and what we both woke up the next morning, and Rachel says to me, she's like, "Did we drink last night?" No. Do you feel like shit? Yeah. And it's like it's a massive amount of salt and the massive amount of preservatives that are in the food when you're cooking at home, and you don't have to use a dietary supplement replacement butter because you think that it's going to be better for you if you if you eat in moderation, of course. And I still say that use the real deal, but use it carefully. Don't sit there and go. You don't go home and make yourself the dough and cook a whole pizza and then just eat the whole pizza yourself in one sitting, because you're going to feel that way anyway.
Of course I do.
No, okay, I am speaking for myself.
Well, okay. Let me put it to you this way: you can also make it so that it is intended to be one pizza for yourself.
Yes.
That is true, yes.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a 15-foot pizza. Just because you have a 15-foot oven doesn't mean it has to be a 15-foot pizza.
I mean, yes, I have cheated. I'll put it that way. I have used biscuits. I had nothing else to make. I didn't have the ingredients. I was going to make a pizza. So I cheated. I used biscuits. I spread them out and made little pizzas. And
there's nothing wrong with that.
And
no, that's awesome. That's not cheating. That's brilliant. You know?
Yeah, sure. It's no different than the little bagel bite pizzas. You must have seen those if you haven't had them. Those frozen bags of pizzas where they're mini bagels cut in half, sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, you go with
I
what works.
I remember those.
I just, got out the rolling pin, a little bit of flour, of course, and rolled them out, made little pizzas. Was cooking for my parents, and we had dinner.
There you go. That's a win-win right there.
Yeah. Did you like it?
Oh, absolutely. It went over well. So
how long ago was this?
That was, let's see here, 3 years ago, actually. Okay. This was prior to my surgery. Yay. Which I need another operation, but we're not going into that one today. God. Let's see here.
Are we done with pizza?
Yes, we're done with pizza.
For now.
For now. Ooh. Oh, Eastland Burkholder, I'm gonna smack you right now. I just real. I gotta find the chat. It jumped on me. Where'd it go? Damn it. Because she makes so many comments. Real butter.
Yeah, she made a good point with the MSG too. A lot of times when you go and things you don't expect.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go. Let's see here. Where does it? It's something about. God damn son of a bitch. Because it was before that. I'm looking for the mac and cheese thing. That's all I remember.
Here, I'm gonna temporarily change my avatar to Bacon Alamo.
But absolutely, I love real.
The elbow noodles with the bechamel sauce. Mm.
No, that's the Alamo that I was telling you about. That's the spaghetti with the cheese and a ranch and tomatoes on top. Yeah. No, I didn't just make that. That'll take too long. I'm busy right now. I got to drink my wine. I just got off work, remember?
That's right. Don't interrupt a man while he's drinking his wine.
Drink, CCDV.
I actually am drinking coffee this morning.
Poser.
Fair enough. You
know,
do see that I don't have the drunken philosopher as my avatar right now, right?
Ah, okay. Well, now that you've seen it, I can get rid of that.
So,
steamed carrots and broccoli, eh, Joseph? It's pretty easy, actually. Just remember to use salt water.
What happened to Cap?
Oh, he probably had to restart his computer. He'll be right back.
Overheating. You know what showed up on a streaming service I used was, have any of you guys seen Farscape?
Oh, yeah.
The TV show Farscape, right? I don't know of a movie called
We were
Farscape.
talking about the theme song the other day, how easy it is to sing along with. Oh,
Yep.
See, perfect pitch. Oh, it's a great show, though.
Yeah, no, it's solid, and I'm just getting ready to start watching it from the beginning. I've seen the whole thing, including that movie they had to try to tie it up.
Right.
I recall at the time when it was being broadcast, because I was a fan when it was running live, that the Sci-Fi Channel had that in Stargate SG-1, and they couldn't really support both, so they let Farscape go. But then they gave it a finish-off movie, The Peacekeeper Wars. It was a good series, solid series.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But again, it's something that it's hard to, like. I tried to get my wife into it. She loves Star Trek, not like I do. In fact, I must say that she probably thinks that I'm quite weird the way I watch Star Trek constantly. But
right.
She couldn't get into it because it was kind of you really had to commit to it. But she loves The Expanse, which you definitely have to commit to in order to like get to know the characters and everything. But she was like, this is like a kind of a weird, and don't get me wrong, loves Jim Henson stuff, right?
I was going to bring that up.
I don't understand what they're doing. No, it wasn't that. It's like, I don't know, not her thing. Which that's fine. That's fine. I didn't press the issue. Yeah. She also does not want to watch, Holy Grail or Life of Brian every single time that it's on, which I find bizarre.
Yeah. Inconceivable.
Inconceivable. Why do you keep using that word? I don't think it means
I don't
what
think
you
that
think
word
it means.
for me. I do that a lot when somebody says, nah, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's like, you keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Sure. I guess we've all that being fans of the genre and stuff, or even not. Like if Casablanca's on, boom, I won't change the channel. I love that movie so much. I've seen it a dozen times from start to finish, and I've seen it maybe 30 times coming in halfway. Or Lawrence of Arabia, another movie that I just love. I love the cinematography.
I remember you mentioning Casablanca and thought, wow, yeah, absolutely, 100%. And I was going to mention Lawrence of Arabia too, because we were talking about like long movies, and a couple of days ago, and you kept mentioning Casablanca, and I was like, damn right, real classic. And Lawrence of Arabia, I have the cloth bound DVD cover edition.
Do you?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love that movie. It's just something else. And there are parts that there's one part where they're talking in a cave that's, it's not action packed, but like trying to understand the character, and then reading the book too. Because I remember reading Lord Jim, I think it was like 7th grade, and they're like, okay, what books do you have? And it's like, okay, well, I've got Lord Jim and Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. She's like, well, why don't you start with Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? It's like, well, I'm already 13 chapters into Lord Jim. How many chapters does it have? It's like 87. It was like one of those epic. It was like War and Peace. It's like, no, why don't you not do that for your book report? Do something else. Yeah. No, I'm serious. It'll be done by college.
It'll be your dissertation. Handed in for your final mark. That's a huge series of books. That is, as a kid, I read a lot of those Star Trek books. But I've kind of left my love of literature and science fiction behind, and I regret that. I really got to get back into that. Is anybody reading anything right now in particular of interest?
Yes.
Sorry about that, everyone. Go ahead. Please what you're talking about.
I'm reading a space opera type, large scale thing in multiple books, and the first book is called Columbus Day because that's the day on which the aliens invaded Earth.
That's a good series. I love that one.
Yeah, Jake D is a YouTuber that gave me my first wrench, and He asked on Discord a couple of weeks ago if anybody was interested in reading it and talking about it, and I was the only one who had my hand up, so I guess it's him and me. I'm about a quarter of the way through the first book, trying to find time to read it, and he's, I think, on book 8. So I got a lot of catching up to do.
And I'm sorry, what's the name of the series?
Skippy the Beer Can, right? That's
I'm trying to remember the series name. It's on my phone, but I don't have my phone with me here. I got that charging in the living room.
Yeah, I'm looking it up right now.
Okay.
That is the one with Skippy the Beer Can, though, right?
Skippy the
Columbus
Beer
Day. The Columbus Day series.
No, Columbus Day is the first book in the series.
Right.
It's hang on one second. I'll be right back.
Go for it.
I'll go get it and find it and tell you.
Can I just throw in a plug for a decent read real quick of science fiction, which is Evolution by Adega Outlaw?
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Absolutely amazing. That and Echoes of Nor. And he does a full unabridged reading of it. And it's really something else. I mean, he's created an entirely different universe. And it's not hard to get into to understand what's going on and stuff like that. It's quite good. So that's a recommendation. And I bought he basically offered me a book, and I was like, no, I'm going to buy it through Amazon just to help him out, and for a while it was rated quite high in science fiction on Amazon.
Yeah.
But really good writing, and I have to his audio delivery when he's reading it it's I don't know, soothing is what I want to say. He has a great voice for
yes, he does
for reading it. So
Eastland Bruckholder wants everybody to reread Robert Heinlein.
Oh yeah, I'll second that.
He recommends Friday as the first book you read. I would recommend Glory Road personally, but Friday's a good one too.
Yeah, I would agree with either of them.
I like Glory Road because because there's a lot of naked people in it.
As long as you're not confusing it with The Road.
Yeah, no, not The Road.
No.
It's an it. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say Glory Road is one of my absolute all-time favorites. Yep. A young guy, 19, 20 something I guess he's 22-ish. Anyway, comes out of the jungles of Vietnam and gets recruited to go on an adventure with Star and Rufo, and they go and kill dragons and bed wenches and eventually save the 20 universes, and it's just fantastic. I love it.
Typical day at the office, man. Come on.
Yeah.
And the first part of the book reads like a fantasy, sword and sorcery fantasy. But as you get into the second part of the book, you start to suspect that I hear Arthur C. Clarke in my ears saying, any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic.
Yes. And they actually talk about that in Glory Road, especially with the collapsible trunk that they carry around as a backpack.
Right. And so, you start out thinking you're reading a fantasy novel, and it turns into a science fiction novel halfway through. It's really cool.
Or a soda bottle from The Gods Must Be Crazy. Do you remember that?
I used to watch The Gods Must Be Crazy a lot.
Throw a soda bottle out of the side of your little airplane, and it becomes like the most amazing thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I found it.
Craig Allenson, the Expeditionary Force novels.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I'll write it down.
Yep. The first novel of which is called Columbus Day.
Correct.
Now, if you are a grammar and punctuation Nazi, this book will make your head hurt.
Hey,
Because
the main
it's-
character's from Boston. You got to give him some. Leeway there.
Well, it's written and punctuated like Ernest Hemingway's stream of consciousness paragraphs that were one sentence.
Yeah, and a lot like The Moon is a Harsh Mistress. If you can get past the punctuation and spelling in The Moon is a Harsh Mistress, you can read Craig Ellenson.
Exactly. But that's fair warning. It's I don't know. My take on it is, and I'm going to have to explain this when I talk about it on the stream. It reminds me more of a Heinlein juvenile than anything else.
It does. I think that's why I like the book so much.
Yeah. And then I have to explain to people who aren't really familiar with Have Spacesuit Will Travel and Star Beast and all of the
Red
juvenile
Planet,
series,
yeah.
that he never talked down to his audience. He made the plot simpler, the issues they face, they don't face as many things, and he doesn't bring in as many questions for you to be pondering as you see the characters go through their story and their arcs. So you don't have as much to keep track of. But what you do have to keep track of is a great story. And it was for teenagers. Yeah. I've gone back and reread Heinlein juveniles as well as Heinlein novels. I don't see the juveniles as being, they're not YA.
They're not YA novels. Exactly.
Right. Yeah. And you have to explain that today because people hear juvenile. Oh, that's YA. No, these are not that.
No,
these are written these would be a struggle for some college students today.
Yeah. If you're talking about orbital mechanics in a book that's written for a teenage young man or woman, then it is not a YA. It was specifically written for juveniles. According to Heinlein, but yeah, you're absolutely right. A lot of college students would have trouble with it today.
Yeah.
That and about everything else.
Well,
I'm sorry, man. I work at a university, man. I can attest to exactly what they have trouble with, and that's basic understanding of anything.
Life, the universe, and everything.
I just remember. I remember from Good Will Hunting when the genius student Matt, played by what's his name? Matt Damon says, "Hey, have you read Howard Zinn? It'll blow your mind." And I'm like, "Yeah, right. You want to really get your mind blown, kid? Here, read Moon is a Harsh Mistress by Robert Heinlein. That will blow your mind."
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas blew my mind when I was a kid. I love that book, but it's not sci-fi related in any way, but it just very much takes place in a headscape sort of thing.
Yep.
Very descriptive, very, fleshed out.
It started out as a gonzo journalism piece that he couldn't make work, so he turned it into a novel.
Yeah.
If you like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, read the most coherent book he ever wrote, which is Hell's Angels.
Yeah, Hell's Angels. Didn't they turn that into the movie Hell's Angels Forever?
I don't know if they used his book as the source, but he wrote what I can only describe as a sympathetic description of the Hell's Angels and got stomped for it anyway.
Yeah.
By the Hells Angels?
By the Hell's Angels, yes.
Really? Like they beat him up?
They beat him up. They said it was because he was trying to hit on a member's girlfriend, and he said that it was because he told them that he wasn't going to give them any portion of the royalties. That was never resolved.
Probably a little from column A and a little from column B.
Yeah.
Could very well be.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing is I told Captain about my biker friend who just showed up randomly with his loud ass chopper, parked it on my old friend of mine, so no biggie, but he basically said, look, the guys, they're all right, there's crimes committed, but it's not as just effed up as you think, like Road Warrior, like you see a biker gang coming behind you, they're just going to run you off the road and kill you. But something as simple as going into a bar, and it's not necessarily their bar, and you can say something like, "Hey, what's up, HA?" Your game. Your game. They don't like. Basically, you should nod and look away and move on.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you interact and you don't do it right, it's taken as a challenge.
Yep.
And it has to be, and especially if there's a recruit, because the recruit has to prove himself and is looking for an opportunity. Odds are, I would probably go on to the next bar.
Agreed. All right, let's see here. Let me look at the chat some more. I missed some because I was offline.
Moon is a harsh mistress. Eastland says, Moon is a harsh mistress. Great book.
It is a great book.
So let me ask this. How do I say? You mentioned people who are very strict with grammar. I'll put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I am not that way. I'll put it. I'll be that. There are certain things that I am particular about, but punctuation is not necessarily one of them. And somebody's in the back room. I gotta go check because I was looking in the chat. I actually like looking in the YouTube window, and I don't always pop out the chat.
Are they on the schedule? Had to do it.
I figured you'd leave me back there longer.
No way.
Fluger, up.
Hey guys.
Hey Fluger, how you doing, buddy?
Hope Kronos isn't around. My voice is horrible again this morning.
Yeah,
He was giving me such shit yesterday. Oh, you have a low voice. Well, yeah. Sometimes.
Now we banned Kronos.
No, that would be his dream.
I know.
Yeah, he'd love to see that banner across the screen. You are banned.
Like Klinger and his Section 8.
Yep. Good morning, Joseph Eastland, panelists.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Anything good going on?
For a while.
What'd you say, Bird?
Said I'm back. I was gone for a while.
How was the nap?
Wasn't napping. We're busy here. Ciso Prey accidentally placed an order on my Amazon account, which wouldn't have been the problem, but she also ordered it to my house instead of hers. So
ouch.
Had to get some things sorted.
Obviously, yeah, that would.
Tell her you don't need those kinds of toys.
My God!
You know what? No, it's okay. It's okay.
Wow.
It's not that funny. I was thinking the same thing, actually.
Well,
So
I was thinking underwear or something
Oh,
like that.
okay.
Not like. No, I was thinking like clothes or something.
Hey, maybe that's why sundresses showed up on my past list. Now it makes sense if she's using my account.
Sure.
From time to time.
Sure. That's what the sundresses were. Yeah.
Yeah.
So how is Mama Prey?
Well, she seems okay. She just took Sassy outside.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, I don't know where yesterday I came up with we got to have a story from Mama Prey, and then she comes in onto Bed Life and just drops that bomb on us.
Well, I was actually thinking about it earlier in the day because I knew she'd been wanting to talk to somebody about it besides just me and her sister. So
well, I'm
I was
glad
actually going to ask her to talk about it either way, but I'm glad.
Yes,
it was more organic.
If there is a difference,
right?
I'm happy that we could be there to, help her heal at least a little bit. Hopefully, help her heal a little bit.
I think it helped.
There he is. Morning, NB.
Morning.
Morning, dog.
Hey, Gate. What's up, man?
And Joseph, okay, you're right. There is a difference between that.
Red shirt. Excellent.
You know, it's only taken me 2 months to try to figure out the difference between son of a red shirt and just another red shirt. One's a Canadian, the other one's a Texan. So, but they both live south of me.
The jig is up.
Which one's which?
The same guy.
Just another is the Texan.
Yes.
Yeah, son is the Canadian.
Right.
I'm the token.
Geek.
Hey, CCDV, what you up to?
I think he's muted.
Yeah, he's muted. He's probably away for a moment, which is fine.
He's supposed to be making hash browns anyway. He's supposed to feed all of us.
Go for some hash browns.
I just want to know how he's going to get it to us so that, I want him fresh and hot.
So, Cap, here's something I bought the other day. I wasn't planning on it, but man, I couldn't pass this up. This is just too good class, too much good classic stuff.
Oh God, let me.
Classic monster.
Oh, cool.
Oh, you bought it, yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. Are they all the Universal? Yeah, Universal. I see it now.
Yeah, the Universal collection.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Actually, it wasn't bad. They only wanted like $89 for it.
Right.
Yeah, it's got. Shit, now it's falling apart on me. Yeah, I mean, it's got everything from Dracula to literally, it's got all the Abbott and Costellos in it too.
Oh wow!
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, we've got. I had forgotten that Creature from the Black Lagoon had been made so far later than, say, Dracula.
They used to show that every New Year's Eve here with that host, the horror host that I know. They would play it every night on New Year's Eve, and they would have 3D glasses. You know, those the little throwaway ones, and it never worked. It just looked funny. Great movie though.
Yeah, this thing came with all 30 of them. I was like, damn. It's like, yeah, I'll take it. At this point nowadays, I'm trying to find, some of the stuff we like, man, we got to get physical media copies of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
And then you have to maintain your physical media player. Like I said, I have 3 VHS players. None of them work. And I have stuff recorded that I recorded off TV that I can't even find some of these things, these concerts and stuff that I used to watch late at night on the Arts channel.
Yes.
I cannot even find them. I've searched left and right. I've gone to the artist site. They're that one video is like unavailable because the rights were sold, and it just isn't there. Like it's not out there.
Okay, Joseph, I have a question for you. Last time I made hash, the police was after me.
Oh, that reminds me. I have to get a couple bags of ice.
Please explain.
You're not familiar with what hash is?
Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. I was thinking food, and I wasn't thinking that. Sorry.
You can eat it.
I wouldn't advise it.
I wouldn't either.
I wouldn't advise it.
Supposed to make pretty good brownies, so I've been told.
Yeah. No, it's something that I've been putting off for way too long. I don't want to do it today.
Just one moment. I need to check something.
Need to know if I wonder if my wife's going to go up to the.
Just another red shirt. Please take over for a moment.
All right. So, what else? Any other books? I got a couple came up. I have to admit, I've gotten away from reading.
Philip K. Dick, Eye of Sybil. Excellent book full of, well, that itself is a story, but it's a book of short stories by Philip K. Dick.
Yep.
Excellent. Lots of fun. And I like the short stories because you can just, read one before bed or something like that. You don't have to commit to a whole timeline, and they resolve. Yeah. Well, they kind of resolve.
Yeah. Similar to that for hard science fiction is Larry Niven's my favorite hard science fiction writer. He collected a whole bunch of his short stories involving a given character over the years and stitched them together into a novel where he gave it a beginning and a little narrative from story to story and then resolved it at the end. And he called the novel Crashlander. It's fantastic. Essentially, each of the chapters of Crashlander is a standalone short story that may have been published 40, 50 years ago. And they hold together beautifully. And I really enjoyed it because I'd read several of the short stories and I went and got the book and I was still riveted because now you're following this character. It's not just, here's a 5-page short story to read.
Yeah, Isaac Asimov did that with iRobot. That was a collection of short stories.
Hello, Rosetta.
Hello, Rosetta. Good morning. How are you this morning?
Sleepy. I hate mornings.
I've got 2 new books I need to read. They're both by a writer I really enjoy, Jim Butcher.
Yeah.
So he put out 2 Dresden Files books this year, and I've gotten them both. Just gotta get time to sit down and read them.
They're good, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes,
I got one of them.
Yeah, Jim Butcher is really great writer with Harry Dresden. I've read every Harry Dresden book. Getting into Jim Butcher actually got me into another guy. He's from the UK. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. His name's Simon R. Green.
Oh, yes.
Oh, you know who Simon R. Green is?
Yep.
Red shirt. Oh, wait, we got 2 red shirts here. I got to make sure I talk about which one I'm talking about. Just another red shirt. I tore into just about every Jim Butcher book, or not Jim Butcher, Simon R. Green book. Everything from Drinking Midnight Wine to his Ghost Finder series to his Death Stalker series, his Eddie Drood series, Secret Histories. And what I always found fascinating was you don't realize this, folks, until you start getting into it. Every book he has is somehow connected to the entire universe he created.
Yep. Yeah. Did you see Dark Side series?
Dark Side, that's what I meant to say. Darksider series, yes. I did read the Darksider series.
And then Hawk and Fisher.
Yes, I've read Hawk and Fisher.
Yeah.
And my favorite
I went through all of that.
My favorite character out of all of them is still Eddie Razor, Strink Pup God.
Yes. Dark Side is full. Yeah, Dark Side is full of fascinating characters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they. It's a really, if you guys like a good science fiction fantasy kind of stuff, Simon R. Green has a variety of ways of doing it. You have everything from The Night Side, which is one of the most fantastic book series I've ever gotten a chance to read. They're very short books. They're only they're less than 200 pages each, I think.
Yep.
They're not very long.
Right.
But they deal with this character whose name is drawing a blank on me all of a sudden.
John something.
John Taylor.
Yes, John Taylor. A name to conjure with.
Yes. And this one stars John Taylor. Then you can go to the Secret History series, and it's dealing with a secret society of druids. And let's just say That one has another good character. Eddie Drood is another good character. He has a really fantastic way of making really good central characters, and they're a lot of fun to read. He just wrapped up. Actually, I don't know, Richard. Did you know that after the last Secret History book, he basically wrapped up that universe?
No, I didn't. I didn't get to the end of that.
The last book is literally a Nightsider, a Druid crossover book because John Taylor does show up, and so does Shotgun Susie, or as shit, it's her.
Yes.
Oh shit, it's her run.
Oh shit, it's her run. Yep.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Is that us here, guys?
See if you agree with this, NB Geek. Something that I like about both Jim Butcher and Simon R. Green is that when they do a character, they do the very old or a class of characters, fairies or angels. You go to Jim Butcher, and the fairy you'll most recognize from prior things is going to be Mab the Queen, the Mab the Fairy Queen, who is the wrong entity to screw with.
Right.
Midsummer Night's Dream features her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you imagine the evil fairy, the dangerous, powerful evil fairy, that's what all of the fairies are in Butcher, except the smallest ones, the Tinkerbell sized. And Harry figures out he can get them on side by giving them pizza.
Yeah, his pizza army.
And he's the Zagod.
He's the Zalord.
Zalord. That's it. So you go over to Simon R. Green, and he says, they're angels. And somebody says, are they heaven's angels or hell's angels? And he says, does it matter?
That's about the truth.
Yeah, he says, look, they just serve different masters, but remember, all of hell's angels fell from heaven. Come on. So angels are not something you want to mess with. They're something you do not want to be noticed by in Simon R. Green's stories.
You have that in the Dresden Files as well.
Yes.
You've got Nicodemus with his it's a noose around his neck, not a tie, but
right. Well, I always liked Uriel when he has one of the swords. Harry does, and he's trying to figure out what he's going to do with it. He can't wield it,
right?
And he's in the I guess it was the hospital's chapel. It's a non-denominational chapel, and a janitor walks in and starts cleaning the chapel, and he's talking with him. And the hairs on the back of his neck start to stand up when he realizes this is not a human being that is the janitor. And he finally narrows it down to Uriel?
Yes.
And the angel smiles at him, and he says, now, folks, if you're not familiar with Uriel, he is strictly Old Testament. When there's a city that absolutely, positively has to be destroyed by tomorrow, he's your angel.
Hey, Red Shirt CCDV, remember this when Harry Dresden, well, what's funny, too, is remember what he does with the sword. It eventually goes into the hands of one of the most unexpected people. Turns out he can wield it real well, and then he makes the joke, a servant of the cross, and he makes a point, he goes, are they going to be okay with the fact I'm Jewish? not realizing that one of the he doesn't realize one of the other people who wields the sword is agnostic.
Right.
Yeah, Sasha. Yeah. Actually, he learns from Sasha. He starts trading with Sasha.
And then
Butters, that's his name.
Remember, he made the big mistake of accidentally. I think it was Michael who came down, and he made the very big mistake of shorthanding Michael's name. And remember, the angel just flat out says, for those of you who don't know, in this world, names have power. And the angel said Harry Dresden Blackstone Copperfield's name perfectly. And it scared, talk about scaring Dresden to the core.
Yeah.
It was one of the few times Dresden actually was written to show fear.
Yep. Absolutely.
And all the Angel was doing, Cap, was just chiding him, making sure he's like, "Don't ever shorten my name again."
Yeah.
It was a powerful scene in there.
Yeah.
There are a lot of good stuff that happens in with Harry Dresden, his partner. Boy, she's gotten screwed over so much throughout the books.
Yep.
Yeah, she has.
Remember his good friend, the one who had the sword. I know I'm drawing a blank on names. I haven't had too much coffee yet. The one who had to give up the sword.
Michael?
Yes, Michael. It was Michael. And I always loved his wife. Now think about this. Michael is a righteous man. Now, not a self-righteous man. He is a very righteous man. He absolutely firmly believes in his faith.
Yep.
His wife is fiercely loyal to him and fiercely protective. And she, I mean, literally at one point said this to Harry. She goes, "I said the next time I saw you, I'd punch you in the nose twice. Once to break your nose, and the other to make it bleed." And Harry just looks at her and he's like, "Yeah, I'd probably deserve it."
Yeah.
And remember, he takes their daughter as his apprentice, basically his apprentice.
Yes.
Yeah.
After he has to dump some cold water on her.
She also becomes the princess of winter.
Mm-hmm.
The winter princess.
And if I'm not mistaken, he's still the Winter Knight.
He is, yeah.
Yep.
He's still the Winter Knight. Sorry, Cap. This is a very fascinating book series. If you ever get a chance to read it, it's well written, especially with his interaction with his half brother, the vampire.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
White court vampire. You got to distinguish. There's white court, red court, and black court.
Vampire,
Black court. Yes.
Yes, I was going to get to that point. There is. Well, go ahead. You guys, CCDV or just explain the vampire courts to Cap. He might find that interesting.
Well, there's also others in the audience who might not know. So yeah,
that's true.
The black court vampires are the traditional literature vampires that you see. They're allergic to garlic and holy symbols affect them and things like that. So you're thinking Dracula when you're thinking black court vampire.
Okay.
Red court vampires are generally, in this book series, they're from South America. And so it's a lot of blood ceremonies and things like that. But they do drink blood. I mean, all the black and red courts drink blood from humans.
And they're shapeshifters.
They are shapeshifters, yeah. But the white court vampires, they take life essence from their prey, and that is a sexual intercourse type of.
So they're types of succubi.
Yeah, they're succubi. Yes. Yeah,
that would basically be that. Yes, that's actually perfect. Yes, they would be a succubus. And Harry's half brother is a member of the White Court,
which causes all sorts of problems for both.
Yes.
Yes, it does.
Oh no! That's putting it nicely.
I don't want to give much away. There's too much stuff in this, and the one thing I will say is I lost the Science Channel, the Sci-Fi Channel lost me because they started the Dresden Files as a series,
right,
of television shows.
And I still like watching. I still like watching that series too.
Yeah. Oh, it was a good adaptation, and the problem is what I remember is that they dropped it in order to replace it with professional wrestling.
They drop everything within 2 to 3 seasons because the way they film in an agreement they have in BC is actually that they have to pay much more in taxes after the 3rd season.
Ah.
Sci-Fi does that to every show anymore.
Well, you gotta remember, Rose, that Sci-Fi, a lot of times their shows are leased from the Space Channel over in Canada. So
yeah,
it's really the Space Channel
or they film them if it's a sci-fi original or sci-fi show. They film them in BC, and they have a weird contractual agreement with the Canadian government.
Yes, that is true.
And they use a lot of the same sets too.
Mm-hmm. So that's part of why I've kind of given up on watching most sci-fi shows, even if they're good. It won't last long.
Right.
My last one was Dark Matter. I was like, you sons of bitches.
I love Dark Matter.
I did too. But when we were talking about Dresden, so there's been about 18, 19 books in this series. And I mean, Dresden flat out comes out. We kind of didn't go. Dresden is when he says he's the only professional wizard. Yeah, he's the one you find in the phone book. What was it? It says professional wizard, no spells, no love potions.
Correct. Yeah.
And he's in the yellow pages under wizards.
Correct. He's the only professional wizard in the yellow pages.
And he drives the Volks.
There are different facets of wizard too, Cap. Some people are like, for example, his apprentice, Michael's daughter. She's more of a, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't she before she became a Winter Princess? She was mostly a tracker.
Yep.
She had a more natural ability for tracking, whereas Dresden's talent lies mostly in spell creation, or
force.
Well, he's brute force, whereas she's much more subtle. Her veils, her cloaking veils, were always much better than his.
Yep.
So he's got the power, but he doesn't have the subtlety that his apprentice had.
Yeah, she has finesse.
Yes, she does. And he's still teaching her to harness his finesse, even though, she is clearly a much better wizard at this time than he was at that age. And in some ways, she's definitely better. Nicodemus, of course, being one of the wisest of all.
Yeah.
And he's still part of the Wizard Councils now, isn't he? Still part of the Wizard Council too?
Oh, you're getting your names mixed up.
No. Nicodemus has the 13 denarii. He has the 13 denarii. The Judas's silver coins.
Right.
And with them, he controls 13 demons and the people that are ensnared by the demon.
Right. That's Nicodemus. You're thinking of Dresden's grandfather.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
Right. Yeah, the farmer.
But Dresden is written. Butcher does a real good job in his writing, and I'm a little confused on why he released 2 books this year. Because from what some people are telling me, is it kind of looked like it should have been 1 book. They split into 2.
It did get split into 2, but they're very long books.
Yeah, and it took him a long time to decide how he was going to wrap it all up. I've been following on his website. His previous book in the series, I think, came out 3 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
quite a while
he
ago.
needed. I mean, he should have had a book out over each of the last 2 years,
which he normally did.
Which he normally did. It was a book a year.
Right.
And at the end of 2020, he came out with 2-3 months apart. So I pre-ordered the first book, and now I've got to order the last book so that I have both. And I got to find the rest of them in the boxes I moved with, because we haven't unpacked any of my books because we don't have a library room anymore.
Oh no!
Yeah, I had 8 bookcases, 6 foot by 4 foot bookcases, double stacked with books around the walls of a room that was the front, side, and end of my house. So those 3 walls sat directly on the foundation, so that the library didn't wind up in the basement.
That is a lot of books.
When I moved, I counted. I had 44. I had 110 boxes that I weighed every one of them. They each contained 40 pounds of books. So 4.4 tons of books moved in with me over 20 years ago. We gave away half of them to charity before we packed the rest to move here, and we still have nowhere near enough space because we have too many glass walls in our great room to make our great room a library. So I don't know where I'm going to put it unless I turn unless I turn like 2 of the bedrooms into libraries with literally built-in bookcases floor to ceiling, I'm not going to have room for my books.
I can't even hold a book long enough to read it anymore. I have to listen on audio. It makes me sad.
I will admit, I stopped buying paperbacks when I got a Kindle. So the only books I wanted to keep in a library were hardcovers, and I have some that are, they're very special hardcovers that took me a great deal of work to find in some cases. So they're basically now more of a collection than a library.
And addressing Pflugerville, I will be making hash browns later today, not right now. Although I do have to practice at least one hash brown recipe before I actually go live.
I figured I better tease you a little bit.
Of course.
Hey, CCDV Red Shirt, I got a, this is a book series. I don't know if you guys have ever read it or any of you have ever read it. It's written by Kevin J. Anderson. It's 7 books long, and they are freaking huge books. But the chapters are very short, and the characters, there's so many characters in the space opera that it's just amazing how well you are still able to follow these characters as you're going. And the name of the series is called Saga of the Seven Suns.
That sounds familiar.
I've heard of it, but my experience with Kevin J. Anderson has always been the Star Wars novels and Dune when he hooked up with Brian Herbert.
Yeah, that's where I came across Anderson's, some of Anderson's other work.
So I've never bought his standalone novels.
Check the review out on Amazon or something. You guys might enjoy it. You guys might like the synopsis.
I've seen 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. Is that anywhere close?
No, Saga of the Seven Suns is it's a sci-fi space opera. Earth has expanded out into other worlds. They're learning how they're basically going to try and turn Jupiter into, I think they're trying to turn it into an active star, I think is how everything starts out. The government on Earth runs the entire spiral arm. That's what they refer to the galaxy as.
Mm-hmm.
And you have what is basically a puppet king. He's a figurehead. And people don't, the population doesn't know this. They originally, they knew their king was a figurehead, but over the centuries, it's kind of, how things change, things morph. So everybody thinks the king is still in power when the king is not. There's an actual kingmaker behind the throne. The power behind the throne is actually there. And the story happens where it turns out there are these creatures that live on Jupiter, and they're not too happy with us for damn near blowing up Jupiter. And it starts the entire, the catalyst for the rest of the series.
So where does the fiction come in?
Yeah. Here's one of the difference.
Go ahead, Richard. What were you saying?
Another space opera type series that started with an interesting question, because it's Alan Cole and Chris Bunch noticed that a lot of galactic scale science fiction pretty much presumed that would be some sort of feudal or empire arrangement. There would be an emperor of the galaxy, and they said, we wanted to write one that as an empire, it didn't work. So they created the concept of an eternal emperor. Now, you find out as you go through the series how this eternal emperor works. And over the course of the series, you follow a young guy who's basically been orphaned by an accident on a space station where he's indentured. He gets into the military, and the military builds him up, trains him, and he becomes more and more successful and rises higher and higher in rank until he comes to the attention of the emperor, where he now starts interacting directly with the eternal emperor. And basically, I won't give any more of it away, these are the 2 main characters followed through these stories, the emperor and Sten. And the empire goes bad. And the final resolution of the books is what's done about it to keep it from total collapse. and it just does not stick with this idea like Anne McCaffrey's Pern, where, well, feudalism is what we need, so that's what we'll make work. It really is an interesting exercise in what if it just doesn't work. So they're really good adventures. They're military science fiction. There's a lot of battles. There's a lot of fighting. Sten is part of a special forces unit, and it gets very interesting, like David Drake style military science fiction, battle science fiction.
Speaking of military science fiction, are you familiar with John Ringo?
I've heard the name.
I've never read any. I've heard of him. I've never read him.
Legacy of the Aldonata is his biggest selling book series, and it deals with an invasion of Earth. So humanity is
not Johnny
required.
Rico.
No, not Johnny Rico. John Ringo.
I just had to say, you know.
But these aliens are on their way to Earth, and so other aliens in the galaxy come by and they say, okay, humanity's our last chance. What do you need from us in order to defend the galaxy? And it goes on from there, really. It becomes very, political and military, and I love the series.
Actually, it sounds quite interesting. Yeah.
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 Yep. Ringo's well regarded. I should probably put him on my short list of people to find and read.
Another good series by Jim Butcher, guys. I don't know if you read it. Codex Alora.
Yes.
Didn't. I may start it next.
You read it, CCDV?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, think of this as kind of, it has kind of an Avatar kind of feel to it. Everybody has they have these natural powers, like, natural abilities like you would see the Avatar have, like the airbenders and that stuff like that. It's in some way, shape, or form like that. What it turns out is it's based around the story of, for lack of a better term, you would think of him as he's a freak because he cannot control any of those powers. He's not able to master anything. He's not able to harness into that power. So he's literally the only one who cannot do anything with any kind of power. So he has a disadvantage where other people use their powers for their daily jobs and stuff. He uses it. He has to go through life without his power. And it progresses throughout the series. I think it's 5 books long. And it progresses throughout the series of why he doesn't have his powers. You find out there's an actual reason why he doesn't have them.
Okay.
But it was a very good story, and it's where he overcomes challenges of the fact that he doesn't have these powers, and then when he finds out why he doesn't have them, it's kind of a punch in the gut to him.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, let me ask this. I'll just ask the panel right now. I'll go in order. Just into the red shirt. Do you have a favorite author or authors or book series or series that you would recommend?
I would probably. It would be. I got 3 that are really, really, really close, but I would have to go with Jim Butcher for the fact that I've never read anything by him I didn't really get sucked into.
Wow.
And I love his characters, and I like the sense of humor he brings to some of his characters.
What about you, Slugger, whatever?
I would have to go with Dr. Seuss. That's about as much as I can read. Other than some short stories on the internet,
Hey, at least you're honest about it.
I don't read much. Sometimes, I have gotten into a few books, but yeah.
Right.
And I have listened to a couple books, but yeah, not for a long time now.
Okay, what about you, Dave? Any
Douglas Adams. Immediately, Douglas Adams is the first thing that comes to mind. Douglas Adams and Samuel Clemens, but Douglas Adams I'm sure all of you have read Hitchhiker's Guide. Just reread it. Do yourself a favor. You will. I mean, a book that can make you viscerally laugh out loud until you're sick. Like, you better not be drinking milk while you're reading it.
Mm-hmm.
But
just always know where your towel
an
is.
An author that can give you that kind of a reaction is, man. I keep going back to it. It's like a book that I reread. You know, I know what's going to happen, but just his turn of phrase is just, oh man, it just makes me laugh thinking about it. Yeah, and like I said, Letters from the Earth, Sam Clements, Mark Twain, definitely. Actually, sometimes the same reaction.
Yep.
And it's just a collection of stories, but it's not, it's not one long story, and it's worth reading. You can read it in an afternoon.
Cool. That's cool. What about you, Senator Red Shirt? Any particular authors or stories that you would recommend?
Well, yeah, I mean, I know it's a bit trite to say, and I'm surprised nobody else mentioned it before on the panel. You can't go wrong with Ernest Hemingway. There's a reason why he's regarded as one of the greatest American writers of all time. His Nick Adams stories, which you can get as a collected works, were just loose stories he wrote, but they were based on him growing up, being a kid living with his dad, who was a doctor, and would tend to a lot of native folk, given where they live. Some really great stories. One in particular about him going to help him with the young woman who was having her first child, and it all reads as like it was really there, but it's a story. These are presumably a bit of fact, a bit of fiction. The Old Man and the Sea is my all-time favorite book. I'm sure everybody had to read that at least once in school, but no joke, I think it's an excellent read. And I grew up reading the Conan books. I didn't. They were probably my favorite series. If anybody likes a good sci-fi, a good fantasy as opposed to a sci-fi, Conan's always a fun read. Lots of action, adventure. He always makes it out, but it's Conan. He's the toughest guy in the room, basically.
Oh, yeah. Okay, what about you, Bird? Any favorite author?
I always like to read Michael Crichton, but then he died, so now I don't read much anymore.
Well, I mean, obviously you can include audiobooks,
I have never really done an audiobook. I've started audiobooks, but never
Twin
quite
Engine
got
Flight
into
Manual from 1937.
All right. What about you, NB Geek? What would your recommendations be?
I'd have to say definitely Jim Butcher. He's got his writing for Codex Allura was fantastic. It was definitely more unique. I do love the interaction he does with the characters in his Dresden Files. I haven't read anything by Simon R. Green that I didn't tear apart and just absolutely love. I would say Kevin J. Anderson wrote one of the best, some of the best Star Wars books. He wrote the Jedi Academy trilogy, and him and his wife pretty much wrote how Jason Solo and Jaina Solo grew up in the Jedi Academy, which was one of my earliest books.
Right.
And if I was gonna go classic though, if I gotta pick a classic guy, Kevin J. Anderson also wrote this book series called Terra Incognita. It's 3 parts, and it's a complete opposite of, say, Saga of the Seven Sons. This takes place between two religious organizations. I'm sorry, two groups of people who have ideological differences. They both have a different religion.
Right.
They worship the brother of a different god.
Okay.
Each one worships the different brother. There's 3 brothers. One side worships one side worships the other. The third one, you'd have to read the books to understand what's going on there with the third god. But that was interesting. And if I was going to go classic, I got to go with H.G. Wells if I'm going to give a classic guy. I just love H.G. Wells books.
Okay, what about you, Rosetta? Any?
I think Rosetta bowed out.
Is she still here?
Yeah, she ran away.
Okay, I wasn't even.
What about you, Cap?
No,
Well,
CCDV. CCDV hasn't answered yet.
CCDV is next. Yeah.
For a modern writer, I would say start reading Larry Correia, the Monster Hunter International. And for a good laugh, you want to go with Tom Stranger, Interdimensional Insurance Agent. And that is a funny book series. So if you really enjoy laughing, go ahead and go with Larry Correia. But I really like his Monster Hunter International. And of course, for a classic writer, my default is Heinlein. I'll read Heinlein all day long.
I don't know. Good choice. Good choice.
Mm-hmm.
And greetings, Mountains of Elysium. What's going on?
Greetings. Oh, and then Cap Track. What are your favorites?
Well, I honestly can't. Okay, well, let me see here. I do have Adega's book. I've read it. Loved it. There's also another person in the community that I have his book, and I have started reading it.
Is it CCDV's book or Kai's book?
Actually, neither.
Oh, really?
Really?
Oh, thanks for the support, Captain.
Hey, I'm going to get it. Don't worry. At some point,
Captain, I'm going to ask you right up. Is it Critical Drinker's book?
No, actually, it's not. It's I have to think. Okay, somebody in Doomcock's group. It's he's married, and he and his wife are both there in the chats all the time. Both mods. Raymond Feliciano. That's it. Raymond Feliciano.
Okay.
That's the author. Like I said, I'd have to get off my ass to get the book, and I'm comfortable.
Okay.
I'm already.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. No worries.
Fair enough.
But no, I would. Number one, I like good stories. Mostly sci-fi, but not always. And I like supporting our community because that is, I believe, that's more important than anything.
Yeah, I bought Domino by Kai.
By Kai, yep.
Yeah.
See, there are several books on my to buy list. So.
Okay. Captain, I'm gonna head out because I got to start officially being at work soon. I want to throw one more out.
Go for it.
And I say this because Spider Robinson, who's Callahan's Saloon series and Lady Callahan series, I've loved ever since I found them, and I've reread them. He was a huge fan of John D. McDonald's Travis McGee books. They're not really mysteries. I'll explain. John D. McDonald, Travis McGee is ex-military, starts in the early 60s until McDonald died in the 80s, and Travis McGee ages with the publication date of each book.
Oh, wow.
So he's not a timeless character. He gets older through the books and slows down and needs to use strategy more than brawn. He is a salvage expert living on a houseboat in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He works salvage jobs, but we're not talking marine salvage. Give you an example. If you have a stamp collection and you really don't want anybody asking detailed questions about where some of the stamps came from and how you acquired them,
right,
and someone breaks into your safe and steals your stamp collection valued at over $750,000,
right,
you would go to Travis McGee and ask him to get it back for you, and he would take half the value of the collection if he delivered it.
right.
That's salvage. So he takes these payments and stashes them in his houseboat in an ingenious place, which you will find out about. And he says whenever he gets enough money in his hidey hole, he unmoors his houseboat and finds a nubile young lady who likes sun and salt water, and motors down into an isolated key in the Florida Keys, spends a week down there, just basically fishing and having fun, drinking, eating, going to restaurants if they want to motor over to a place with a restaurant. And when his money has run out, it might be a month or two, he motors back up to Fort Lauderdale and starts looking for work again. And he calls that taking his retirement in installments. He's a fascinating character. And in one of Spider Robinson's novels, he has the whole gang from Callahan's Saloon heading south to the Keys because they can't stay in Long Island. And they stop in Fort Lauderdale to see the ostensible plaque marking the mooring in the Bahia Mar Marina where Travis McGee's houseboat, the Busted Flush, was always moored. It's built into Spider Robinson's book that John D. McDonnell's Travis McGee was real. I can honestly say I would love to be able to have someone do a memory wipe on me of everything about Travis McGee so that I could go back and reread all 30 of the paperbacks for the first time.
Wow.
So if you've never read these books, write it down. They are short books. They're sort of like 200 pages or less. Bookfinder.com is a website that searches book search engines, both new and used. And I have found all of the Travis McGee books on Bookfinder, and very frequently I pay slightly more postage than I do for the book. So you get them. I get it in an excellent condition. The book costs me $3.50, and it costs $4 to ship it to me. Yeah. They are fantastic stories, and I loved the fact, I'll leave you with one other thing, McGee doesn't always win.
Ooh.
Which is what I love about him. He's a real person. He's not a hero.
Good morning, Mr. Librarian.
He's fantastic. So, not science fiction, not part of pop culture, maybe, but one of my favorite science fiction writers, funniest science fiction writers, made a pilgrimage to Fort Lauderdale in one of his stories just to see the place. So, wow. Yeah,
I do like Spider Robinson. He's an excellent writer.
Yeah. So I take it that Spider Robinson highly recommends him. At any rate,
for any of you guys that are, take care, Red Shirt.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out and go and actually start earning a living. Thanks.
You're welcome. You have a great day. Thank you for joining.
Oh yeah, thank you for having me on, Captain, and everybody have a great day. Talk to you later.
Have a good one, Red Shirt.
Cheers, brother.
Bye now.
And good morning, Professor Branding Specs. What's going on? We have been talking about books and authors. I would think that you would have some input on this if you are able to join for at least a few minutes.
Cap, I have a question for you.
Go ahead. Let me put the screen out.
And maybe this for everybody too, but start with, definitely with you. Did you grow up, reading books, or is that something that came later, or was it comics in particular? What got you into the reading world?
Well, let's put it this way. I was brought up being read to. And that is where my appreciation of reading really started, because my parents, my mom in particular, always read, different type of stories. It wasn't just, kids' stories necessarily. So it was it was that I would say was my first introduction to it. And then as I grew older, I kind of fell away. I stopped reading because it was not not fun. Of course, I was reading the wrong books for me at the time, or trying to. Books that I would probably look at now and go, maybe I should read this. But when you're 10 to 14, your brain works differently than obviously when you're older. But then later on, I started picking up more reading again, and it's just, I don't know. It's always been something it's hard for me to read sometimes because I do have a what do you call it? A lazy eye, and it's gotten worse over time. And so that does kind of get into some issues, but yeah, I like reading. I do. But let's see here.
Can I mention a little story real quick about that?
Go for it. I would like that.
So when I was growing up, my parents were separated. I'm the only child, and my mom read to me every night, and she would read Greek myths and Norse mythology and things like that. When I was much younger, she would sing. But yeah, she would read me Greek myths and things like that, and it was just great stories, to fall asleep to.
Yeah,
I mean, really brutal, nasty, horrible stories about Grendel and stuff, but
right,
yeah,
but visceral. But I got used to it. I just wanted to mention that because I think my dad would read to me, but it was more like he's like, what do you want me to read? And it's like, I don't know. Like, never really thought about it.
Did any of you guys have a copy of Aesop's Fables as a kid?
Yes. Yep.
Oh yeah.
I think I still have it actually. Man, that's one of those things. You just pulled one of those things out where I have to run downstairs and look. I'm not going to do it. That was it. I haven't eaten it. But
Captain,
I'm sure I still have it.
Yes.
I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
hit the bricks. So I will see you guys later on today.
Leaders.
Good
Thanks
to hear.
again for
Have a
having
good
me.
one, CCDV.
Always, Mr. CCDV. Always a pleasure. Bye.
Take care.
Bye.
Drink.
Have one for me.
That's the new rules on the Captain Trek show. Every time somebody leaves, you drink, and every time Eastland Burkholder comments, you drink. We should be bored, but we should be bored in 20 minutes.
You'd have to pour me on the floor.
If we did that.
So the other thing I was going to add to the book conversation that because you were talking about, people were talking like the first things you read that weren't just, the ball is round, round is the ball, spot has it. Yeah. Richard Scarry. You must know who Richard Scarry is.
I've heard the name, but I can't place it.
Yeah.
He has the comic books that have all the animals in them, like the Lowly the Worm has a German hat and like Lederhosen on, and it was Richard Scarry did all these wonderful books like Richard Scarry's Town, and you must know who Richard Scarry. I'm surprised, you guys.
What
really
age group
surprised.
are they aimed at?
Oh, very young.
Is it something we would have read as kids?
Yes.
Yeah,
but we were talking about first books, though. Not like first novels or first series of 27 science fiction.
Yeah, sure.
Richard Scarry. Just type in Richard Scarry. You'll recognize the animation. Not animation, but drawings.
Cool.
And if you don't, then wow, maybe it's a regional thing. I don't know.
Possibly.
Yeah, never know.
The only children's author that I can think of right off the top of my head being Dr. Zeus, and that wasn't his real
sure.
name, but
yeah,
with the Cat in the Hat books and Green Eggs and Ham.
Yeah, but the cool thing about Seuss was it was so. Oh man, there's so many weird stories about Seuss. But the thing is when you look at, for example, the Lorax, and you realize that there was a massive statement that was not just a little comic to read for the kids. It's kind of like Pinky and the Brain, intelligent edutainment. So there's some fun colors and some cute mice dancing around, but what the jokes they're making, the kids don't get, but the parents who bought it do. And they put that into movie. At least good writers put those into movies too all the time. References that the parents are like, "Oh my god," and the kids have no idea.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
so much good entertainment is like that. The Simpsons used to be like that, where you know 3 generations could sit and watch The Simpsons and everybody laugh about something different at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Like Shelbyville poisoned the water again. The walls are melting because they basically put LSD in the water, but the kids don't know that. You know?
Yeah.
But then it became then they made it pretty darned obvious. I mean that one where Homer smokes the joint, you know, that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
You know, you can't really like hide it from you. Why is he smoking a cigarette? Why is it making him act funny? It's like, all right, we have to have this talk. Thanks a lot, Fox.
Yeah, sure. Flintstones would do stuff like that back in the day. We all grew up on the Flintstones, I'm sure. It was based on the Honeymooners, but you know, they were good at the adult jokes without being adult. You know what I mean? Just jokes aimed at the older people in the audience and jokes aimed at the younger people. It's great when you can do that because it promotes inclusivity.
Well, just like together. You know, just a thing could be as simple as all right, we'll take care of that later, Wilma, nudge, wink. And to a kid, it means nothing. But, you know, as an adult, at least you're referencing, oh, I see what he's talking about. He's going to hit up Wilma. You know? But the kid doesn't see that.
Yeah. One of the things, I don't know how many of y'all know this. Do y'all know that the Flintstones was actually the first TV show, period, at least the way I read it, was the first one to actually have the husband and wife sleeping in the same bed.
Yeah,
because I remember I Love Lucy, and they had the separate beds, and it's like, well, how'd they get little Ricky?
Yeah, Dick Van Dyke was the same way.
Yeah, they weren't allowed.
There wasn't like
I didn't know that, but no, I didn't know that the Flintstones was the first one that showed that.
I thought they were also the first TV show to actually use the word pregnant. Now I could be wrong about that. But back in the day, you couldn't say pregnant. You had to say something like with child.
Oh, wow. Well, that's okay because they still do that on Star Trek now. But, geez, yeah, with child. The big thing that I thought was amusing as hell. I grew up in a household that didn't really, you know, if you it's like don't swear around your friends, okay? You know, it was like okay, but was My Three Sons when he said, "Oh heck," and everybody like gasps, you know, like I mean the audience, like it was unacceptable to like broadcast something as visceral as that. Now, meanwhile, you're listening to radio plays, and there's people shooting each other and going, "Darn you!" But oh heck, was like a big deal.
Contradictions in the rules governing what social
dictates are. That was Chipper who said that, I believe, from My Three Sons. I don't remember. That's the only name I can remember from
Meanwhile, it was perfectly okay for June Cleaver to say, "Ward, you've been too hard on the beaver lately."
The beaver.
Well, and like on Gunsmoke, when they would shoot people off the roof of a building.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
kaboom,
exactly.
and they fall down and smash onto the ground.
Well, that's been something that somebody's many people have been mentioning about. So it's okay for my kid to watch, exactly as you're saying, somebody be shot off the roof of a building into a vat of boiling acid and them screaming as the skin wipes off of them on regular television, but you can't see a breast.
What show are you watching?
Unless you look at National Geographic, any show, man. There's
I was
murder.
making a joke. I want to see the one where a cowboy gets shot off a roof into a vat of acid and melts before the camera. That would be great entertainment.
Well, I just made it up, so I'm a great entertainer then. But you get the gist. You get the gist.
You're gonna have to go work for CBS. Son of a
No,
bitch.
sir. Absolutely not. I'm comfortable. No CBS. I did work for CBS for a little while, but I wasn't actually paid by CBS. I still have the clipboard. I do. I took the damn clipboard. It was cool. Here. It's over here. It used to be. Rachel, what'd you do with it?
Yeah. I always liked the Flintstones. I gotta be honest, I was never a fan of the Jetsons.
Not a big fan, but I'd watch them casually.
Yeah, casually, but I always preferred the Flintstones.
Oh yeah, you and me both. The better written show.
There's my clipboard.
Which is odd because I love sci-fi.
Nice. I like that.
Oh shit.
What's that? CBS News?
That's his clipboard.
That was my clipboard when I worked for CBS, but not directly for CBS, so you can't be mad at me.
Right.
Oh, you mean you actually worked there when they actually did news?
No, I didn't work there at all, like I said.
No, but I'm saying that must have been back when CBS actually did news.
No, it was in the 90s. I don't know. Judge for yourself. I have no idea.
Oh, yeah, 90s. It could have been almost news.
I got paid for the gig and stole a clipboard. That's the story behind that. I'm pretty sure they're still looking for it.
Yeah, I'm sure they're worried about your clipboard.
Yeah, I'm sure 20 years later, they're like, has anybody found that damn clipboard yet?
As we speak, a CBS van is patrolling your neighborhood looking for your house. They're coming for you. Got to watch those CBS police.
I didn't realize the woman who did the voice of Wilma was also the voice of Pebbles.
What's her name? Van Pyle? Well,
Vanderply.
Van Pyle? Vanderply.
Yeah.
Vanderply.
Okay. Yeah, Vanderply. And then Mel Blanc was Barney Rubble and Dino.
Right. The guy that did the voice of Fred, I mean, that was a pretty iconic voice. I remember as a little kid when they switched it out, instantly knowing that's not Fred's voice.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Alan Reed is who you're thinking of.
Right, Alan Reed. Yeah, he was perfectly cast in that role. This is a great show. Mel Blanc is a voiceover legend from, the Warner Brother years and stuff like that. And not to mention, don't forget, he was also Tweaky in the 1970s Gil Gerard-led Buck Rogers. Beady, beady, beady. That's right, Buck.
That is right. He was Tweety.
Yeah. And they replaced him in the second season, but they got so much flack from it. Apparently, the guy that replaced him with got fired after the third episode, and they brought Mel Blanc back, in spite of the fact that the second was the last season.
Yeah, I read about that.
Yeah. That old Buck Rogers show. I'm very surprised with the with the trend in pitting monsters, we've heard that Godzilla versus King Kong is on the horizon. That's coming. How they're going to work that's a little beyond me. Isn't Godzilla like as tall as a skyscraper? King Kong's a huge beast. It's like 3 stories.
You can just climb up on top of Godzilla and swat at some planes. It'll be fine.
Yeah, but I saw a clip yesterday with the two of them going at it, and for some reason King Kong is the same size as Godzilla, which interesting. But I'm surprised with all these like Jason versus Freddy and all those things they came up with over the years, Predator versus Alien. You never got to see a movie like Flash Gordon versus Buck Rogers.
Just for King Kong, it was my understanding he was growing the entire from his storyline. Like they got him, he was still young.
Oh.
And it was always the plan. He was getting bigger and bigger with each movie.
Oh, okay. I was unaware of that. Is anybody looking forward to that Godzilla versus Kong movie?
No.
Pretty much the only movie I'm looking forward to.
Is it? Yeah.
I'm not really sure what's coming out this year that even is worth our time.
Yeah, that's.
I know a lot of people are looking forward. I know a lot of people are looking forward to Dune.
Well, I think maybe the new Ghostbusters. You know, if they don't fuck it up like they did the last time.
No.
I don't think they could do that. Sorry about that, everyone. I had to be away. I want to thank you for helping me out, keeping the chat going. But you know, I love these times of COVID. Yeah, it's fun.
Is anybody interested in the new Coming to America movie, the sequel?
No.
I am.
Yeah,
I am.
I'll give it a chance. But
sure.
I really haven't seen much about it though. So quite honestly, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is. Considering everything that's been done, like with Ghostbusters 2016, it's like, are they actually going to do it justice? I'm not sure.
Are they going to do it with 2 chicks?
No, I share your sentiment, Captain. I'm actually scared they're going to take a franchise and ruin it, but I don't know. The preview looked good, but is it just going to be the same jokes over again? Is it going to add something that just ruins the whole premise? You know, I'm kind of afraid that they're going to ruin it. I liked the first one a lot.
I don't like the synopsis here. It says he's about to become the king of Zamunda. Says he finds out he had a son he never knew about. Okay, that
what?
Right. Yeah, who was he banging in Queens? Because I distinctly don't recall him getting laid that much.
Right.
Well, didn't he hook up with the girl there? Like, wasn't there a small subplot about some chick that he liked or something? I haven't seen this movie in.
But I thought he took her back to be his princess, or
yeah.
Well,
maybe
she
they had a divorce. She moved back and right. Okay. Maybe all right, so we already figured out the movie. So as long as there's jokes in it, maybe it'll be good. Since we already guessed the damn plot.
They had about James Earl Jones saying something about his sexual education, saying, "Well, I always assumed you had sex with your bathers, like I do."
I mean, yeah, if they can tie something into it, you know, okay, that's fine. But like I said, it's the political climate. I'll just put it that way. That has been going on in Hollywood for years, and has been getting worse since really 2009 on.
Yeah, I don't think woke culture would let us have a good show like that.
But I don't know if Eddie Murphy and Arsenio Hall they know that they're entertainers and they know they're doing it for money, but I don't know if they would just really, accept bad writing. I'm hope they won't. I mean, like I said, they're under contract. They're making money. They'll, that's a lot of money. Okay, I'll say that. But I don't know. I have hopes that it might be a redeemer, for the industry. Not it in itself, but you know what I mean. Something to maybe, hopefully, it'll be good. Like I think Cobra Kai is good.
Right.
Like something good, finally, as opposed to just more. You know what I was going to say.
Yeah, more shit. You can say shit. I don't care.
Okay, I know. I just didn't want to be obvious because it's all everybody's thinking it anyway, so it didn't need to be.
I mean, I don't care if you say.
I have hopes for it. I loved the first one. I hope the next one is great, but I had hopes for Ghostbusters as well, and that was ruined by. Well, frankly, I didn't really care for the second movie that much. It was pretty corny. I mean, it was watchable. I'll still rewatch it if it's on TV. Okay, so I guess I like it. I don't know.
Well,
but
here's the difference.
The video game
insulting.
Sucked. The video game sucked, and then the reboot was just
garbage.
There should be a way to get that time back.
I never even
Wasn't
saw
there
that.
a Ghostbusters cartoon?
No, the cartoon. The cartoon
one?
was.
Are you talking the fake Ghostbusters or the real Ghostbusters?
Oh,
there's a difference.
Captain, did you know the story behind how they had a hell of a time getting that term, the Ghostbusters?
No.
Was
yeah, so
you know movie, wasn't it?
I know what he's talking about. He's talking about the other Ghostbusters series,
yep.
And what had happened was they couldn't get them to copyright it, so they were going to go. What was it? The other term was Ghost. It wasn't Ghostbusters. It was something else. They actually had another term, and everybody didn't like it, so it was Ghostbusters. One of the guys who worked over at the studio when they were working on Ghostbusters moved to the studio where they have the license rights for Ghostbusters and was in charge. So he basically went in there and, for lack of anything else, gave them the rights for literally nothing. I mean, there's more to it than that.
Right.
But they had a hell of a time getting those Ghostbuster rights for getting the rights to use the name Ghostbusters. So there is a bit of a story behind that. It was actually going to be called, I think it was originally, they had another one called Ghost. They were going to call it Ghost Breakers. So when you see them going Ghostbusters, 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 they actually had signs up. They would change the signs out that said Ghost Breakers just in case they couldn't get the rights.
That was absolute. That would have been stupid just for the name.
Ghost Smashers. Ghost Destroyers.
I mean, yeah, Ghost Smashers would have been better than that. But
Eastland says it's supposed to be entertainment, story, and interesting characters have to be front and center, but propagandists forget or ignore that. And here's the point that I liked about the comment. Fun to watch is often missing now.
Exactly.
And
I'm sorry.
And watching something just to keep up with it is not that fun. That's a work journal.
Well, you either have that or you have something that is so utterly stupid that you could just literally fall into a coma and your unconscious mind be listening to it and still get the gist of the story. It's that pathetic and that much of a swing. You either have to have this integral story that blah, 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 and you shove everything together, or you have nothing but fluff.
Well, we talked about how I'll watch those Hallmark Christmas movies with my wife on Christmas, only on Christmas.
Right.
And I can watch the first intro and say, okay, that's the bad person. Okay, and they're going to break up. Okay, I get it. And she's going to go to some town, right? Oh, look, we have tickets for you have to hurry up and work on Christmas Eve. And, it happens to be the town my parents live in. And you can just literally, the entire synopsis because it's the same as every other one. and you don't even have to watch the movie. In fact, a lot of them look like they're filmed at the same place. In fact, I mentioned that if you look up at Netflix in the holiday specials, they use the same white background on each and every one with the guy and a girl. Sometimes there's a dog in the middle, sometimes there's another chick and another guy. Christmas tree, it's all the same thing. They just generate this stuff. I'm glad that they're keeping busy and keeping people employed, though. But it's all the same movie. It's nothing at all interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
when
they
you
change
look
character names, but
well, you bring up the Hallmark special. It's pretty much a Hallmark standard thing. Pick your time.
yeah,
Girl
right.
or guy comes from big city, goes to small town. Some festival's
Right.
going on. Falls for local
Right.
girl guy. Something there's some kind of conflict that happens between them during the climax of it. They go see family. The family tells them, "Oh, you guys are perfect for each other." Blah blah blah. They reconcile at the end. There you go. I just gave you the plot of 99% of the Hallmark movies.
You know what I'd
Oh,
like
don't
to
forget,
see? What
you missed
really
one part, though. Oh, go ahead, Cap.
No, go.
I was going to say the one part you missed was the part near the end of the movie where the girl or guy or whatever protagonist, because there's no antagonist in the movie except for the one that's already made peace, says, "Oh, but you're too perfect for me. We can't be together." And then is convinced that they should be, and then it ends happily. Of course, they never knew through the entire movie as they were fawning at each other that they were like hitting on each other at the entire time. Oh, I had no idea you had affections for me.
Yeah.
Really? Okay. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
Welcome to Hallmark.
I am not. This is going to sound absolutely stupid, but I would actually like to see a story, a legitimate story, where and I'm going to be sexist. A woman is it's a Christmas special. A woman is questioning her sexuality, not overtly, not going this, and then she meets another woman, and she's pondering what if, but then decides that she's going to stick with her man because she's, made a commitment and she loves him, and this is just something. But at least it would be different.
And it ends up working out with the man.
Yeah.
But what happens to the poor woman does she find happiness?
Yeah, of course.
Somewhere else?
Of course. She'll meet somebody else at
I have
the
no
same
problem
place.
with that. But like you said, I love how you put the caveat in, and I'm with you. Not overtly. It doesn't have to be what the whole movie's about.
Exactly. You have something. It's they're going to whatever.
A love story can be a love story. It doesn't have to be this kind of love story.
Right.
Just make it's just a couple of folks. It's not like, oh well, we have to make sure that it's very well defined to the audience that it means. I think the audience gets it. That's why nobody's going to go see it.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's not overtly porn.
Well, they've gotten to a point now, and I think we can all agree to this, is they've gone from entertainment to even more of it nowadays into indoctrination.
You're just going to say incitement. Correct. Yeah.
Incitement and indoctrination. Yeah.
They're trying to make a point in order to. I think the bottom line is it's always the dollar, and they're looking at demographic changes, and they're like, well, let's appeal to what used to be a niche market, but guess what? It's not. So you don't have to shove it down everybody's throat all the time. No pun intended.
Yeah.
But
here, okay, I'll put it this way: if you had tried to release Star Trek: The Next Generation exactly as they did it in the original series, it would have flopped.
Yeah.
Okay. It would have gone a little bit, with hardcore Trekkies. But you wouldn't have brought in new people, honestly. You had to update things. You had to do that. Okay, fine. it worked out great. The problem is with New Trek, they've gone beyond that. They've gone, they're not respecting anything of the old and just saying, well, we're going to stick whatever the hell we want to on it, and it, call it Trek. That's it. It's just, it's just the label.
Exactly what you're saying. Do you know what as you were saying this, I just thought of this, that one of the reasons that it might have worked is because there was time to let old Trek, TOS, good, awesome Trek, there was time to let it get old.
Mm-hmm.
And time for people to want something new and not be pushed something new constantly over and over. And yeah, I know when Deep Space Nine and how they were playing in the same time and stuff like that. That it worked, but it was cool because we were thirsty for a good sci-fi, and there it was. Just the idea that of letting something age, and then going, okay, now here's the new one. Not here's the new one, and here's the newer version of the new one, but with the side version of the also new one. Yeah.
Let's, oh, go ahead, Cap. I just had something I was going to bring up about Star Trek. That was.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, think about this. When 1986 rolls around, so let's definitely put the context here. Old Trek is pretty much still in syndication, very much. You can find it on a channel.
Mm-hmm.
New Trek comes out. We're all watching it. We set our days around. This is back when you used to set up a day around. When your shows came on.
Right.
And I don't mean shows like soap operas, but you get what I'm saying there.
Right.
And at the time, we got to remember there was really no science fiction for us to watch on TV. Science fiction still at that time still had the stigma of being, not taken too seriously. Obviously, Star Trek really kind of broke that. TNG broke that ground in the 80s, similar to what Star Trek did in the late 60s. It broke ground, but the timing of it breaking its ground this time around kind of just really fit at the right time. If it had come out a few years, you're right. If it had tried to make it now, it wouldn't work. One, there's too much science fiction out there. There's too much anything out there. Everything is pretty much set around sex and violence, hence new Star Trek. And for those of us who grew up on it, we don't feel that this is what represents that. It's sure a generic sci-fi show you can make that stuff up with, but we're pretty much already getting it. I watched for example, I watched Altered Carbon yesterday, and I was kind of like, this was kind of lame. I mean, honestly, I wasn't that impressed with the story.
I wasn't either. When my wife liked it a lot, and I didn't care for it, I suppose.
Well, to be quite honest, with a few adaptations, you could have actually made Farscape into a Star Trek series.
Yeah.
To be quite honest.
But one thing, can I throw something in?
Go do it. Why I have an open panel.
Well, yeah. But I think they have taken a younger audience. I think there is a following for like Discovery or Picard, what have you.
Mm-hmm.
But we as older, Trek fans, we just can't get a hold of the feel. There's just, it just doesn't feel right.
Well, there are even, and I'm going to say this, there are younger people who feel the same as we do. You have like, Cast in the Shadows. I can't think of his other name right now. He doesn't like the new garbage. And you have some that do. They
act
honestly,
like it.
Well, I know one in particular who says they like it. I will say that.
I know who you're talking about.
But the thing is,
and just by watching, you've never discussed it with me, Captain, but I know who you're talking about just by watching. watching.
Actually, there's a couple people I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But one of them in particular likes it because it feels more like Star Wars.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
It has this magical feeling. Because that's what they want. They want magic. They don't want sci-fi.
Right. I don't get me wrong. I love Star Wars. Hell, I have a Boba Fett figure sitting on my bookshelf. I look at it every day.
I used to love Star Wars.
And
I still love it. The old stuff.
Right.
Just like Trek. Just like Trek, though.
But like I said, yes, everything has to be updated. It has to be.
Sure.
You know, if you're jumping 30 years into the future, things are going to change, for God's sake. You're not going to have the same thing. You know, if you have the same stuff in, 30 years later when there was a, whatever. No, really? But
they also changed it up between TOS and the movies too. There was a big jump technologically speaking. The look of the bridge, the feel of the controls, everything. They updated it. You're absolutely right, Cap. You got to keep it fresh.
Hey, Cap, think about this too. Back when they did the original TNG, or I should just say TNG, not the original.
The writing and the societal changes. Go ahead.
What I was going to say is, if you remember, this was the earliest time, literally, they were already thinking ahead, future-wise, because think about it. Remember, they used to have all those little pads walking around and stuff? Now, think about that. That is literally the precursor to the modern-day tablet.
Right.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
How much technology, did they realize that we have today? Shit, I remember when I was a kid, you had to open a door to get to Walmart.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, yeah. I mean, they don't have to go.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't make that cool sound.
Yeah, and it would be funnier if they had a couple of guys behind the door that, just like in the original series, that would push it on Captain Kirk as he tries to get in the elevator or something. I don't know.
One door is always a little late. Yeah.
So, Cap, I got something for you. This happened yesterday, and it does involve TNG and it involves Star Trek. Well, here's the thing. New Star Trek, I can't watch with my kids. I absolutely could not watch it with my kids. But for example, yesterday, I told you guys my son has been started watching TNG.
Right.
And yesterday, him and we sat down. He's on season 2, and we watched 3 episodes. We watched Loud as a Whisper, The Schizoid Man, and Unnatural Selection. And then later today, I'm going to try and get away because this is one of my favorite episodes, A Matter of Honor.
Oh, good one.
I just watched that the other day.
And then the next episode he's going to be able to see after that is one of the best, Measure of a Man.
Yep.
And I mean, these are, when my son was talking to me and he's asking questions, of course he's asking me questions about Star Trek. And I'm like, this is one of the few times, of course, I don't mind getting interrupted during the show because God knows I've seen him probably 40, 50 times. I know what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like I don't know what's going to happen, but it was, like he
was.
Oh,
so you're new at this 50 times?
Well, he was asking, he was asking a question. He was asking why those for the deaf guy. He's like, why does he have these 3 companions? And I said, well, they basically go through a telepathic link, buddy, and think of them like basically parts of his personality. And I was trying to explain this in a way, my 13-year-old could understand. He's like, oh, okay. Is that why one only goes with him sometimes and the other ones talk sometimes? I said, yes. So that's pretty. So, I mean, he's very bright. He gets
AJ Sharp, man. AJ Sharp.
Oh, yeah, he is.
He'll jump in here and stomp on some of us. So that's okay.
Yeah. And no, he's sharp, man. He's a good kid.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, I can't believe you let him in here because we're kind of like bad sharks.
Oh, he's going to learn. Well, when we watched Schizoid Man, AJ pretty much figured out right off the bat. AJ's like, AJ's realizing he wants to download himself into the computer. He's like, AJ sees data, and he's like, did he put his brain in data? Did he put his mind in data? I said, yep. And I was just impressed that he caught on to that real quick. You know, his observation is very acute these days. I'm very happy with it.
That's cool, man.
And then unnatural selection. He's like, why does that kid not look 12 years old? I said, oh, they're genetically produced. They're genetically enhanced. That's why he looks older. You know, it's an experiment, and that's why he looks older than what you would think. And you know, my son understands that, so he's like, "Oh, okay, fine."
It'll take longer for you.
Timey-wimey stuff.
It'll take longer for you to explain why does that android look like he's 80 years old.
Exactly. Oh, yeah. Now, okay, Eastland Burkholder brings up a point. Says, I want a brand new sci-fi, new franchises, new ISPs. And I agree. I don't necessarily just want Star Trek and Star Wars. Don't get me wrong. The problem that I have is that they're not doing it in a... They're only doing it for the young generation. They're not respecting anybody else. And even the kids aren't liking it.
Did you read the comment that Joseph put in?
Yes, I did. I was laughing at that because that is from Schizoid Man. And Wesley's like,
God.
To love him.
To know him was to love him.
Maybe it's a good thing I don't. And then Data's like, maybe it's a good thing I don't remember.
Oh, that was a great line. Well, I mean, it still is a great line. Then.
Yeah, I had forgotten all about it until I started watching it with my son again. I was like, oh shit, I forgot all about this. This was like one of those painful like speeches back when you were a kid. You're like, this just sounds so stupid.
No.
Tactical alert.
That's my Star Trek toy.
Okay. So are you watching Star Trek on like Amazon where they've remastered like everything?
We're watching it on Netflix right now. I mean, okay. I have all of them on Blu-ray, but you know, it's usually just easier just to pop it on the stream and go from there versus changing out the Blu-rays. Plus, everything is currently packed up right now.
Packed up, yeah.
Well, that's the the thing is
look at
go back and try to watch some of the next generation on Amazon is like your eyeballs want to bleed because it doesn't translate very well to high definition.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. That's why I'd love a Blu-ray of DS9, but I don't know if they'd be able to convert it to high resolution.
Well, they keep talking about it, don't they? They keep, threatening it, and they did. If you saw the Deep Space Nine,
threatening it,
embarrassing, the documentary, right on the tip of my tongue, What We Leave Behind. They did enhance a few scenes in that, and
yes,
on
I
YouTube,
remember.
There's a guy that's put the old scenes next to the new scenes, so you can really see the difference. There is.
By the way, that's free now on YouTube with ads. You can just watch it on YouTube Movies with ads. You don't have to be signed up for their service or anything. If you want to see what they left behind.
I was going to mention that too. You can find that What We Leave Behind on YouTube. And it's worth watching.
What We Left Behind is the documentary. What We Leave Behind was the final episode.
Correct.
Okay.
Just a heads up.
Thank you. I was going to
correct him. Yes.
Damn it.
It's still a fantastic documentary.
Oh, yeah. Very well done. Very well done. And cute, too. I like how they had that, the guy that played Rom comes out doing the singing. Then they bring all the guys, well, not all the guys, but they bring out the singers at the end. I don't know if any of you guys know this, but a few of those guys do the Star Trek cruises. And I've seen some YouTube videos from those. Jeffrey Coombs, Casey Biggs, the guy that was Admiral Forrest in Enterprise. Jeez, they apparently socialized together, and they got like a singing company, and you see all these guys up there in their tuxes making like the Rat Pack. It's hilarious. It's great. Lots of fun.
But like I was saying, Cap, one of the nice things is I can sit down with my son. We can watch Star Trek, and he can really get into. That's why I think TNG is the best one for him to start off with and absorb. But you can't do that now with any of the 3 new series. You just can't. There's nothing to try and explain. It's just dead, 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 blow shit up, say a cuss word here and there, and do some technobabble that means nothing to any of us.
You just explained it perfectly.
Yeah.
No, that's the thing. It's just it. I mean, I was gonna say it's like, yeah, that's right, because we're all like, middle-aged Star Trek fans and can't explain it. So it's not gonna make any sense to him either. It's just gonna be a bunch of violent ship battles and screaming and crying. And did I mention crying? There's gonna be some crying involved, I think. And and Michael Burnham.
She's the bestest ever.
Yeah. So
I could see my son AJ being like, why is she doing all the work? Because he's already going into the second season of Star Trek TNG. So he has seen the other characters. I asked him, I said, so who are your favorite characters? He actually really likes Dr. Crusher.
Right.
He likes Dr. Crusher. And he was actually wondering why she wasn't in, and he was wondering why she wasn't in the second season. I said, don't worry, buddy. She'll be back in the third season. He's like, okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I don't really care for this other doctor. And I said, yeah. I said, neither.
I didn't either.
No,
I didn't either. Pulaski, I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't think a lot.
I
of
don't
people
think she
Pulaski.
liked being there, and it kind of showed up on film.
No, actually, Red Shirt, I did look behind that. If you don't mind me, Cap, I'll explain that one.
Go for it.
So, if you remember, she did play in 2 TOS episodes.
That's right.
Correct.
Back in the day. And she enjoyed her time. She said she enjoyed her time. She enjoyed her camaraderie with the TOS people. But she said when she was on TNG, she said it just didn't feel that way. She didn't feel like she really was ever accepted or fit in, which I'm sure did not help when you have Patrick Stewart actively, and this was very well known, he was actively trying to get Gates McFadden back.
Right.
Throughout the entire
well,
second
also,
season.
yeah, she's a replacement character. It's like, okay, you're gonna fill in, and this one left, so now you can be the doctor. It's like, oh, thanks. So you're not in the pilot. So you're gonna kill me next, or what? I don't know. Let's see what next week brings.
The thing with her character is she was just a great stepping stone. She defined Data. She really just put him in his place, and it was like, there you go. There was a purpose to having that character. She just wasn't liked. I didn't like her.
I honestly think they were trying to recreate Dr. McCoy in a
They were.
female form.
Yeah,
they
right.
were.
And they did it badly.
Yeah.
They did it badly.
Well, yeah, that failed.
But she did. She did stuff for the show that was amazing. You couldn't.
Dear Data.
You can't have.
Okay. I'll put it this way: there is no way in hell that things that happened, like that Dr. Crusher would have done things that Dr. Pulaski did, because it's just a different character.
Right.
Yeah, Mountains of Elysium says, I actually felt Dr. Pulaski was a good character. I preferred her to Crusher. Yeah, a lot of people do, actually.
I know some people who did feel that way.
Too. Yeah.
I gotta say, for Crusher, though, I don't think she was ever particularly well written. They didn't really know what to do. They didn't give her that much of a personality one way or another. She was Wesley's mom. That was arguably her biggest defining feature. She ran an acting school on the ship?
Well, she was the dancing doctor.
I would disagree. Right. I would disagree. She had more of a defined role than ship's counselor Deanna Troi.
Yeah.
That was a bad character.
Until we got towards the
Well,
end of the
think of
show,
Crusher's
where she
role.
actually,
I sense this. I feel this. Really? You're an empath. Of course you do.
All the time she was wrong.
These
Too.
aliens
It's like,
might be
no,
trying to
I
take
don't
advantage
sense
of
anything
us.
at all. And it's like, you don't sense anything? That is a person. Devils do, you know? No, she's very focused. It's like, yeah, so that's all you got?
And then, of course, there was that one episode where they were trapped and she lost her empathic feelings, so she wanted to quit as ship's counselor because
she had a breakdown.
Yeah, it's
not a great counselor.
Okay, I can't sense anything, so I quit. And you know, I did like how Guinan put her in her place. That I loved.
That's a character
I
like.
Be a counselor. Why not?
Very enigmatic,
time.
but cryptical. Guinan, just a convenience character.
The funny thing is,
when you need her, but
she provided more counseling on the ship than Counselor Troy.
That's right.
Yeah. Remember when Guinan gave Crusher a kick in the butt when she got relieved of duty? So she comes in faking an injury, and it's just like at the end you find out she's never played tennis, and it was like she just came in to do what she does, what good Guinan does best.
Yeah,
she counseled Worf in the phaser range. She talked to Worf, Picard many times. She was the counselor. Troy was just kind of like the Greek-looking chick that was fun to look at, and occasionally,
let's be honest,
said something. Huh?
She was eye candy.
Yes.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And it sure helped when they let her put her hair down. I don't know if I'm alone on this, but I hated that hair bun she sported in the first season.
That was
swept up.
Yeah.
That was actually a wig.
It was quite obvious that what they were grabbing right there between Troy and Riker was Ilea.
Yeah.
You know, it was almost the exact same thing, even the same look, that silence, you know, like, oh, you know each other.
Yeah, I can see them.
Oh, damn! It took me a second to get the Ilea reference from the movie, from the original movie.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Right.
Sorry, I was having a brain fart there. But think about this,
you don't see a lot of Deltons.
No.
Remember, Guinan also introduced Worf to prune juice.
Yep.
Right.
And that followed him to DS9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, let
Whatever
me
you
get
say.
Klingon blood wine. Prune juice, extra large. Prune juice, huh? And then he's like, never mind. It's like, really? You're going to laugh at
Coming right up.
I always thought that was an homage to the Three Seashells line from Demolition Man. The reaction to prune juice, laughing at prune juice, and then getting all serious. Well, prune juice, yeah, of course. Just reminded me of it is all.
The fact that I never saw that, it didn't even, wouldn't have even occurred to me. So I guess I'm going to have to learn something. So
you've never watched Demolition Man?
No.
Oh,
it's a nice 90s, early 2000 romp, man. You'll enjoy it.
Yeah. I think you would. I think you would enjoy that. That's a good show.
What'd you say, Bird?
We had it for a Cinema Saturday.
I don't remember it. I really don't.
Wesley Snipes was the
I
bad
think
guy.
we had it for Cinema Saturday.
I'm sure you did. All you have to do is look back, but I don't remember.
Girl in that. The girl from Speed. I forget her name right now.
Sandra Bullock.
Sandra Bullock.
Yeah.
Jeez.
She went to Washington Lee High School right down the street. Yeah, she was a cheerleader.
Don't say.
Yeah,
what?
Big shocker, right? Hey, did Three Seashells? Hello. That's actually my commode with the three seashells.
You don't know how to use the 3 seashells?
Yes, I know how to use the 3 seashells. It's too bad for you. Handfuls of wadded up paper. Well, I'm happy that you're happy.
Face pumped up.
You duck fucking
mother. So much for the 3 seashells. I'll be right back.
Oh my God! It's a murder, death, kill.
MDK, MDK, MDK.
Yep, MDK.
You really that movie is really worth seeing. It's a great action flick, and it's just a fun. The whole movie is just fun.
Even when it doesn't have action, it's fun because there's
the cheesy one-liners.
Yeah,
that movie is just a total amount of fun, man. You'll just love it. I swear. And if you don't, then wow, I don't know what to say. I know there are professionals that can help.
If you've missed that on Cinema Saturday, Bird, you're gonna have to put that up because that's a good movie.
I'm sure he had it. I
would think he has too. I'm just
there.
Captain,
There've been a couple.
Mail
I
you
had
my
to
DVD
miss.
of it if you haven't seen it. I swear, is that good? Is that good?
I'm a seamstress.
Well, here's the problem. I would get it. I would watch it. And unless I had it absolutely marked, I had to send it back. I would probably forget.
It has got some of the funniest damn one-liners in it too. Especially Dennis Leary is in it too.
Yeah, that's right.
Jackie Chan is in it.
Really? Jackie Chan movies?
No, well, it's not a Jackie Chan movie. He was. No, they referenced Jackie Chan.
He mentioned it. He was referenced. Yeah. How'd you know how to do that?
How did you learn to fight like that? Jackie Chan movies?
Right. Yep.
I caused the death of that person. Well, it was him or us. Oh yeah, there's that.
There is that. You're gonna regret this the rest of your life. Both seconds of it.
I'm sure that Captain, I'm surprised because I'm sure that I've mentioned this on your chat. Maybe it wasn't you, maybe it was Jedi Bill's chat, but we were talking about this movie and how my dad was a director and I knew he wouldn't really care for this kind of thing. And I was like, come over and watch this movie. Watch this movie with me. All right. And we watched it. And I mean, he liked action movies and stuff like that, and he knows Stallone and stuff like that. But I just figured, maybe the comedy, maybe the cinematography, because he's critical of everything, or was critical of everything, being a director. And he watched it, and I glanced over and looked at his face, and he was captivated by it, and laughed his ass off, and said, "I'm really glad that you forced me to watch this. I would have never thought of watching. This is not the kind of thing I would look up, and this is great." He loved it.
I love that line where John, what's his name? John Spartan. I think that's Stallone's character. Near the beginning of the movie, after he's woken up in the future and the president's going to take him out to dinner, and everybody's really impressed because the president's going to take him to Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Taco Bell being the lone surviving
welcome to Taco Bell.
The gardens in the valley of the Jolly Green
Green
the most popular channel in music are show tunes. They actually sing the Oscar Mayer Wiener song, and he's like, "Somebody put me back in the fridge."
Oh no, it was Armour Hot Dogs.
Yeah, Armour Hot Dogs.
Armour Hot Dogs. The dogs kids love to bite.
Somebody put me back in the fridge.
And actually, my dad laughed at that. I was like, that's actually really corny. Why are you laughing at that? But just a totally great movie and nice future stuff. And the whole thing with Wesley Snipes and the ATM thing was that was excellent. Yeah.
Simon Phoenix. Right out on the ground.
You look great today.
Nice, tidy uniforms. What, you guys don't have sarcasm anymore? The maniac has responded with a scornful mark. In a firmer tone, repeat what you said. Add the words, or else.
Or else. Oh, and you know what's funny? Or when he said, or else, it pissed him off.
Yeah.
When he said, or else, he went, oh, it's on? Oh, come on. You got to watch the movie. This is like Monty Python shit, man. We know the whole movie like word for word.
So you're not part of the cocktail plan, are you? Oh, greed, deception, abuse of power? That's no plan. See, up the cocktail, I'm the enemy because I like free speech. I like this. You know what? I want to suck on a greasy spoon made out of cheese saying, huh, do I want the Cuban side of rack of lamb or the Texas steakhouse? I want high cholesterol. I want buckets of cheese. I want to be able to run down the street naked, green gel all over my body, reading a Playboy magazine. Why? Because I suddenly might feel the need to one day.
It's the exact same I'm an asshole rap, only done differently for the movie.
Yeah,
pretty much. Cap, I think you would enjoy it. I think you would really
a rat
have a great
burger.
time enjoying that
This is
movie.
a rat burger. The best burger I've had in years.
Yeah, that's right. This is the best burger I've had in years. It's rat. What?
No, he knew it. He said it afterward. He was like, well, whatever. Because remember, he was asleep for, 30 years?
Yeah.
So, yeah, technically it is the best burger.
And the police chief in that movie was the warden in Shawshank Redemption, and also the commander in it was with Picard, where he was after the Cardassians.
I know what you're talking about. The Cardassians. It was
one of the best, where the guy was like all freaked out chasing the Cardassians, but not on orders. And Picard busts him, and he's like, "We were under fire." And Picard's like, "You weren't under fire. Lives were at stake. Whose lives? We had to act. Why?" It was like, man, just kill him with logic, Picard.
Bob Hastings?
Lucas.
Good character actor.
I can't remember his name, but he looks the same. He has the same haircut and everything.
Yeah.
What hair?
No, not Picard. The other guy, Hastings.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. You would use these weapons of destruction against people who uphold the law? We use these weapons to shop for groceries, dick.
This car turned into a cannoli.
I haven't seen that movie, and I swear it's probably been about 10 or 12 years since the last time I saw it, and it's still fresh in my mind how good that movie was.
But that's what I'm saying. We're like doing Monty Python with this movie. This movie is actually that good. You have to see it.
Yeah, definitely a one to watch. Stallone's put out some great movies over the year. Growing up, I was always more of a Schwarzenegger fan, but if you look back, Stallone's filmography it's impressive. He takes risks. He takes chances sometimes. Now, granted, Demolition Man wasn't a big stretch. At the time, he was doing lots of action movies. That just had the comedy jacked up to 10.
And he did it perfectly. He did it perfectly.
And Sandra Bullock were just starting out their careers as far as getting established names.
And they
Rob
were both
Schneider
great.
was a big name at the time.
Rob Schneider is in every Stallone movie. I swear. I mean, not Rocky, obviously, but he's one of those. You can always expect to see him, and he's always doing a cameo role in that, and in what's his name, Happy Gilmore, Adam Sandler movies. He's in every Adam Sandler movie too.
Yeah,
we're cops. We're not trained to handle this kind of violence.
Yeah. Yeah, we're police officers. We're not trained to handle violence.
Thank you for calling the San Angeles Police Department. If you would like an automated system, please press 1 now.
Yeah.
What's your boggle?
Take it easy, Mountains of Elysium.
Yeah, what's your boggle?
Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend. You are
Bye, Mountains.
Great. Have a good day.
Hey, remember Simon goes, wait a minute.
Hey,
this is the future.
Hey, Elihu. What's going on? I still love how everybody gets the name wrong. The first person I actually heard say his name right was Professor Brady Specs. And I even saw it on that video of what's his name? Yitzhak made, where his name is Eli Hugh. Hugh. That's it. Eli Hugh. That's it.
I always wanted to ask him what the reasoning behind that was. Like, what's like Bird of Prey 5, Son of a Red Shirt, Captain Trek? You can tell we're Star Trek guys, fans, whatever.
Right.
I guess I am.
I believe, I'll speculate that he may be a Doctor Who fan.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's what I'm going with myself.
I'm just guessing.
Eli Who?
Cap, are we sure he's a Doctor Who fan? I mean, I'm not sure it's ever come out.
I don't know. That's one reason I would like for
Eli
Who to come on. Well, we know that. Look, the StreamYard link is in the chat. You can find it. Click on it. Get your ass up here.
Yeah, I'm just speculating he may be, a Whovian.
Well, it's funny because I made some passing joke to him about where does he reside? Whoville. And he's like, I don't get it. I'm like, Whoville. Like, from Green Eggs and Ham, Dr. Zeus, Whoville. Okay.
You're really a fan of Seuss, aren't you? You mentioned Seuss like an hour ago.
Honestly, this is the most I've talked about Dr. Zeus in years. We just haven't been talking about.
I have no problem with that. I just noticed it. That's all.
I think I brought Seuss up first, but maybe not. Maybe it was the red shirt.
Possibly.
Either way, Seuss is cool.
Joseph Peckard says Eli Who is his name, and he is closeted about the Who.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank you, Joseph. And speaking of the devil, Eli Who, what's going on?
It's pronounced Diablo.
Whatever.
Diablo. Oh my God.
Hey, Diablo. How's it going, Diablo? I like your third game, man.
Good. I'm glad you did. Better than the first. Better graphics.
I don't know. I like the second one the best, but,
Hey, better graphics, man. The skeletons don't kill you as easily, okay?
Oh, wow. Check out your avatar, man.
Nice. I love that.
Yeah,
I absolutely love that.
I didn't see this. All right.
And I loved that video that Yitzhak did of the making of that.
I gotta go watch that at some point.
Are you serious?
I haven't seen
it yet.
He was supposed to send me a link to it, and he hasn't yet.
Oh, it's been all over the place. I've seen it a couple times now. I gotta watch it.
Does anybody have that? Okay. Next time I see him, I'm gonna DM him right now again. I'm like, oh, where's the video link?
I just never seen it in action. Looks good.
Well, when he did the avatar for Katie, I just sat there and my mouth kind of dropped open, and I just was like, "Oh my God, this
that
is
was
so
cool to watch it just evolve, like because you see, I watched that. That was cool.
I just sent him a DM. I'm like, oh, I haven't seen the video yet. Come on. And Yosef, what is Who? Doctor Who? Or is it Professor Who? I'm not sure because he was called the Professor.
I think it's on first.
Who's on first?
That's who's on first.
And somebody's acting like a door backstage, Captain Trek.
Somebody knocking? Ding dong.
Somebody's acting like a door.
Keep on knocking, but you can't come in.
Oh.
I like
Professor Brainy Sex.
Sex?
Sex.
Professor Brainy Sex.
Professor Brainy Sex show after dark. It's Professor Brainy Sex.
Darren bestowed us his actual name. Professor Brainy Sex. So
Hey Jeff, what's up?
Hey, did you see Orville's latest Avatar, guys?
Yes, I did. I saw that.
Yeah, that looks pretty. That is really damn cool looking.
You guys watch his daily motivational video?
I wasn't motivated.
I'm not driven to watch things like that.
I'm not trying to watch motivation videos. I'm not motivated enough for them.
I have a watch later list on YouTube full of those things.
Jeff.
Yes.
We can't hear you. Are you muted?
Shouldn't be.
He's
I
being
hear you.
quiet. He's
I
being
heard
very
him.
quiet.
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah. Now I can.
I hear you.
Now I can hear you.
I am speaking.
5 by 5.
Good. Excellent. Terrific.
Maybe it's just I'm too loud this morning.
No.
I don't know.
Not too loud.
Loud? How is that?
I am the guardian of forever.
Oh, good God.
That's the original Guardian, right?
That's the real Guardian, yes.
Yeah.
Carl.
Otherwise known as
No. No. The Guardian of Forever is not known as Carl. No.
Yeah.
He is now.
Well, he is now. Yeah, he is now.
Oh, fuck that.
Sorry,
shit.
I may not like it, but it's canon.
Oh, fuck canon then. Fuck canon. If that shit is canon, they can go fuck themselves. Honest
It's kind of
to
like
God.
in the movie. It's kind of like in the movie Titan AE. What's the name of the new planet? Bob.
Yeah, but Titan AE was not Star Trek. And no, that shit is not. No. Fuck them.
That was a good movie. Come on. It was a good
Every
cartoon.
one of the Discovery writers can go fuck themselves sideways with a goddamn watermelon. I don't care.
I have a feeling they don't like sex. That's why.
Guardian of Forever.
No,
Guardian of
I don't
Forever
think they
is
like
not
sex because
fucking
otherwise why are they
Carl.
so angry?
Oh, come on, Captain Trek. Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, man. Stop hiding your emotions.
I think that New Trek is all garbage and needs to be burned. That's what I think.
Well,
You
I
mean
think
the,
I'm gonna
script?
do this today. I think
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch this today.
Cool.
Phantom of the Opera. It's funny you put that up. I watched that Sunday night. I stayed up late on Turner Classic Movies. They had the restored 1925 version. That's the one that uses the color gels. You know, back in the day before they could put color in movies, like
when they had
have
cells.
a red
Yeah.
gel.
On the strips, yeah.
I'm trying to
I
figure out
think
what
I've
it
watched a movie like that. I think it was the B side of the movie called Phantom of the Opera.
Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, I want my Phantom car, and that hidden prize is supposed to be underneath that chair, but disappeared.
Does anybody remember what was it? Phantom of the Disco or Phantom of the Rock Opera? I think it had two names going.
Phantom of the Rock Opera.
Phantom of the Rock Opera with Paul Williams, that guy that didn't make it out of the 70s sort of thing. Little guy looked like if you put John Denver in a shrinking machine and turned it off halfway through.
Now, just FYI, this is the 1943 version, not the 1925 one.
Oh.
It's the Turner Classic one that was inspired by. It's the it's the Universal Classic one that was inspired by the 1925 silent film.
Right.
Well, there's a silent musical? Wow.
Well, no, it was what's his name? The Englishman.
Now that would be funny. Yeah.
Hey, if you think about it, they all were, weren't they? The silent
silent
films
musical.
were musicals because they had the piano player.
Yes.
What's that guy's name that turned it into the musical? Do you remember?
No.
Can't say I do.
Not Hammerstein.
I remember the Mel Brooks movie, Silent Movie.
No,
Silent movie.
I have a
How
question.
does it even look on Blu-ray?
I don't think I've ever seen Silent Movie.
Now,
What's your question?
since each movie house had a different piano player, I wonder what I know it wasn't common for people to go to different places to watch movies because it wouldn't be convenient. But I wonder if the experience would be different in a different theater, considering it would be a different player.
Probably yes, but they use the same music because the movies back then had the same sheets of music.
And sometimes they wouldn't, though. Sometimes they think of it as like a jazz gig. It's like, okay, this is going to be one of those comedies, so I need to do my regular ragtimey thing and just oh, here comes the car toward the cliff. It's like kind of how you could do it without having. I'm sure that they had something to go on. I'm sure they had sheet music. That was the way to do it. I mean,
yeah, they had sheet music to go with the track.
Everybody, like if you played, you knew how to read sheet music because you never heard a recording of it because there weren't any.
Thank you,
so you had the
Yosef.
sheet music, and the only way you could hear it is to play it or listen to somebody playing it.
Andrew Lloyd Webber. Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt. That was the name. Thank you.
Yeah, I knew it was. Yeah,
God.
thank you. Sheesh. Yeah, duh.
This Phantom of the Opera Blu-ray quality, just looking at it when I popped it in, it's damn, looking pretty sharp.
Who's the Phantom? Are there any big names in it?
Let me grab
like
the
Lon
thing.
Chaney was the one from the 20s.
Let me check.
It's The Rock.
And I'm sure if you got a Universal horror collection, Lon Chaney's name shows up several times in your collection.
Oh yeah. So let's see. What's the Phantom in this? Nelson Eddy.
Nelson Eddy.
Oh
Nelson,
yeah, the infamous Nelson Eddy, man, dude.
That guy? Damn, I never heard of him.
I know. But anyway, he played the role.
I thought Nelson Eddy was a musician.
That's Dwayne Eddy, the guitar player.
Or Eddie Van Halen.
Yeah. Who?
Very cool.
Not The Who, Eddie Van Halen.
Huh?
Huh?
Not Cherry Bomb.
What? Okay, I'm lost now.
Who?
What?
Who's on first?
I don't know. Third base.
What?
Where's the doctor?
What?
What's on second?
Where?
Oh wait.
What?
We're off
Who
the
gives
phone
a
with the
shit?
doctor. Okay, fine.
My doctor's office called. Yes, they wanted me to come in for an appointment because I need a prescription refill.
Oh,
Yay.
important. Very important. I mean, important. Well, important if you got those blue pills.
Shit, that
but still.
reminds me.
You got to go in to get a Viagra prescription refilled? That's shocking.
Oh, for fuck's sake, no. I've never taken a fucking Viagra in my life.
No. He gets saltpeter so it stays limp.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Dear Lord.
What was that? Some comedian lady said that it was, or no, it was on NPR, and it was Paula Poundstone, and they were talking. Somebody made a joke about a Viagra ad, and she's like, "Really, Viagra? If you have an erection for more than 4 hours, call me."
Wow. Yeah, I told an ex-girlfriend once, I said, if I have an erection for more than 4 hours, you better phone a friend.
Sometimes you got to be a little more specific in your instructions.
Let me ask this.
He could call the guy from next door.
Was that why she's an ex now, or?
Oh, they're all exes. But I did tell you guys the other day I had a cow,
That's
right?
why I'm actually living in Texas.
Do they live in the southern United States?
Hold on, wait a minute. What you did say?
Maybe
what?
where Professor Brainy sex lives.
I told you guys the other day I had a cow, right? But then I had a divorce.
You had a cow?
That's right,
Do not listen to Bart. Do not have a cow, man.
Dave, yes, I am in West Central Texas.
Well, that's where his exes are.
Yeah, that's why I live in Tennessee.
All of them, apparently. All his exes
Good, sir.
Most of my exes live in Wisconsin, so or Minnesota.
Never mind. I had bad information. Never mind.
It's a Randy Travis song.
Oh, I got that. I got that Phantom mixed up. Sorry, that guy did play in it, but the guy who played the Phantom is Claude Rains. So that was on that.
The same Claude Rains that played in the Phantom of the Opera.
Claude Rains was in.
Phantom of the Opera. He was in Phantom of the Opera.
He was also the Invisible Man. He was.
I've never seen him in the Invisible Man. Sorry.
And hello, not
see him in
Ryan
the
Johnson.
That's funny.
Eli, how could you miss him in the Invisible Man?
Because I couldn't see him.
And hold on, that's not the one I wanted to display.
A 4-hour election, huh?
There for you. There it is for you, Professor. If you look on the screen,
you guys just won the internet.
I saw that earlier.
Yes, I know, but you know,
it was funny.
Okay, I need more coffee.
4-hour election. Well, that would be good. That would be a short day.
Hey, not Raiden Johnson and Son of a Red Shirt. What's up, guys?
Not too much, brother. How are you?
I am actually waking up.
Baking up?
Yes, I'm baking. I'm waking to bacon this morning.
Gee, that's a
All
surprise.
right, I'll join you. Fine, you talked me into it. Jeez, man.
Yeah, dude, come on.
That's noble work.
Fine.
At 5 minutes. At 5
yours.
minutes to 8 for you. Yes, that's it. What's going on?
Yeah, but I worked last night. I can tonight's or this morning is my pub night. So yeah,
right. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah. Oh.
Good coffee.
You know, I can tell you one thing, like you and NB Geek are both coffee slurpers.
I did that one on purpose. I don't slurp coffee. I did that one on purpose, okay?
There's no doubt when he has a drink of coffee.
We'll be glad.
It's funny you were talking about it earlier, Captain, about people like, it's like, oh, come on, like mute when you're going to the bathroom for, pity's sake, just don't do that. And I realized that what it sounded like when I pour wine into because I use a juice cup.
Right.
So I moderate. But when I'm pouring it.
Wine is juice. It's fermented grape juice.
No, but when I'm pouring it, it makes a similar sound as if you're doing the other thing. So
well,
I
like
try not
I've
to.
heard people, washing their dishes, and they'll have it on just enough that they get enough water flowing to get the crap off the dishes. But that's what it sounds like over the headphones.
A trickle, yes.
Yes. Do you
Sounds
really?
like a 12-minute
You know what? Those two words that people are uncomfortable with is trickle and moist.
Yeah, oh, God.
I like moist.
Yeah, see?
I like moist as long as it's not applied to me.
Or bread.
Yeah.
Would you like a moist towelette? It's like, well, do you have a towelette that's wet? That's fine. like I don't want a moist one. I want a wet one, or just give me a towel.
Just give me a wet wipe or a towel. Yeah.
Yeah. Not a moist one.
Okay.
Make sure it's damp.
Would you like a trickle of dressing on your salad? No, I would not.
What is a trickle of dressing?
A trickle of dressing.
I never used that term.
No, I haven't either.
That's what I'm saying. If somebody used that term, you would probably not want it. Neither would I.
Or drizzle.
I would be disgusted. A drizzle is fine.
Yeah, drizzle is fine.
A slather works. Making ribs, slather that sauce. But a trickle is just it's either a hose bib that's leaking, or
Never mind. Yeah.
Okay.
So I have a question. Does anyone know why Rambling and Admiral didn't have a live stream this morning? They usually do every other Tuesday.
No, I don't actually. I hadn't even had a chance to look. I thought I'd be watching it later because it's usually on by now.
Yeah, usually at 9 a.m. Central.
Hey, Professor.
I usually miss them because I'm at work.
Is it the right Tuesday?
It is the right Tuesday because on the other Tuesday we have our radio show premiere.
Okay.
And we don't have one this week.
Professor Brainy Specs, I wanted to ask you.
Hey guys, hang on a second. I'm going to mute you for a minute, okay?
Go for it.
I was
Yes, sir.
looking around on the YouTube the other day, and I stumbled onto a podcast, a Star Trek podcast. But my internet was just terrible. No, I'm not making a joke here. I swear to God. My internet was terrible.
Oh, shit.
And I couldn't read the people's names that were on it. But I thought it wasn't Professor Brainy Specs, but it was like Professor Brainy Spock or Professor Brainy something. Was that you?
That is not me.
No? Star Trek podcast. No. Okay. Because there's somebody else out there with Professor Brainy.
Professor Brainy Pants. Professor Brainy Pants is a name that I've seen before.
Really? That is not me either.
No, I know that's not you. I think I've seen that before on another Star Trek page.
Here you go, Cap. Something funny for you.
I'm not seeing anything. An hour ago.
I was just trying to look it up myself to see if a question of Trek. That's what it was called. A question of Trek.
Well, I am on that one.
Commander Brainy Specs. That was it.
Why?
Yeah,
that is
me.
him. That is him.
That is me. I run the scoreboard, and I'm the referee, if you will.
Now, wait a minute. I think I know why. Because for whatever reason, it's showing that Loki's Mornings of Mischief went live an hour ago. So if he went live late, I don't know what's going to happen with the. Let me check. What is it? History.
No, I think Loki went live at his normal time.
Okay.
He went live at his normal time because I said hello to them while I was checking with you.
And he was on for a little bit longer than normal, an hour and 8 minutes. So he did go into the 9 o'clock hour, but
LDGs. Well,
I've messaged Rambling and Admiral, and they've not responded to me.
And so, good morning, LDG.
You guys.
Hey, LDG.
Hello.
Good morning, LDG.
Good morning.
Sound a little, I don't know.
Just woke up.
Hollow?
We were late. We were another late.
Here, man.
Yeah, another late night last night. Woke up kind of late. Well, I mean, I was up earlier. You guys saw me in chat. I double checked to make sure everybody was up and open and running, and then I just went right back to bed.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, hey, Pickles.
How's the jaw, LDG?
Good. Everybody's golden. Yesterday I got flamboogled. I couldn't even be on your show, Cap. A lot of people had to take care of yesterday. We had
no way.
Maya class opening up, so I had to call a bunch of clients and get their Maya installed and taking care of a couple of people with some Zoom calls, and it was like 6 o'clock by the time I actually finished my job. Well, hopefully today's a little smoother. But I want to thank Tim Christ for giving a shout out on Raquetta Law while he was having his 10,000 sub celebration, and Tim goes and I wasn't even watching, I didn't even catch the stream. Think you knew YouTube notifications, you piece of shit. And Tim comes in my backstage and says, LDG, like interrupts me out of nowhere, just like LDG. I'm like, yeah, what's up, Tim? You okay? I just gave you a shout out in Raquetta Law, and this guy has like I said, thousands of people watching him during his live stream. Give you a shout out, and he freaking calls you out on live on the air. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? I'm like, oh shit! So I said, oh snap! I pulled up.
Pickles talking to your mic, man.
Am I not? What? With my mic? Hello? Testing.
That
1, 2,
sounds
3.
better.
Yeah, talking
That
to
is
it.
better.
Oh,
That is
sorry.
better.
Okay, my bad, guys. Anyway, so I'm like,
You're
oh
all right.
crap. So I switch over to the show. See, he's having a 10,000 sub celebration stream, and I rewind, and son of a bitch, Tim just types in some regular chat and calls out the waiting room saying, there's this guy who does the waiting room. Frickin' and like, describes it saying, it's like a stream you go to when no one else is streaming. And he gives me a huge shout out. He's like, what? I'm interested in that. There's actually a pre-stream stream. Oh man, it was awesome. And then of course Tim says, yeah, and he's also working on this project Prometheus. And then I hear Raquetta say, what is Project Prometheus? I'm like, oh shit. And he's a lawyer. He talks about lawyer stuff and in the freedom of the net and public forums and stuff. So it's right up his alley.
3 minutes. 3 whole minutes before we mentioned the P word. 3 minutes.
Oh man. Anyway, it was hilarious. I felt kind of cool. Got a sub off of it too. So a couple subs actually from it. So that was cool.
I finally saw the video of him drawing the avatar.
Okay. I'm going to be right back, guys.
Okay.
All right. So LDG.
Yes, sir.
How did your appointment go with your jaw?
Oh, good. That was a Wednesday. That was last Wednesday.
Yeah.
So that went well. My I'm finally not
Good.
feeling. Yeah, I'm not feeling pain anymore. Finally, slight headache side effect, but I don't know if that was because after whether it's because I ended up mixing a couple of medications or when I stopped taking the medications, it gave me a slight headache these last couple of days. But that seems to be going away as well.
Okay, that's cool. Are you taking painkillers right now?
No. I stopped taking them a couple days ago. That's when this mysterious, weird headache on the opposite side of my head started to arise.
Oh, because you stopped taking the painkillers and you went into pain.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Go figure, right? Imagine that, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're okay, buddy.
I appreciate it. 1 tooth down, one more to go. But at least they got the one that was causing the major problems and feeling better.
Glad to hear it.
Turn your mic around.
Someone's in the wind tunnel. Oh, that's that was Cat. I think you were breathing into your mic a little heavy.
Sorry about that.
This is not one of those phone calls, okay?
Shut up, Elihu. I certainly wouldn't be talking to you. But
thank you.
I like you, but
who would know about those kind of calls?
He might. We never know.
I'm sure he does.
Hey, speaking of wind, did you hear about the heavy wind here in San Francisco? A crane was going around in a circle, almost the video of a crane turning around. There's tree damage everywhere in the city.
Here we go.
Yes, I did hear about that. I think we all heard about that. We were talking about that before you came on. So,
oh, that's an actual thing. He isn't blowing wind.
Oh my God!
No, huge winds. One started a little fire. There's some trees knocked down in the streets. This crane was spinning. Yeah, it looked nuts. What's
going on with yesterday? Was it yesterday or the day before? start an article about smoke coming out of the White House or the Capitol
No,
or
that's
something?
bullshit. No,
No,
no.
no.
Okay,
It was
listen.
just a
I've
homeless
got the
encampment
deal on
fire.
this, and I'm going to
Hold on.
do it really fast. I'm going to tell you what happened. There was
Homeless
a little
encampment fire.
fire under a homeless camp that happened during a rehearsal, and security measures that were in place in case of any incident out of the ordinary went into action, and the press overreacted in order to get their stories out. Nothing.
Yeah.
It was a big nothing sandwich because of that giant lockdown zone. Don't worry about it anymore.
Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
I'm going to tell you about something that happened when I went to a political rally many years ago. There was a balloon that popped. You could see Secret Service agents coming. Boom! They went for where the balloon was. As soon as they realized it was a balloon, they were gone. They just went away.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're on everything. When there's like anything political, even if it's a practice, they're there.
Yeah.
Yeah. When
and the press this time just overreacted.
We had to put the security measures that we had to put in place when one of the I won't mention, but POTUS was at, and this was before the most recent one, and I've done a couple of POTUS, and the security measures are very strict, and I mean, just you wouldn't believe.
Beyond
like
strict.
I had to be vetted and be cleared to be in proximity to the president of the United States.
Yeah. Well, you have to be vetted and cleared to be involved in anything.
No, I'm talking.
in the area.
I'm
in the area.
I'm touching him.
Yeah.
You know. But
two national. Oh, by the way, Dave,
the security is un-effing believable, and there are some things that I witnessed and overheard that won't be mentioned, obviously. But it's no joke, man. It's no effing joke, and it was
Dave,
an honor. Well, yeah,
you know. They are vetting National Guard members.
Yeah, I know.
And two of them got removed.
I live in the DC area, man. I like politics is what we do here.
Yeah, they breaking is that they removed two of them from being members of far right fringe groups, militia groups. Like, damn, they are vetting everybody. Wow.
Yeah. Well. I mean, I was honored to be able to have the position that I did. And obviously, I stock shelves now. That's how that works. Touch a president one day, stock shelves the next. Well, it's not the next. Come on. I retired on my own vote. I mean, that was years ago.
Touch a president. I'm retired. Okay. I did it all.
So, yeah. So, you know.
Well, I'm sure
it was just such an honor, but I can assure you the security that's in place is far beyond even what I saw. I guarantee it. I mean, I don't know what the hell happened the other day, week, but I that boggles my mind. Like, I could have done a better plan for that with a piece of graph paper right in front of me. But I'm talking about the defense, guys. I mean, like, really, the Capitol just gets overrun just like that?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
All right, let's not talk about this anymore.
Nope.
Bad subject for a channel. Anyway.
Absolutely.
So that's why I try to moderate myself.
Yes, of course. Now, I'm going to ask you this. Why Dave G Sound? I'll just go with that. Why did you pick that name?
Well, it's my
Dave
first
is your name, obviously.
Right.
But,
last
why
letter of my
sound?
last name, and the fact that I was a sound engineer as my career.
Right. Was that the name of your company, or at any time? Dave G Sound kind of sounds like.
No, it was DLG Productions. DLG Productions was my company.
As opposed to LDG that's standing right next to you.
No. DLG Audio Productions was my company that was registered.
Cool.
For business. You won't find it. It was
do you
sole proprietorship.
do you have anything to do with the business? Do you do any pickup work or anything? Any audio?
No. I get asked all the time. No, I'm retired. No, I do not. No, people harass me all the time and ask me to do gigs for them. I do not do gigs anymore. Look, I've worked with everybody that I grew up listening to pretty much.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
You know,
No
so I to what end? Just to make a couple of bucks? I've already accomplished what I wanted to.
Yeah.
It's time for something else.
Did Phil Spector's death show up on your radar at all?
No. Yeah, I knew about it. I didn't care. Who cares?
Yeah.
He was bald.
No, come
He
on.
shaved
Do
his
you
head,
care?
so no more hair.
I mean,
yeah, he's bald. Who cares about him?
I care about him as
He didn't have the hair anymore.
Just asking because being an engineer.
No, that's Hollywood
whatever.
bullshit, man. That's not the kind of stuff that I did. I did regional to national stuff. I didn't get involved in that crazy bull crap.
Bullshit. Yeah.
I mean, I watched it. I watched it happen around me. I didn't want to be involved in it. I involved myself with musicians.
Yeah.
Right.
As a sound engineer.
Right.
I wasn't a political engineer that was going to have like 6 producers and 5 songwriters for somebody to say the same lyric over and over again. I wasn't. I would just walk out of the studio if that happened, and I actually did one time.
Really? We'll have to talk about offline.
Oh yeah. He was nice enough to give me his demo disc. He was too afraid to go out in the studio for his release album in front of his fans, so he sat in the darkened control room and talked to them. It was like a meet and greet thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you who it was some other time.
Not a problem. Go ahead. I like you.
Dave, one time I got a chance to tour Trent Reznor's studio in New Orleans, and I just missed Trent.
And I'm sorry, LDG, you were going to pipe in with something?
No.
I thought you were. Nope. You sound horrible, by the way.
What?
Yeah.
I don't know what like my voice. The quality.
The quality.
No, it's the pot smoke that's inside of his space helmet.
No, that's me.
Yeah, I'm not.
I love that. That's such a great avatar, man.
Weird. I have no clue what you're talking about. All right.
And how am I smoking it with the helmet? Well, there's a rip right there, so it's a hot boxing.
Is that shape of a squirrel?
Squirrel.
Yeah, that looks like the shape of a squirrel.
What looks like the shape of a squirrel?
Oh, I thought Trey was here.
Oh,
dude, your voice is too low. I can't even understand what you're saying.
Your logo.
There's no squirrel. Oh, I look like a squirrel. Yeah.
No, look inside your freaking helmet.
That's the first clear thing I've heard from you.
Wow.
To left.
That's an alien.
No. Oh my God! Shoot me, someone, please, to God. Look at your left cheek. You see that white smoke with like looks like a squirrel jumping? The big tail.
Alvin.
Wow.
Dude, you got aphasia. I don't see it.
What is with the arrow next to that's overlaying the joint in your hand? There's a black arrow.
That was an accident. I was trying to do something with another image, and I put the wrong one up. Sorry, the arrow's not supposed to be there.
Literally,
I was trying to do something with
the
that.
tail of the alien. It's the smoke going across your face. The head is on the left, tail's on the right. Looks like it's jumping. You see some legs coming down. The smoke right there above the tail of the alien.
How much smoke have you had? I don't see it. So are you seeing things again, dude?
Oh my god! And you're the one that high.
What
Okay.
the hell's going on?
I don't know.
Look, he says he sees a squirrel in the shape of a smoke. Okay, I don't know what. I don't see it, dude. Like people see the man in the moon. I don't see a man in the moon.
You little hobbly toys with your
something.
technology. In the old days, we used to use real helium. All right.
Yeah.
So come on,
Yeah.
get with the program. Be old.
I will. When you're on my show, I'll copy your thing and point it out specifically.
Okay.
But it's right there. So I don't know. Whatever. I don't even know how the freaking blunt is burning in space, but okay.
Quantum.
Right? And you have a green American flag?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Please
that was
stop the
funny,
squirrel
Yoda.
ball sound. I don't understand an effing word. Yeah.
You got a problem with the squirrel voice? Huh?
Yep.
I can do.
Divergent.
There we
time
go.
line. The four-dimensional divergence of an anti-symmetric second-rank tensor equals 0. Yeah, that was weird. The Alvin sound.
Like that. Please stop the squeeze ball sound.
The squeeze ball
So you like
sound.
playing games? Yeah, I'll play a game.
Good Lord.
Ay.
Oh, God. Oh, what the hell?
If you can't make that voice by
All
yourself.
right, there we go. All right, thought I clicked the wrong one.
Shut up, Wesley.
Lord.
No.
Thank you. That reminds me. Thank you very much.
I was just bullshitting. And you know this, man.
Shall we play a game?
Not really. Sorry.
A nice game of chess.
All right, I hate to do this.
I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that.
Alrighty then.
Now, Professor, if you will.
Huh?
Oh.
You have.
I thought you wanted to
your,
say something at great length, Professor. I thought you wanted to talk for a little while, maybe.
Or have your soundboard ready.
Damn it, Professor, you had one job to do.
One job. You're fired. No, you're drived. You're fired backwards, man.
I'll hire you.
Prepare shit.
Now you can say thank
Shut
you.
up, Wesley.
Shut up, kid.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
You take drugs, Danny? Every day. Good. What's the problem?
Make it so.
I picked the wrong day to quit amphetamines.
Make it so.
Oh my God, I thought that was a soundboard.
You know, I will say this. You ought to use a version of that on A Question of Truck. If somebody really just goes way off. Exactly.
Oh, jeez.
I thought the photon torpedo sound was a nice addition.
Oh, go for it. I haven't heard that one.
I don't think I have it up on the board right now.
Shame on you.
You guys need to play some video games.
Shame.
How?
See, I used something else for the scoreboard.
Ah, okay.
It's integrated with that. There you go.
That's a torpedo.
That's it.
It's a photon torpedo.
A question of truck, huh?
Truck.
That's what Yosta said.
Question of truck. What kind? Toyota, Ford, 18-wheeler.
Keep in mind, right now I was looking at the
What's the question?
StreamYard version, so it's delayed a little bit. So let's see here. Bird, are you going on later today? And if so, what?
4 p.m. we have a members only stream.
Oh, right.
After
Brinny
that,
and I are not allowed to come in.
perhaps after that, I'll do a general stream.
Perhaps.
We'll have to see how long
Maybe.
it goes, how I feel, things like that.
Right.
No, that's cool.
Of course.
Enjoy. So, Professor, what game are you watching?
Game? I'm not watching a game.
You just said you were watching a game.
No.
Oh, that was somebody else then. Yeah.
Do you expect me to talk?
Thought maybe we'd
Who
watch
is
a
the
game
Bond?
together.
I love
I did play the clip asking if we should play a game.
Shall we play a game?
Global thermonuclear what was it? Global thermonuclear.
God, you know what I really miss live at the Love Shack?
Okay, have you been spending too much time with a like you who?
Dude,
Who?
Give me back my smoke.
Great,
Exactly.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue.
Let's see here. Let me adjust this.
That man is comedy genius. I wish I could remember his name off the top of my head.
Who, Lloyd Bridges?
Rodney
Yes, thank you.
Dangerfield.
No, not Rodney Dangerfield. Well, besides Rodney Dangerfield.
Lloyd Bridges, the father of Bo Bridges and Jeff Bridges. Did you guys get what was that show he had in the 50s?
Jeff Bridges
60s?
has cancer. Do you know that? He's like
Jeff
not doing
Bridges
so
has
good.
cancer?
And so does Dustin Diamond.
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard that. That's terrible.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wish cancer on anybody, not my worst enemy.
No, he's an asshole. According to the guy who played Slater, he said, "quote Don't fuck with Diamond." Unquote. Yeah, he was an asshole on the set. Everybody didn't like him, but everybody's like, "Okay, I'm sorry for you, Dustin."
Yeah. Didn't he do the celebrity boxing thing? Remember, like,
Yes, he
15 years
did.
ago, that was a thing for a week where they
Yeah.
get celebrities into a ring, and it was just like watching two people that don't know
Celebrity
how to
death
box.
Yeah, it was live celebrity deathmatch, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, Johnny Bonaducci was there. One of the Bridges was there, I think. No, it was one of the Estevez brothers was there. Who else was fighting? I forgot.
Didn't they have stuff like the girl that what's his name? The president. Not this one. I'm talking about Clinton. Jennifer Jones or something. Wasn't she a contestant at one point? They had like the bizarre, they cast a really big net over the idea of what makes a celebrity, so they could get, I guess, more people involved.
Kind of like Dancing with the Stars. What's a star?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or singing with the stars, and they're not actually stars. It's the stars that are judging.
The Masked Singer. Who the hell is Ninja? I never heard of Ninja before.
Oh, they're like
40
this
years
Japanese
ago.
thing
boy.
where they're assassins and they.
Hey, Yvette.
Yvette, what's up?
She is, obviously.
Yvette,
That's
how are
awesome.
you?
About time.
That is.
Hey, Yvette.
A few moments later.
You're about to make dinner? I'm about to make breakfast.
And what are you
probably
making
make
for dinner
noodles.
tonight? What are you having for breakfast this morning, Elihu?
Well, I am making some hash browns, scrambled eggs, and bacon.
Be right back.
But you're actually cooking food instead of going out and getting fast food?
Yes, I'm actually cooking this morning.
Oh my god!
Wow.
I decided to cook breakfast instead of getting a location. I wanted bacon.
Make sure you have that fire department ready just in case.
Ha ha ha.
What type of apparatus do you think they'll bring?
Basic fire extinguisher.
You don't
Yeah,
have one?
just
They know me.
just give warning, right before you're about to throw the eggs.
Hey, you're
or turn
roboting a
on,
lot, dude.
Just be like, who, me?
Yeah.
The hell am I roboting? Oh, love StreamYards. Wesley LDG. Yeah, thank you.
I did not hear
Thank
you
you.
roboting.
Just saw that. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, that's right. All right. Good job. Very smart. Yes. Yeah, I love it. Okay, good stuff. Oh,
I was
anyhow.
waiting for you to see it.
Yeah, I know. I'm just doing like 5 things at once here. I'm just not just sitting here scratching my ass.
Sounds
Wow,
like
it's
first
like
mean,
in our
'cause-
mind.
Yeah.
Butt scratcher! Get your butt scratcher here! Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher! Butt scratcher!
What's that? So,
My sounds won't come through these headphones.
Elihu.
I know. I mean, yeah, like with headphones, that hurts a little.
Yep, it does. Elihu, did you get her email? I'll just ask that since she asked in chat.
Oh, I haven't checked my email yet. Sorry, let me check it, Yvette.
You take drugs, Danny? Every day.
Good. Good.
So what's the problem?
Hello from across the pond. Thank you. I got it. Leaving Facebook. Oh. Quantum teleportation was just achieved with a 9% accuracy for 44-kilometer distance. Oh, nice. Thank you. Something to read.
What? Send me that article.
Okay, LDG. I'll put it in private chat for you.
Yeah. Thank you.
There you go.
Hey, Captain.
Yes.
Captain Buddy, thanks for having me on. I'm going to have to get going now. It's 11:30 where I am, and I want to try to beat the lineups at my local grocery store so I can get some shopping done.
I would
everybody-
highly recommend that. Go for
Yeah,
it.
especially where I am. It's bloody bitter outside. Well, not too bad. It's only like -5 or something, but still.
Ooh, sounds
Dude,
good.
I got wind gusts of 25 miles an hour outside my place right now.
Ugh, I don't envy you.
Take care, son
At
of a
any
red
rate,
shirt.
folks, take care. Have a
See you,
great
buddy.
day. Hope to see you
Very
soon.
good.
Cheers.
Later, dude.
Hey, Elihu.
Bye.
Where in
It's
California are you?
It's ponytail weather. San Francisco.
Did I? San Francisco? All right, you are near my friend. I'm going to get you guys together.
You have friends?
Yeah, see, I actually have people who care about me. Yeah.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Awesome sauce, Yvette. Yeah, I'm kind of skimming through it. I'll read the full article in a little bit.
Hello, Rose. Oh, God.
What?
So, Yvette, you never answered Captain Trek's question. Or somebody asked a question. What are you making for dinner?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Monkey soup as soon as you come over.
Chilled monkey brains.
Snake surprise.
I would eat that if it was offered to me. I'd give it
Be
a
a
try if it was
cannibal.
offered. I wonder who's winning the pool game.
Wow, I just actually thought of that scene about Snake Surprise, and I actually lost my appetite completely for spaghetti.
Oh, yummy.
Oh.
That's funny.
It's not. I really wanted that.
Snake Surprise.
Fuck you, man. Thanks for mentioning that. Damn. I really wanted that. Oh, wow.
I'll just think about something else, you know.
Well, what did Yvette say?
Think about the tarantulas and the eyeball soup, okay? Think about that instead.
Well, I think, we're definitely doing tacos for dinner here. It's Taco Tuesday. Wife loves tacos.
Taco.
Ham.
Quesadillas.
Putting on the Ritz, man. Taco.
Oh,
No.
she answered.
She answered. Ham. Double baked potatoes with spring onion. Ooh, that sounds
I still
good.
think that, you know what? I can forget about the Snake Surprise. I think that my dish sounds better. Actually, everything you said sounds great. I can do that. I have got all the ingredients for, just about anything. I don't have any camel. There's no camel.
And Maddie would eat anything as long as she doesn't need to do the cooking. I don't know if I'd quite go that far.
Sounds good, Maddie.
There are a few things I might, pass on, but
What kind of mashed potatoes you like? I'm a loaded mashed potato guy myself.
Twice baked. Basically,
I like mashed
loaded.
potatoes with mashed potatoes with the skin still on it.
Yeah.
Only if it's red skin. Red skin mashed potatoes. Oh, love it. All day long.
Yeah. Okay, I can definitely agree with that. Red skinned are the best.
Baked potatoes, mashed potatoes,
or mashed
potatoes. Mashed with a fork. Like basically a baked potato, but mash it like that, and like bulk making mashed potatoes, I guess, if you have guests. But I mean, a baked potato is a mashed potato if you mash it, or you can load it, or you can twice bake it loaded with like bacon and everything.
Yeah, I was about to say, add that bacon.
Because the twice baked potato, you have to basically, it's like a scrambled egg. It's a scrambled potato.
No, there we go. Okay, so a baked potato, eat the insides, and then you ask for extra everything, and you eat the skin like a sub with the extra everything. After you eat the insides.
Yeah. Sure. Potatoes are a great vessel for all kinds of food.
Oh yeah.
I consider lettuce a vessel for dressing, sauce, bacon, croutons. It's like
you had that bacon.
Do you really just want like some hot noodles? No, you put sauce on it. So the noodles are basically a vessel for the flavor, which is going to be the sauce, the cheese, the etc. It's kind of like the baseline for what you add to everything. Kind of like water is with, I don't know, anything that's liquid.
Hey Cap, I'm gonna head out, buddy. It was great hanging out with you guys. I'll see you
awesome.
on the flip
Thank
side.
you for joining us. Hopefully you have a good day. Tell your wife and family.
And he already bounced.
Okay.
Guess the wife was calling.
That was quick.
If you smell like an
NB, yeah, like I was gonna write you that check for that. Oh, never mind, you're gone. Write a check.
Will you take a wet check?
Oh Lord.
No, just a moist one. Just a moist one.
Oh,
it's only slightly moist from my pocket.
Oh Lord.
Oy vey. To quote Mel Brooks, oy vey. was that? Staticky?
Let's see here.
I don't know. I think that might have been I don't know what's going on. All right. Anywho, got to get ready. Things to finish up today. Lots on the plate. Thanks for having me, Captain.
Absolutely.
Trek.
Do you have
everybody.
anything specific going on today, LDG?
Specifically, I don't know. Let's see here. Well, today on the show. Wow. Okay, I'm going to stop that just in case you get that
content. Well done, though. Well done, sir.
I love doing that.
Crazy.
Hold up. I need a Okay, there we go. Okay, so today on LDG Pixels, we will be freeing the net.
You are fake news.
No, I'm not. Yeah. Yeah, no, we'll be doing a waiting room and seeing who's streaming, letting people know who's streaming, getting some work done, hanging out, open panel, open topics, doing what I do best. Pissing off the establishment. Of course. Eli, when are you doing your next damn freaking, you're behind.
If you look at the chat, you'll see.
Look at the chat.
Shape up, man. You're a slacker. Do you want to be a slacker for the rest of your life?
Wednesday. Okay. Yeah. All right. I see it right now.
Yeah,
so
look
that's
at the
tomorrow.
chat before you asked and you didn't.
It better be double long. Hey, listen. Okay. You made us wait an extra week, so you better go extra long. Okay. Serious.
I'm like Viagra. I go all night long.
Yeah. Okay. Sweet. All right, guys. Love you. And how do I make this funny?
Or is it a perpetual motion machine? Yeah, I go all night long.
You failed long ago. It's all good. It's all good.
Sweet. All right. Well, I'm gonna make a vacuum and
commence operation. Vacuum suck.
You gotta
guys. Peace. Bye.
Somebody tell me my ass was so big.
Oh crap.
Oh, dear Lord. This has
playing,
been an exciting morning.
Is a really good hobby. Just saying, playing bass is a really good hobby.
And Captain Trek, I'm going to take off because I'm going to make breakfast.
Good to hear.
No.
Yep, I'm hungry. I got to cook.
Go cook your breakfast and go eat it before it's lunchtime.
Go for it. I know. Later, guys.
Later.
Bye.
Enjoy.
Have a good one.
Have fun.
Always.
I have to take my doggy to the vet today again, but it's okay. It's okay. It's her checkup after the surgery, so it's been so she's fine, but it's got to go out and do it. So that sucks because I hate leaving my house and having to do things.
Yeah, fortunately, I'm not going to have to leave the house until, let's see here.
Well, you have a medical thing, right? That you're supposed to
eventually. Get to? Well, let's see here. It is on February 2nd. So that will be at 11:15. So I will definitely have to be off of here before let's say 10:30.
That's not going to work for me, Cap. You're going to have to stay on a little longer.
Okay, fine. Hard cutoff is 10:45. That's it. There's absolutely no way I can go on to do that.
You, pal.
But yeah. And of course, that'll probably be the day. Obviously, everything will be going wonderful. Things will be flowing right along. The chat will be, dumping, and then I'll be like, oh, shit, I got a doctor's appointment. I got to go. This is really, really one of the times.
You're going to all of a sudden, Kevin Bacon and Christian Bale are both going to be like, hey, we heard about you, man. We wanted to come in and say hello. Hello, Captain? Captain? Are you there?
Yeah. It would be just that kind of day. But now hopefully hopefully won't take long. I hate going to the doctor. I absolutely do.
Well, is anything, without going into detail, is anything that you're nervous about procedure wise, or is it just a regular thing?
Well,
no detail,
Okay, well, I'll put it this way: the person that does my blood pressure check does not know how to take blood pressures.
Oh, lovely.
So my fingers are not only numb, they're numb for like an hour afterward. It's like, damn, it hurts.
That sounds like some kind of nerve thing. When people say that their arm falls asleep, they think it's because of lack of blood flow. It's usually not. It's usually a pinched nerve that makes that numb feeling.
But they get that thing pumped so high, I can't. Damn that!
I as a medic, it's real easy to not do that if you know what you're doing, and what you know what you're doing is something you're taught on day 2 of basic EMT class. So I don't know where these people are coming from. Is it an automatic machine, or are they doing it manually?
By hand. It's manual. Machine I can handle because I know, that's just an automatic thing. It's a human doing it. It's like, look, you listen. If you stop hearing a sound, that's the top.
Yeah. And then you wait.
And then you slowly release it.
Decompress, and then when it comes back, that's the bottom. Yes, exactly. You know how to take blood pressure. See?
Yes, I do.
Why don't they?
Because they don't care. Honestly. It's like, oh. Yeah.
What you should do is just say, you know what, I'll just do this. I'll show you how it's done. Honestly, it's like that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Can you hear anything? Can you hear anything? Oh, you can't? Okay, mark there.
Well, that's because their earbuds are in, talking to their husband, and saying, hey, well, I don't know. I don't want asparagus for dinner tonight, but hold on a sec. I thought I heard it. There it is. Or they're just ears are blown from listening to club music. You do have to be able to hear in order to do that. Yes, it's a pressure, but so is a sound wave. And if you're just going through the paces and you don't care because it's just a job, we're hiring. Come take my job. I don't want it. I can do anything for a living. I'm doing this because it's like right down the street.
I don't. No, and I've said this before. I even said this on Bird's live stream yesterday. The only reason when I was in the hospital in 2019 that I had nursing care, I had one nurse at night who actually was decent. Unfortunately, she wasn't there a lot. That was a part-time job for her. The rest of the time during the day, my mom was doing most of my nursing care.
Mm-hmm.
Being a retired nurse, it's like, fine. So I would go in the bathroom and I'd say, okay. And I'd go with the cup like they wanted me to. And I'd put it on the shelf. I'd say, Mom, would you go mark it? So she'd do it on the chart, how much it was, blah, 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 everything. And so when they came back, it's like, oh, okay, that's good. It's like, really? You suck. Now, I will say the food I had was good. It was excellent food. It was restaurant quality.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Huh.
I would go there if they served the food that they served the patients in the whatever cafeteria. If they had a restaurant that was serving that food, I would go there for it.
Well,
it was that good.
Were you on a different meal plan, maybe? Because at Fairfax Hospital is like one of the largest hospitals in our area here, and they have like Arlington Hospital, or what they call Virginia Hospital Center.
Mm-hmm.
They're not level 1. They don't have a helipad because it's basically in a suburban area. I mean, I can see it from my house.
Right.
But Fairfax Hospital, if you just go to the hospital and wait for somebody for like a couple hours, you'll see helicopters come and go constantly. But like the Fairfax, so Arlington Hospital basically has a cafeteria. Their food's decent. It's like a little buffet. You know, they've got a salad bar and they've got fruit bar and they've got the hot bar, like a big one, not like one person carving up a steak, but like, you know, like a whole line of people. And it's like, what do you want? And they weigh it. And the food's fair. It's okay, but it's a shitty experience. Fairfax. And in the dining area, they have a Subway kiosk. So if you would prefer a Subway sub of lesser than Subway regular quality,
right?
Quote, unquote.
Quality.
You can have one for a few dollars more than regular Subway cost. But at Fairfax, they have actually their I guess I would call it a canteen. It's the cafeteria.
Right.
It's a real shitty looking bingo hall, low ceiling type of place, but it's fairly large and the food is excellent. And they also have 2 other restaurants. I'm not talking about the Starbucks kiosk. They actually have a restaurant like you see all the doctors going to, but you can go there. You know how to get there. It's a wonderful facility to walk around and get lost in the maze. This is way pre-corona and stuff when I went there when I was taking my mom to the hospital.
Right.
But I'd wait there for it. It's like, okay, it's going to be like 7 hours. It's like, it's my mom. I'm not going. So they'd give me a pager and I'd just walk around the place. And like, I'd walk that unless it said restricted or needed a keypad. I just walked down the hallway and saw what was there.
Yeah.
And saw a lot of cool stuff. The medical library was great. It was cool. Hospitals, they had a great auditorium. They had an art gallery that had some really good stuff in it, actually. And then, announcement, helicopters coming in, go out and watch the helicopter land.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
It was kind of cool.
It was funny.
As far as that's why I was asking about the food. It's because maybe they had like a separate restaurant that maybe you didn't know about or something. Because you said the food was so good.
Oh yeah, it was absolute. Trust me,
You said you'd eat there as a restaurant.
Yeah, I would. I would go there.
Awesome.
Just to eat.
That's
yeah.
Awesome. I think that must have been the second restaurant, the one that I was mentioning, like where I saw the white coats going to. It was like, yeah, that's the restaurant, and then the other thing is the cafeteria.
Right.
And I think maybe you got the restaurant food. That's awesome.
Because like I said, this stuff. Oh, by the way, I need an extra lemonade. And this wasn't the country time lemonade type stuff. This was actual lemonade.
Made with lemons.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
God, it was so wonderful. And I now this is the funny thing, because when I was there, I would eat the meat portion first, because my appetite wasn't coming back as quickly. So I was getting the meat first. Then, of course, I find out later, oh, by the way, you're supposed to be eating more protein than anything else. So I was actually doing that without being told. It was my own body just that's what I
demanding it.
wanted.
Like what are you desiring? Yeah. It's funny how your body does that sometimes when you like I told you about the KFC and the salt hangover feeling. And that's my body saying, nah, it wasn't so good. And I'm like, I'd do it again though. But yeah, not good for you. And the body's saying, didn't like that. And like you said, you desired what your body wanted. And I don't drink soda at all.
Right.
But once in a while, I just really want a soda, like a sweet soda. Like I don't like sweets. I don't really like candy, but I mean, I drink wine, which is, I mean, it's not sweet wine, but wine is, sugary.
Right.
But so it's not a necessarily a sugar thing, but every once in a while, and I mean like once every couple of weeks, I just want a soda.
Mm-hmm.
And I want a Coke, and I want it from McDonald's.
Right. Yeah. There's a
just,
distinct difference.
I mean, it's that the way that the syrup is distributed throughout their system, I don't understand it. I mean, because we were talking earlier about the Coke made from the sugar cane, the Mexican Coke that you can buy.
Mm-hmm.
Coca-Cola, DIA, Coca-Cola. Anyway, the Mexican Coca-Cola that you can buy in the glass bottles, and we sell it too. I mean, it's everywhere. Does taste different, and every once in a while, just it's like the one that I want from McDonald's.
Oh yeah.
Well, the primary difference with go ahead, Professor.
I'll buy. I like Pepsi, and I'll buy Pepsi with real sugar.
Mm-hmm.
If you look, you can find a few 12 packs in most stores, and it tastes better.
Yes, they do.
It's probably a little better for. I mean, I'm not saying soda's good for you, but it's probably a little better than the fake stuff.
Right.
Yeah. I know they have Coke, Pepsi, and Sprite, which is odd because Coke and Pepsi obviously different companies. But Coke, Pepsi, and Sprite, we have at Dangerous Direction, opposite.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
We have that there. It used to be kind of hard to find, like those. What's it called? Like Hornitas or something. It's the company that makes the imported like fruit sodas that are Mexican. Same kind of thing.
Yeah.
And they definitely taste better, and I think they're better for you than a whole bunch of preservatives. But that's my opinion, being a non-nutritionist.
I'm not, again, I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not a doctor, not claiming to be, but I cannot imagine. Well, I'll say this. And I have heard my doctor say that butter is better than the artificial crap that's out there. And I can't imagine a doctor saying that the sugar is not better for you than the imitation corn syrup. I'm not saying either one's healthy.
Yeah. Well, sugar is healthy. It's natural in pretty much anything consumes.
Right.
I mean, for the most part, but and there have been studies that say, you know what, the whole corn syrup thing is, it is different. It's not as good for you, but it's not really a problem for you. It's just not real. And
No. Yeah.
your natural body would prefer something natural that cells are used to being acclimated with. I mean, corn syrup is natural if you think about it. It's not plastic. It's manufactured, but it's natural. It's just fake natural. But it's not. I mean, it's natural. Like nothing in corn syrup other than any chemical additives, which are also natural. Even if man has manufactured them into something else, it still comes from a natural product of the earth, does it not?
Well, in that,
Professor, what do you think?
I'm sorry, I I was not listening. I apologize. I apologize.
No, it's okay.
What were you saying?
We were asking. I want your opinion. Do you think that corn syrup is inherently worse than natural sugar? It might taste worse, but is it worse for a person because of the argument of it being not natural, but technically it's natural, even though humans have messed with it in order to make it what it is?
Well, there are a lot of natural things that are actually poisonous. So
yeah,
it depends on what it is.
Mean,
I'm not an expert on corn
sugar,
syrup, so I'm not an expert on corn syrup. So
well, okay, what do you prefer?
I don't think I could. Well, obviously, I like the the maple syrup over corn syrup.
Yeah,
tastes better.
Right. That you can tell the difference in taste. I agree with you there 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
Or what about the honey and fake honey?
Honey, definitely.
Honey
you
is
can
better
tell.
for you. It tastes better.
Actually, it's really interesting about honey is when you get honey that's locally sourced, if you can, supposedly it's better for you. If you are in an environment for a set amount of time. I might be a bunch of holistic bullshit. I don't know, but that's what they quote unquote say.
Yeah. Here's my question: have you ever had honeycomb?
The cereal?
No, real honeycomb. Eaten it?
No.
Oh my god.
Good.
Oh yeah, it is. Now it does taste a little, has a different texture to it. So, but
it almost has a what is the it like a cardboardy.
There's kind of a waxiness to it. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
But it's there's nothing like it, and you cannot describe it unless you actually have had it.
You can get when I was talking about like the local honey things around here, and yeah, I'm in basically an urban suburban area, but not too far away. A lot of people do beekeeping, and they sell honey and with a piece of honeycomb in it.
Right.
So I've sampled it, and that's why it's exactly as you describe. It's really succulent, but yeah, it's kind of waxy, i.e., beeswax.
Right.
But there is, I mean, go ahead.
It's just got a unique taste and texture to it, and it is definitely, I always look at, when I, because I thought, oh, that's not bad for price. That's not bad price for honey. And then I look at it and it's like, this shit isn't honey. And I'm not talking the 99-cent type of thing, because that I know is not honey.
No, it should be like real maple syrup. It's like, okay, that's like an hour's worth of work. It's like real maple syrup. Okay, here's a shot. It's like orange juice when they serve it to you in a hotel, in a shot glass. It's like, really, $3? Really? Isn't this Florida? Oranges, But yeah, real maple syrup. It's like, you get that shot glass of it, and it's like $10. Real honey, same thing. You'll know. And like you said, the crap that's 99 cents. That's exactly what it is. Look at the ingredients. If the ingredients say anything other than one word, it's not what it is.
Yeah. If honey is not the first ingredient, it's not honey.
Well, there ought not to be a second ingredient unless it's a minor stabilizer, because they're trying to be in business, like
blah blah blah,
like
to stabilize. Yeah. They'll have like a second ingredient as a stabilizer. It'll be,
but that's it.
Yeah.
Not this and 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 this for color, and that and that and that and this for thickness and that. No, that's not honey. Honey is okay. Well, here's what I wanted to tell you, that an uncle of mine told me that I remembered since I think he said this when I was like 6 or 7. He said, you know what? If they marketed honey as bee vomit, nobody would buy it.
Well, true.
And I was like, what do you mean? And then he explained it. Okay. Didn't make me like it any less. Same thing as hot dogs. Come on.
Oh no, I like hot dogs.
Me too.
I don't care for bologna. But I think part of that was growing up. But,
fried bologna is good.
You just got
sick of fried bologna is, yeah. It's got a different taste to it.
What about, this is a test actually, what about the bologna with the pimentos in it?
Yeah.
That's not bologna. What is? Oh crap! What do they call
what I'm
that
talking
stuff?
about? Though.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about the square loaf or the round?
I'm not that discerning. I don't know, and I don't like it either. But it's just the bologna that comes with that shit that's like impregnated upon it.
Oh god, that is just.
It's gross, man. It's gross.
Yes,
it's like
it
the shit they give you at camp when they're trying to torture you. I told you to keep playing soccer. It's only 98 degrees out. Here, have a sandwich. No, I'll keep playing soccer.
It's fine. Oh Lord. That brings back memories. I've had some really, really, really bad camp food.
There's other ways to do PTSD, I mean, there are things that you remember that are like, that wasn't fair, man. That was messed fucking up. And that pimento bologna is one of them. That's just something you don't go to a store and choose that. Somebody chose it and they didn't eat it. They gave it to you. They didn't eat that. They were like, here you go.
And greetings, cast in the shadows. How are you today? Anything going on today with you? What are you going to be live streaming or releasing a video?
Bring up the chat. I didn't see that.
But no, I used to go to this camp when I was a kid. It was well, I'll just say it was a religious camp. And the person in charge of the camp acted like a drill sergeant. And I didn't find
Catholic
out.
then?
No, but he.
Oh, okay. No, say
seemed to
no
think it
more.
was.
No, the first thing I thought was that, but I don't. It's cool.
Yeah,
I always
but
hear about the nuns and the rulers and stuff.
But no, he. Yeah, I found out years later that he was not exactly. He was not exactly. He did not leave the military under his own terms. Just put it that way.
Not above board,
And
I understand.
so he was, yeah, and he seemed to think that everything needed to be run with an iron fist. It's like, no one out after whatever time, except the bathrooms were across the compound. It's like, I either have to go all the way across where we're not supposed to go out at night, or pee in a bush. No, I'm going to go across. Screw you.
I routinely love having those people break their hands upon my face. They'll never play guitar again. And I'm ugly anyway, so I don't.
Oh, God. Not like you're Bird of Prey 5.
Not yet. I don't have an eye patch yet. Hey, on like pirate flags, why do they have an eye patch on a skull? Like, what are you covering up?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Well, I mean, something that annoyed me when I was working earlier.
Let's see here. I'm going to do something real quick. That should scare people, by the way.
What?
Oh.
What, that you're doing something, or you're doing it real quick?
Nothing at all.
Okay, I'm confused.
You're not looking at the YouTube tab.
Well, I do see it, Cap.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Well, no, I'm not.
See, I told you. Oh, you changed it back.
Yes.
Okay.
Not mean. Usually.
See, I thought you were going to tell me I had to go to the Bird of Prey 5 X channel. Or is that the XXX channel?
The Bird of Prey 5 Triple X channel for nobody's Bird of Prey 5 needs.
Sorry, Bird. No, I'm not.
Why are you sorry? You haven't seen that channel? It's trending. What are you talking about?
I hope to God not. That would be an absolutely. I don't know. I like Bird, but I don't want to see his female harem.
No.
That's awesome. Come on.
Just
Why?
no.
Yes, you would. Yes, you would.
No,
Yes,
I wouldn't.
Would. Yes,
no,
you would.
I wouldn't.
All right, that calls for a glass of wine. What the hell? I worked last night.
Bird's completely ignoring us.
I would too.
Either asleep or busy, so. He might be planning his revenge on the bunny, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
The bunny people.
Good luck, Bird. Good luck, Bird.
What bunny? What's that?
Oh, Bunny
What's
Land.
the bunny people?
Bunny Land destroyed Kuroga. Cinnabon.
Oh, in engineers.
Yeah. So,
I mean, you guys didn't see that coming.
I did.
I don't chime in, but I watch that stuff. I love it.
I no, I hope Bird sleeps well. He's obviously having a good nap.
That's fine.
Probably didn't get much sleep last night, so he's just kind of chilling out, sleeping on stream.
Why didn't he get sleep last night?
I don't know. I know sometimes at night he has some issues sleeping, particularly well, like before when he had the when he hit Charlie and Sister Prey there. But I don't think he had him there last night. So that wouldn't have been an issue. And he didn't have to have to review anything. So I don't know. Maybe he's just getting some extra rest.
That's okay, though. Right?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. I sure hope my client doesn't come over to. Remember that I told you about the client that I have that comes over and with like 5 minutes notice, it's like, oh,
yes.
come by sometime. Oh, shit. So anyway, he was supposed to come over yesterday.
Correct.
And did not. And I figured, okay, it's technically a holiday.
Right.
So now it's today. No message. And I have to take the dog to the vet later. So bummer for me. I just thought I'd share it with you. When.
Right. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But let's see here. Wow. We've talked about quite a bit. And as a matter of fact, I have updated the words per, as we've gone along, because I don't know. I find it quite interesting. And then I find that, of course, some of them are going to be a little, They'll have to listen at a certain point in order to hear what that topic, but it's, it was in the chat. It was in the live stream. So I found it to be relevant. For example, we were talking about Inspirograph.
Yeah,
people were playing with that, and we talked about cooking tips. We even talked about Adega Outlaw and other authors that are not only in the community but in general that have been. There are actually good authors that provide good material to read and reading in general.
Yeah.
Sorry
about the noise, by the way. I dropped my phone.
No problem. And of course the
really
need for
notice.
physical media. Huh? What was that, Professor?
I didn't really even notice the noise.
No, I didn't either.
Cool.
Of course, bookfinder.com was one that we actually talked about too.
I
which
see
like.
what you did there, Cap.
Cool. I'm glad you did. I hope he doesn't. Because that would be fun later. And then, of course, we had LDG on, and we had some sound clips and movie quotes. So, of course, we talked about food in general. I think it's been a fairly good, at least in my opinion, been a fairly good live stream. I don't know about you all, but I've had fun.
Yeah. You kidding? Definitely.
And I love having all the different people that come in the chat. Some can stay longer than others, and that's fun. And I've gone there are times I've gone on 8 hours, and others it just it goes less time, and I don't want to make it, I don't want to stretch it out. So
yeah, but sometimes it does stretch out, doesn't it, Captain?
Oh my gosh.
And
yeah.
you'll shut it down when it's time to go.
Yeah.
But it's a great thing. I mean, it's so much fun to just come and have a dialogue with some intelligent folk. Usually intelligent folk.
Yes, usually. And yes, I want to do some other content, but that's going to come in the future. But right now, I think on that note, I think I'm going to go ahead and shut things down. We've been on about 6 hours, 20-ish minutes. So I want to thank everybody who's been on the panel and everyone who's been in chat. It has been so much fun to be here. I love to see it and talk to every one of you. You all have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Cap.
Thank you, Captain.
Okay. And please.